Invisible Secret, the book. Prologue. This is the story of a boy whose life was saved by music, so of course he grew to hate it. In the plains town of Davenport, Iowa, winters were impossibly long, cold, and quiet. But on Tuesday night, January 11th, the silence grew sick of itself. It found a playmate in a new human whose brain was a wonder of differently wired neurological pathways. His auditor cortex traveled a broad and brightly lit path to the premotor cortex. The child was the first witness to silence's disobedience. 5-year-old Byron Kenneth Davis stood raptly in front of the battered upright piano his father had bought at a church auction, missing 3 ivory key tops, strings rusted, and its soundboard cracked. The music still poured out like clean water from a broken pipe when he touched the keys with his small hands. "Boy!" his father barked from the doorway. "Yes, sir," the child answered reflexively. Reverend Elijah Davis was a stout man, still wearing his pressed tan shirt and pants from his secular job as a truck driver. "Who told you to fool with that piano this late at night?" The way his father's voice raised an octave with those last 2 words raised alarm in the boy. He'd learned that inflection usually meant a spanking. BK froze, tiny fingers hovering over the keys. "Daddy, it just started playing. I didn't even touch it." The piano chose that moment to thrum a low, mournful chord. The keys sank one after another, pressed by invisible hands. His mother rushed in, wiping biscuit flour from her hands. "Do you see that?" "I see it and I hear it," Reverend Davis said, his eyes narrowing. "That ain't the Lord's doing. That's some trick of the devil." "No," the child whispered, almost to himself. "It's not the devil. He's bad. It's somebody else. Somebody is talking." His fingers kept mirroring the keys' movement, inches above them, defying his father at his body's peril. The sound shifted into a sweet, aching melody, a bluish, ancient gospel. The room seemed to bend with it. His mother's tears rose in her eyes against her will. She walked further into the room. "Byron," she said gently, kneeling beside him, "what's it saying to you?" He placed a small finger on middle C, but didn't depress it. "It says, 'Play me and I'll show you the way home.'" Reverend Davis pursed his lips and yanked his son from the bench. "No, son, no. God gives you hymns, not haints." Reverend Davis had grown up in the Florida Panhandle, Gadsden County, in the early 20th century. His young life had been larded with exposure to roots, voodoo, haints, and spirits. As an adult, his search for a decent job led him to the factories of Iowa and Illinois, where companies like John Deere, the Aluminum Company of America, and Caterpillar required strong men and cared less than other white employers about the colors of their bodies. The lynching-loving South had pushed Elijah and about 2 million other black men and women north toward jobs and freedom in what came to be known as the Great Northern Migration. The Reverend's decades in Iowa cooled his youthful ardor for the mysticism he'd experienced in Gadsden County. For the Reverend, there could be no coexistence between love of the Lord and a piano that sprang to life on a cold January night. But Byron kept staring at the keys. He began to see faint shadows of hands that seemed to dance, urging him to come play. Mother Rose, seeing her child and husband losing themselves in the music, snatched the boy up and broke the spell. The music stopped. She pushed the button on the wall that turned off the chandelier and rushed Byron to bed. The floorboards of the century-old house creaked loudly as she hurried him to his tiny room. Her kisses and prayers were rushed as well. That night in his dreams, he saw a grand piano rising out of a cornfield, its black lacquer gleaming under the moonlight. He walked toward it barefoot, hearing the same message, "Play me, and I'll now show you the way home." As slumber pulled him under, he couldn't help wonder about such an odd message. He was home. He wrapped his Roy Rogers blanket tightly around his neck and fell asleep. Chapter 1. Sunday Fire. The sanctuary was already burning with voices when Byron stepped inside. It had been more than 3 years since that cold January when the piano played for him. Despite Byron displaying prodigious talent for playing the piano, that piano never spoke directly to him again. Much had changed in those 3 years. Mother Rose, both impressed and amused, began to call her middle child BK at his insistence. Oldest child Bobby, a teenager, refused to call him BK, while his younger siblings, Demita and Kevin, were simply too young to make the change. The Reverend, of course, called him Byron, and that was that. Still, having a name that he'd created come out of his mother's mouth constituted a win in his mind. On this day, BK and the congregation felt the kind of righteous heat only a Kojic Church of God in Christ, could generate on a summer Sunday in Iowa. Voices stacked on voices, tambourines rattling, feet stomping wood floors worn thin. The Davis Tabernacle of Holiness, formerly Peabody's Chicken Shack, didn't need a furnace when the saints got to shouting. Unfortunately, in the summer, the season's heat felt doubled. BK, 8 years old, sweating in a tiny blue suit, slipped into the front pew where the children sat, his legs swinging above the floor. The choir had started early today, forming a thunderclap of sound pouring from throats sharpened by decades of trial. Reverend Davis stood at the pulpit in his black robe, head bowed in prayer, his deep baritone rumble hum weaving under the choir's harmonies like a slow-moving river beneath the crash of a storm. BK always felt the music before he understood the words, the thrum of the Hammond organ, Sister Lila's fingers flying across the keys, the snare drum's rim shots cracking like whips, the sopranos climbing toward heaven as though they might break through the stained glass windows. All of it wrapped around him and pushed him toward something he couldn't name, something that always lived just outside of language. But it wasn't enough. He wanted more than the chords Sister Lila could play, more than the rhythms Brother Jerome tapped out. BK wanted the whole sound, the secret sound, the one he sometimes heard in dreams, chords bending like light, notes that spoke in tongues older than church itself, revealing images he couldn't quite understand. He wanted to hold it in his hands and study it. The choir launched into "I was glad when they said unto me," and BK's chest tightened. He mouthed along, his small mouth shaping every syllable. "Let us go to the house of the Lord, for my heart was so thirsty for thee." It was then he could almost see it. Then he could almost feel the flames licking through the rafters, curling around the ceiling fans. People were on their feet now, rocking, shouting, hands raised. The air was thick with sweat and perfume and something electric. It was then he could almost see it. Then he could almost feel the flames licking through the rafters, curling around the ceiling fans. People were on their feet now, rocking, shouting, hands raised. The air was thick with sweat and perfume and something electric. From the pulpit, his father roared, "Can I get a witness?" And the congregation responded in waves, "Yes, Lord, yes, we will." BK wanted to stand to let the fire catch him too, but he stayed seated, clutching the worn Bible his father had given him. His eyes weren't on the pulpit or the pews. They were on the piano in the corner, sitting silent. He swore he could hear it humming along to all the human noise. Secret sounds. Later that evening, long after most of the shouting saints had gone home and the church lights were darkened, BK crept back inside the sanctuary. A few stragglers were preparing to leave. His father was in his office preparing for the next week. His mother was gathering hymnals. Bobby was reading a book, and Kevin and Demita were chasing each other through the pews, shrieking. BK moved quickly and quietly, like a boy sneaking cookies. The upright piano waited for him in the corner, its wood scarred and its bench wobbling. He pressed a single key, middle C, and the note rang through the empty sanctuary like a bell. He pressed another, then another. Before long, his stubby fingers were tumbling across the keys, chasing sounds with whom he hadn't made acquaintance. The chords he played weren't in any hymnal. His rhythms didn't belong to Sunday mornings. The sanctuary sagged under the sound. "Young man," a voice said from behind him. It startled BK, nearly causing him to topple off the bench. It was Sister Adeline, the oldest woman in the congregation. She moved with a cane, but her eyes were sharper than any child's. She leaned against the back pew, watching him with a faint smile. "You've been touched," she said. BK blinked, unsure what his part was in this latest adult interaction. Like all the Davis children, he had a fear of doing too much or too little in these encounters. A wrong step often led to a duet with blues singing belt. "By what?" he said, and immediately felt guilty for not including ma'am. "Not what," she corrected. "By who? Something ancient has got its hand on you." He frowned, his small fingers still resting on the keys. "Daddy says the Lord gave me a gift." "The Lord, yes," Sister Adeline said. "The Lord." She lowered herself slowly into the pew. "But not just the Lord. There are songs older than anything you know, boy. Songs that come across the water with iron chains. Songs that kept some folks alive when the whip came down. You hear 'em, don't you?" BK didn't answer. "You don't have to be scared," she said softly. "It's a good thing if you treat it right, but it'll burn you alive if you don't." He swallowed hard. "Burn me." She tapped her cane twice on the floor. "Fire can warm you, or it can take your house down. That's for you to decide." Then she rose and hobbled toward the door, leaving BK alone with the piano, the keys still trembling under his touch. Mother Rose, done with her cleaning, walked up to him moments after Sister Adeline left. "Boy, didn't I say we're about to go? Leave that piano alone." A little night music. That night, lying in bed, BK couldn't sleep. Touched by something ancient, circled his mind. A song stuck on repeat. He'd asked Mother Rose what ancient meant, and when she said, "Something older than you can imagine," it frightened him. What would something older than he could imagine want with him? What had he done? When the house went quiet and he could hear the Reverend snore, he slipped on his headphones and pressed play on the cheap cassette player he kept hidden under his bed. It had once belonged to his cousin Avery, until Aunt Barb and Uncle Herbie bought him an actual honest-to-goodness Sony Walkman. BK had been jealous of its sleek, blue and silver body and the beyond cool orange earpads. Marvin Gaye's saturnine voice poured through the tinny sound of the hard plastic headphones on his ears, smooth as silk and sharp as prophecy. "What's going on?" BK closed his eyes. He'd never told his father about the player or the tapes. Reverend Davis forbade blue jeans and worldly music for his 3 youngest children. Anything outside of trousers and gospel was the devil's distraction. Until they were Bobby's age, they were meant to marinate in the Lord's songs. But BK's cousin from Chicago had slipped him the player and recordings last summer, and they had become his secret scripture. After Marvin came Ahmad Jamal, a cassette of songs with flowing aqua piano lines where the notes tumbled effortlessly into one another. BK pressed his pillow over his head to muffle the sound, his fingers twitching on the pillowcase fabric as though they were on Jamal's piano keys themselves. After Marvin came Ahmad Jamal, a cassette of songs with flowing aqua piano lines where the notes tumbled effortlessly into one another. BK pressed his pillow over his head to muffle the sound, his fingers twitching on the pillowcase fabric as though they were on Jamal's piano keys themselves. He didn't understand how Jamal did it, how one man could summon whole landscapes from a piano. He only knew he wanted to live inside that sound forever. Sleep finally pulled him under with the headphones still on. It was a dangerous move to fall into slumber with incriminating evidence covering his ears. But the Reverend rarely woke the children in the morning. That was woman's work. In a dream, BK stood in the middle of a cornfield under a vast Iowa sky. The stalks rustled in the wind, tall as church steeples, golden tassels brushing his cheeks. He walked forward, his bare feet sinking into rich, dark soil, and then he saw it, a grand piano, black as midnight, rising out of the earth. Its lacquer gleamed in the moonlight, untouched by dust or rain, The lid was open, and inside the strings glowed faintly, like veins carrying fire. BK stepped closer. He reached out a hand, trembling, and pressed a single key. The note rang out across the field, impossibly loud, echoing off the stalks. The corn seemed to bow under the sound. Then he heard it, a whisper inside the note. "Play me, and I'll show you the way home." The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It was as if the earth itself were speaking. BK sat on the piano bench, though he had no memory of it being there, and began to play. Music poured from his hands, melodies he had never learned, chords that shimmered like heat on pavement. The cornfield bent and swayed as the stalks danced, and then he saw them, translucent figures moving between the rows, shadowy yet familiar. Some carried chains, others instruments. Some sang, others wept. They moved closer, gathering around him, their eyes shining with something that looked like recognition. He kept playing, unable to stop. His fingers flew faster and faster, until the piano itself began to shake, its black body glowing brighter. The figures leaned closer, whispering in a dozen languages. BK caught fragments. "Don't forget us." "Awanibi. Keep playing. You are the vessel." The sound grew too loud, the glow too brilliant, until everything exploded in exasperated white light. BK gasped awake, his hands clenched. His cassette player had clicked off. The room was silent. But in the silence, he swore he could still hear the echo of the piano, humming softly, waiting. Monday morning lessons. The Monday after the revival, BK walked into Hoover Elementary with the heavy feeling he always carried after a Sunday of fire and song. School always seemed colder, smaller. The halls smelled of bleach and crayons, not perfume and sweat. Instead of tambourines and shouts, there was the squeak of sneakers on linoleum and murmurations of children reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. He found his desk in the third row, a chipped wooden thing that wobbled if he leaned too hard. Ms. Carter, his third-grade teacher, was already writing spelling words on the chalkboard: neighbor, journey, freedom. Her handwriting was slanted, thin, and impatient. BK set down his notebook and tried not to hum the song still ringing in his head. He couldn't help it. The music followed him everywhere, like a shadow stitched into his bones. His pencil tapped out rhythms on the desk: tap, 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 tap. The boy who sat behind him, Trevor Hughes, noticed. Trevor was 8 like BK, but taller, with freckles spread across his nose like spilled sand. He leaned forward, whispering sharp enough for others to hear. "Why you always tapping, boy? You think you're in one of your little jungle bands?" BK froze. Some of the white kids giggled. A few looked away, shifting uncomfortably. Trevor grinned. "Bet you can't even spell neighbor. All you know is pounding drums and holler songs." BK turned, his face hot. "It's music," he said quietly. "It's not jungle noise." Trevor's grin widened. "Noise is all y'all make. My daddy says so. Says your people don't even know how to read music. Just bang on stuff and scream." The laughter was louder this time. BK felt the words cut deeper than he expected. He wanted to tell Trevor about the piano, about the dream, about Ahmad Jamal and the way notes could build a whole world, but the words lodged in his throat. "Boys," Ms. Carter said from the front of the class without turning around. Her chalk scraped the board. "Let's focus, please." BK looked up, hopeful, waiting for her to say something more. To tell Trevor he was wrong. To tell the class that music was language, that BK's hands held something special. But Ms. Carter just kept writing. Trevor whispered again, louder this time. "Bet you can't even play a real song. Go back to your holler church, boy." BK clenched his fists. "I can make better music, better than you ever heard." Trevor smirked. "Yeah, right." "Enough," Ms. Carter said, her voice sharper now, but still not looking at either of them. "Trevor, Byron, no talking during lessons." She underlined freedom twice on the board. The word looked strange to BK, glowing faintly under the flickering fluorescent light. For a moment he swore the chalk strokes wavered like smoke, as though the word itself were alive. Freedom. The piano, in his dream, whispered again inside him. Play me, and I'll show you the way home. After recess, the confrontation didn't end in the classroom. On the playground, Trevor and two other boys cornered BK near the swings. Hey, music boy, Trevor sneered. Sing us one of your monkey songs. BK's chest tightened. He thought of Sister Adeline's words. Fire can warm you, or it can burn your house down. He felt a house fire growing inside him, a conflagration meant for a little boy named Trevor. He didn't want to fight. His father would say, turn the other cheek, but his hands tingled. It was a different burn from the one he felt at the piano keys. He looked down and saw his fingers twitching, tapping rhythms against his thigh without his permission. The air around him seemed to hum, faint at first, then stronger. Trevor noticed. What's wrong with your hands? They're talking, BK said before he could stop himself. The other boys laughed, but Trevor frowned. Talking? They're just shaking. No, BK said softly, almost to himself. They're saying something. The humming grew louder in his ears, almost musical. The swings rattled without wind. Even the gravel under their shoes seemed to pulse. His fingers were curling slowly. For a heartbeat, the playground shifted. The metal slide shimmered like a silver trumpet. The monkey bars bent into the shape of a harp. The laughter of kids on the blacktop twisted into a strange harmony. BK blinked, and it was gone. Trevor shoved him hard, snapping him back to the moment. BK stumbled, but didn't fall. Faster than he'd ever moved, his left hand gripped Trevor's tiny windpipe. The boy's eyes flew wide open, as did those of his two enforcers, who backed quickly away. BK let his hand drop. You're weird, Trevor muttered, clutching at his throat as he quickly walked away. Stay away from me. The boys left, but BK stood frozen, staring at his hands. They still tingled, still whispered, as if they were holding something invisible and stolen from Trevor. Later, when the bell rang, BK lingered at his desk. Miss Carter noticed. Byron, don't you have a lunch? She asked. He looked at her, words heavy on his tongue. Miss Carter, when somebody says mean things about where you come from, aren't they supposed to get in trouble? She sighed, stacking papers. Sometimes it's best to ignore people who want to bother you. Focus on your studies. That's how you get ahead. But he said, Byron, she cut him off gently but firmly, and you're smart. Don't let small words get to you. Small words, that's what she called them. BK wanted to shout that they weren't small. They were big and heavy, like boulders on his chest, but he just nodded and walked to the cafeteria, the echo of freedom still glowing in his mind. On Tuesday evening, BK sat at the piano in the church sanctuary as Father worked in the office. He pressed a key and whispered, Do you hear me? The note rang back. He pressed another. Do you know what to do when people try to hurt you? This time the chords swelled, fuller, richer, hotter, as if in answer. Burn them! He closed his eyes and began to play, pouring out the anger, the shame, the hurt from the day. Each note carried a weight, but together they lifted. The sound rose to the rafters, filling the sanctuary until he felt lighter. When he opened his eyes, he thought he saw Sister Adeline sitting in the last pew, her face shadowed but smiling. Fire can burn a house down, her voice echoed, though her lips didn't move, but it can also light the way in the dark. BK kept playing, and the fire in his chest no longer felt dangerous. It felt holy. He found out the following Sunday that Sister Adeline had died Monday morning. Chapter 2, The Note That Broke the Cross. The morning began like every other Sunday with the scent of frying bacon and the sound of his father humming hymns in the kitchen. But for 8-year-old B.K. Davis, nothing about this day felt ordinary. He carried the secret of seeing Sister Adeline after she'd passed, and today that secret felt heavier. Was the afterlife another big secret adults were keeping? Was all the burying caskets and crying and sad words just to hide the fact that the dead only moved next door? That they were to be left alone so they could have peace? But if that was the case, why did some of them insist on talking to us? He woke with the dream still clinging to him, the cornfield piano, the glowing strings, the whisper, "Play me and I'll show you the way home." He hadn't told anyone about his dream, or Sister Adeline, not even his mother, who could usually pull his secrets out with a single look. As he dressed in his pressed white shirt and blue clip-on tie, his fingers wouldn't stay still. They tapped the dresser, the windowsill, his knees. Each rhythm whispered a phrase of the dream. By the time his mother called him downstairs, his hands already burned with music. The family piled into the beat-up beige Buick sport wagon, Daddy's pride and joy, and simmered in each other's body heat on the drive to church. Kevin, Demita, and BK squirmed in the back seat while Bobby, the oldest, endured as he always did, stoic, silent, alone staring out the car window toward a future where every day featured rock-solid certainty. Daddy called Bobby the judge. It was one of the few comments that could muster a faint smile on the teen's face. When they arrived, the children flew out of the sweltering car and raced into the church as Reverend and Mother Rose called out, "Slow down!" The sanctuary was hotter than usual. Overhead fans slapped the air. The congregation waved programs in their faces, but the heat still sat thick on their necks. Reverend Elijah Davis stood tall at the pulpit, his black robe heavy and his voice steady. To his left, the choir swayed in unison. Sister Lila pounded the Hammond organ like she was wrestling angels. The sanctuary was hotter than usual. Overhead fans slapped the air. The congregation waved programs in their faces, but the heat still sat thick on their necks. Reverend Elijah Davis stood tall at the pulpit, his black robe heavy and his voice steady. To his left, the choir swayed in unison. Sister Lila pounded the Hammond organ like she was wrestling angels. BK sat with the children's choir, waiting. His father had told him he would lead a hymn today, his first solo. "Sing it clean, Byron," Reverend Davis had instructed that morning. "Don't wander. The Lord don't need no jazz riffs. Give the people what they know." "Yes, sir," BK had answered, but the fire in his chest didn't want clean. It wanted wild. The hymn was, "There is a fountain filled with blood." BK rose when his name was called, walking down the aisle to the upright piano at the front, the same one that had hummed to him in secret. He sat, small legs dangling from the bench. The congregation hushed. His mother smiled encouragement from the front pew. His father's gaze was steady, warning and expectant all at once. BK placed his fingers on the keys. The first verse came soft and steady, just as rehearsed. His voice carried higher than expected, clear as water. "There is a fountain filled with blood drawn from Emmanuel's veins." People nodded, swayed. The church warmed with recognition. But then it happened. On the third verse, as BK pressed a simple C chord, something surged through his fingers like lightning. The sound that burst from the piano was no longer just felt wood and wire. It was a roar, a blaze, a note so pure and blazing, it felt like sunlight cracking open the roof. The congregation gasped. A few shouted, "Glory!" A woman fainted clean out of her pew. BK froze, terrified and exhilarated. He hadn't meant to play it. The piano had played him. The note hung in the air far too long, shimmering, bending, refusing to die. He struck another, and the hymn unraveled into something else entirely. Chords twisted into jazz runs, gospel shouts, fragments of Ahmad Jamal's cassette tape seeping from his memory into his hands. The sanctuary shook. Stained glass windows flickered with impossible colors. The wooden cross behind the pulpit trembled as though the note itself had touched it. "Lord, have mercy!" someone cried. "Play, child, play!" An older woman shouted, her cane raised high. Half the congregation was on their feet, clapping, shouting, dancing in the aisles. Others clutched their chests, bewildered, frightened. BK's father stood frozen at the pulpit, his swarthy face pallid above the dark robe. BK couldn't stop. His fingers moved faster than he knew how. The piano keys blurred under his touch. glowing faintly, smoke rising from the soundboard, as if the fire inside him had caught the wood. And then, SNAP, thud. The large cross on the wall behind the pulpit split clean down the middle. One half dangled, swinging from its nail. The other had fallen to the floor. The church went silent. Even BK's fingers stilled. For a long moment, no one spoke. The only sound was the creak of the partial cross swaying. Then voices erupted, some praising, some panicked. "It's the spirit!" cried Sister Newman. "It's witchcraft!" shouted Deacon Harris. Children clung to their mothers, eyes wide. Ushers rushed forward to fan the fainted woman awake. BK slid off the bench, his small chest heaving. His father stepped down from the pulpit, robe flowing behind him like a storm cloud. "Calm down," Reverend Davis thundered. "This is not from God. This was an old cross, a man-made cross that fell. Y'all felt the spirit, and these old wooden boards passed it along." The words cut like ice. He seized BK by the arm and pulled him toward the back office, ignoring the clamor. His mother rose halfway, then stayed seated, hands clasped in silent prayer. The rebuke. In the office, the air was thick with his father's cologne and anger. Books lined the walls, Bibles, commentaries, pleather-bound sermons. The upright piano's echo still hummed faintly in BK's ears. "Boy," Reverend Davis said, slamming the door behind them. "What was that mess?" BK's voice shook. I don't know. It just came out. That wasn't no hymn. That was chaos. It wasn't, Daddy. It was music. It was like something else was playing through me. Reverend Davis's eyes narrowed. "Don't you start with that foolishness. That kind of talk is dangerous. You do not know what you're playing with." "But you heard it. Everybody heard it." His father leaned down and closed, his voice low and fierce. "Yes, I heard it, and it scared the saints half to death. You think God breaks his own son's cross? No, boy, that was the devil trying to use you." BK's chest tightened. What if it wasn't the devil? What if it was God, or something older? Sister Adeline said, "Don't you bring the departed into this. I'm your father, and I'm your reverend. And I'm telling you, you keep your hands to the Lord's songs, or you don't play at all. You hear me?" Tears blurred BK's eyes. He nodded, though every part of him burned to say no. Back in the sanctuary, the congregation still buzzed. Sister Newman argued with Deacon Harris about whether the boy had been anointed or possessed. The choir murmured among themselves, half afraid to look at the broken cross still dangling. BK went to sit by his mother, who was sitting with her hands folded in her lap. When a woman beside her whispered, "That child brought down judgment," Rose turned, her voice gentle but firm. "No, ma'am, that child brought down heaven, and sometimes heaven shakes things loose." Her neighbor pursed her lips, unconvinced, but Rose's words lingered like a stubborn fragrance in the air. By Monday morning, the story had spread across the neighborhood. At the corner store, men on milk crates debated whether the boy was touched or trouble. Some swore they'd seen fire leaping from the keys. Others claimed the broken cross was a sign the church had been too rigid all along. Children carried the tale to school. By lunchtime, whispers followed BK through the cafeteria. "He's the one broke the cross. My mama said he got devils in his fingers." "Nuh-uh, my granny said he's a prophet." BK sat alone at the end of a table, trying to eat his bologna sandwich while the whispers pricked at him like needles. During recess, another 8-year-old, Tommy Miller, blocked BK's path by the swings. Tommy's father had been loudest in condemning him at church. "My daddy says you're cursed," Tommy sneered. "He says you broke the Lord's house." BK swallowed hard. "I didn't break nothing. I just played." Tommy shoved him. "Devil boy." BK stumbled back, heat flaring in his chest. He wanted to punch, to shout, but instead his fingers twitched like they were searching for keys. Without thinking, he tapped the chain of one of the playground's swings, a rhythm sharp and syncopated. The metal rattled, ringing out like a bell. Other children gasped as the sound echoed louder than it should have, harmonics spilling into the air. For a moment, the whole playground seemed to hum. "See!" Tommy cried. "He's doing it now!" The teacher on duty, Mrs. Carter, marched over, frowning. "What's going on here?" Tommy pointed. "He's making devil sounds." Mrs. Carter looked at BK, then at the still vibrating chain, near soundless by then. She sighed, weary. "BK, please stop causing trouble. Go sit on the bench." "But I didn't." "Now." BK sat on the bench, fists clenched, cheeks burning. Tommy smirked, triumphant. The other kids stared, half in awe, half in fear. The fire inside him whispered, "They will not protect you. Awanibi, you've got to protect yourself." That evening, Mother Rose found him sulking on their rickety porch steps. "Rough day?" she asked, sitting beside him. "They think I'm evil," BK muttered, even the teacher. Mother Rose slipped an arm around his shoulders. "People fear what they don't understand, but fear doesn't make them right." "Daddy thinks it's the devil." Rose's voice softened. "Your daddy carries the weight of a whole church on his back. He can't always tell the difference between fear and faith. But I know my boy. I know the light in him." She tilted his chin so he looked at her. "Whatever came through your hands, it wasn't the devil. It was a gift. The question is, what will you do with it?" BK didn't answer, but the fire inside him flared, grateful. That night, sleep pulled him into the cornfield again. The moon hung low, silver on the stalks. The grand piano rose once more, taller than a man, its strings glowing red like embers. The broken church cross lay at its base, splintered. BK approached, trembling. When he touched a key, the sound rippled out in waves, bending the cornstalks as if they were bowing. Shadows gathered, ancestors, saints, strangers, all humming in low chorus. One stepped forward, a woman with eyes like molten gold. She had the same roundish shape as some of the lady elders in church, only younger looking, radiant. "You broke nothing," she said. "You revealed the fault line. That cross was too heavy, too nailed down. Your notes set it free." "But everyone's scared of me," BK whispered. "They are afraid of freedom. Fire has always frightened those who build their houses with borrowed straw. But you—" She touched his forehead, and it felt like an outside thought trying to worm into his brain. "You were born to burn without being consumed." The piano glowed brighter. "Keep playing," the woman urged. "Every note is a key. Every key unlocks a door. One day, you will open a door no man can shut." BK pressed the keys again, and the sound lifted him into the air, higher, higher, until the cornfield became a sea of light. He woke drenched in sweat, heart pounding, fingers aching as if he'd been playing all night. From downstairs he heard his father's voice reading scripture aloud, strong and unwavering. But in BK's ears, another scripture whispered, unspoken, "The fire shut up in my bones will not be caged." And for the first time he knew, whether the church was ready or not, his hands would not stay quiet. Chapter 3, The Recruiter with No Shadow. Children from every plot of earth possess a congenital talent to normalize. BK proved no exception. Every side-eye, every freak murmured under someone's breath. Every criminally indifferent teacher he filed under, life. What also made the contents of that file were the desperate, frightened, and curious little boys and girls who, for the first time, were finding someone who didn't fit neatly in the Iowa picture book life their parents had created in their mind. BK was a little black boy who played piano, and maybe that was his means to touch and call forth another world, which was scary and cool. But cooler still was that many of their parents were afraid of the polite little brown boy with the long fingers. BK's adventure with the Holy Cross was such a poorly kept secret in black neighborhoods that it spilled over into the gossip of white neighborhoods. He was a crossover hit. A steady trickle of children of both races began to beat a path to his piano bench. It started in 5th grade when Julie Barbalic, A cute, pudgy white girl with dirty blonde hair and a freckled button nose traced a meandering ant's path to his seat in the lunchroom. He was slurping up the dregs of his milk carton when his eye caught her approaching. He made no sudden moves that might scare her off. He held still the now empty carton at his lips as she found the courage to sit down. "Hi," she said, looking down at the table's bench. "Hi," he replied through his pint-sized milk carton. After what seemed like a year or minute of silence, he assumed those hellos were going to be the entire conversation. He lowered the carton to the table, began to gather his tray, trash, and leave. He'd started to stand when she said, "You're that kid that makes stuff happen." Okay, yeah. Could you make stuff happen for other people too?" "Oh, sure," he lied confidently. He liked where this conversation was going, the relationship it was setting up. He knew in an instant that any future that sprang from this odd question was going to put all its power directly in his lap. He liked that. I do it all the time. They looked in each other's eyes for another long minute, giving him just enough time to panic and wonder if he'd read this wrong. Maybe Julie was taking a trip to the zoo, sightseeing the freaks at Hoover Elementary. That thought irritated him, and he was ready to walk away. "Could you do it for me?" "Sure." He surprised himself with how completely he hid away his sudden doubt. He wasn't sure where that came from, but it would certainly be a handy trick to know. "What do you want?" Her hazel eyes teared up. "I want to hear from my granny," she said. "She died when she was visiting my uncle in Seattle, and I miss her." BK watched the strangled little white girl wipe away her quickening tears. His first thought, "I better not get blamed for this," morphed into a sympathy he couldn't express. A public hug was out of the question. They had a word for that, interracial. It was a huge word, a loaded word. Good, bad, provocative. It made some white adults murderously angry while others cooed and talked about Dr. King. All the black grown-ups remained wary of it as if it was a really nice suitcase with a bomb in it. No, Julie could cry hugless. "Okay," he said, hoping to shut her up. It worked. "Meet me in the music room after school. I have something for you." Again, he was impressed with himself. His words were blasted at Julie from some heretofore unknown confidence cannon deep within himself. He had no clue what the something he had for her was, but he knew in his soul it would be enough for her. When the two met at 3:45 in the deserted third-floor music room, BK shushed her immediately when she tried to say hello. He knew it was for show, but the show was the only part in which he had total confidence and control. He was going to try something that had the potential to change his reputation from weird kid to cool kid. "It better work," he muttered to himself seconds before she appeared. He'd spent 2 class periods, a whole 90 minutes, deciding what he would do for her. He took her hand, which he knew she'd see as a powerful gesture, and led her to the upright piano. He sat her next to him on the bench and began to play a new song, "Oh Happy Day," by the Edwin Hawkins Singers. He took her hand, which he knew she'd see as a powerful gesture, and led her to the upright piano. He sat her next to him on the bench and began to play a new song, "Oh Happy Day," by the Edwin Hawkins Singers. The song had broken onto the secular black music charts despite being an unrepentant gospel song with lyrics like, "When Jesus washed, he washed my sins away." He picked the song because he played and sang it well. It was inspirational, and she likely didn't know it since it was by a black singing group. He instinctively knew that whatever he did for her needed to possess an element of mystery and otherness. His plan was to lift her spirits and let her connect her own dots to the mystical. If nothing magical happened, he'd at least be able to say his music was therapeutic. But something happened. The first note for the song, a song in the key of G major, did what BK had long ago started calling a slip-and slide. It started slipping and sliding out of reality as soon as his fingers touched the keys. The effect was immediate. Julie was transfixed. Sitting beside him, she reminded him of their white cat Felix, when he stared off into the middle distance at nothing any human could see. Another set of tears streamed down Julie's face, but they raced past a smile this time. When he washed my tears away, BK sang. Halfway through the song, she touched his arm gently and whispered to him. She says to thank you for letting her say goodbye to me. She gathered the books she'd been carrying and walked away. The following week, Scipio Thomas, a tall, rotund, smiling black boy, walked up to him with a look in his eyes. BK read immediately and correctly. It's 75 cents, he said before Scipio could open his mouth. BK's elementary and junior high school years were filled with hundreds of similar transactions, balanced out by the casual cruelty of a few white children who needed to hurt others more than they needed to traverse any spiritual paths or right the small wrongs they'd done in their young lives. Like most American towns in the 1970s, Davenport was segregated. Segregation's Midwestern flavor was more subtle, less violence-prone than that of the South. Brady Street was the major east-west divider, while Locust Street was the north-south divider. In these quadrants, the black populations, derisively called nigger towns by some white Davenporters, were generally huddled in the grid center near the dividing streets. This also meant that in this great Green River Valley, black citizens generally lived at the bottom of the majestic sloping hills along with the poor whites. BK's junior high school Sudlow, along with J.B. Young and Smart junior high schools, were a collective oddity. They were essentially triplets, identical buildings. Each school shared exactly the same turn-of-the-20th century blueprint. Students attending Sudlow, if dropped into JB or Smart, would immediately know the layout. These three schools housed the most diverse student bodies because they were all located on or south of Locust Street. J.B. Young had the most black students, while Smart, which was located in the poorest white neighborhood, had the most white students. Sudlow was in the racial middle. BK's elementary school, Hoover Elementary, was primarily white. That meant the precise diction his parents demanded didn't meet the ridicule it might have from J.B. Young's black students, many of whom were Mississippi transplants, or the scorn of Smart's white students. Over the summer, between his 9th grade and sophomore year, BK had bulked up to a man-sized 220 pounds and reached 6 feet in height. The new friendliness of girls and the adoration of football fan peers had temporarily overtaken his passion for music, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't escape allusions to sin and evil. It was the lot of a preacher's kid. As BK grew and grew, he found a more normal way to fit in. He lived in America, in the Midwest, so he played football. As a sophomore, he tried out for defensive tackle and made the starting lineup for one of the best high school football teams in the state of Iowa, the Davenport Central High School Blue Devils. That brought him to the attention of a lot of high school girls who appreciated the idea of dating a football hero. He tried out for the Blue Devils in his sophomore year after 3 impressive years of playing the sport at Sudlow Junior High on the city's east side. Still, under the rubric of the team name and with a physically powerful body, he could, at last, physically unload on his pimply demons. One of those demons was named Troy Peterson, a former Smart student who thought it fun to smirk at the weird black kid when they passed in the halls of their high school. Troy had been stupid enough to play quarterback for the Blue Devils, and BK punished him for that bad planning. In one scrimmage, BK plowed through the offensive line and leveled him, making him cry. There was also Greg DeTie, an offensive lineman who spit on the ground and walked away when BK had once offered his hand to shake. Greg learned early on to become a turnstile for BK's ferocious rushes to the quarterback. 2 bloody noses and a broken little finger taught him that, and the value of respect for fellow students with different skin colors and 6 feet 0 inches, 220-pound bodies. The Blue Devil coaches loved BK's fire so much, they turned away when he heard his teammates on vengeful runs and tackles. BK burned with a pure anger that allowed him to punch a target to the ground, then offer his hand, help them up, and slap them on the ass. The only player the coaches loved more than BK was on the offensive side, a running back named Roger Craig, whose high-knee running style and stout heart would make him an NFL Super Bowl champion within a decade. Roger often remarked of BK, "I'm glad that beast is on our side." Violence therapy. It worked wonders for BK's soul. As a football player, he was guaranteed dozens of therapy sessions in the course of every season and a growing reputation for brutality that muted some of the whispers of students who ridiculed him. Violence therapy. It worked wonders for BK's soul. As a football player, he was guaranteed dozens of therapy sessions in the course of every season and a growing reputation for brutality that muted some of the whispers of students who ridiculed him. It might have been the discipline and violence of football that alerted him to a post-high school future in the military. Several other Blue Devils players had the same idea. It put the visit of an Army recruiting officer on BK's radar. As the days and games passed, that date loomed larger in his mind. When BK finally saw the recruiter, he thought the man looked less like a soldier and more like a preacher who had traded in his Bible for a starched green uniform. The difference, BK later realized, was that the preacher offered promises about heaven, while this man offered promises about a more imminent escape. Still, before the recruiter, before the uniform, there was the prank. Davenport Central High School had a way of squeezing joy out of youthful hearts. The walls were painted a color BK could only describe as prison beige. The gymnasium smelled like old sweat and powdered cleaning solution, the kind that burned the inside of your nose. BK didn't hate school. He hated the way it made him feel like a caged animal, expected to march from class to class, from bell to bell, when his thoughts were dancing and yearning to break free. Malik Pierce hated it even more. Malik was BK's best friend and polar opposite. Where BK was built like a grown man, Malik was a tall child. Separated by 75 pounds of muscle, in BK's favor, Malik's afro and physique had more in common with a Q-tip than BK's football-honed body. By personality, where BK could keep his head down, Malik seemed born to stir the pot. The idea of the squirrel prank came to Malik one Saturday morning, standing in his garage with a jar of peanut butter in one hand and a dented live trap in the other. "You ever notice," Malik said, "that the best ideas in life come from boredom?" BK raised an eyebrow. "This one of your boredom-born ideas?" "Bro," Malik grinned, "this one's going in the history books." For the next week, Davenport's squirrels disappeared one by one, coaxed by spoonfuls of peanut butter into Malik's traps. 14 of them, angry and thrashing, crammed into a burlap sack filled with peanuts that shivered like a single live creature. By Friday morning, the sack sat hidden under the stage of the gymnasium, waiting. The entire student body gathered in the bleachers for the quarterly assembly. Principal Don Price, a man who had perfected the art of looking disappointed, stood at the microphone in his stiff gray suit. "Discipline," Price droned. "Excellence, tradition." The words fluttered into the air like moths and fell dead before they reached the ceiling. BK and Malik crouched at the edge of the stage, hearts hammering. Malik grinned at BK, eyes dancing. "Ready to be legends?" BK hesitated, his father's voice echoing in his head. "The Lord don't suffer foolishness, son." But then he thought of Jason Miller mocking him in the cafeteria, of the kids who whispered "organ monkey" when he walked by, of Principal Price's cold eyes every time he caught BK tapping rhythms on his desk. Yeah, he was ready. Malik tugged the knot loose. The sack erupted, and it was glorious. Squirrels shot out in every direction, a storm of fur, teeth, and claws. One scrambled up the curtain rope, another darted into the bleachers, sending students shrieking and leaping onto the benches. Two squirrels scurried across the stage, one skidding right under Principal Price's loafers. Price yelped, microphone squealing, Who stop this at once? But no one could stop it. The gym was a madhouse. Malik had gone further than just releasing squirrels. The night before, he had set aside broom handles that he put through the push handles of the back exits. No escape there. The front exits were funnels for panicked high schoolers and staff. The bleachers shook as students stampeded back and forth, trying to avoid claws and tails. One squirrel clung to the American flagpole, squeaking furiously as if protesting the Pledge of Allegiance itself. Another perched on the basketball hoop, tail twitching like a victory banner. BK doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach. Tears blurred his eyes. Malik grabbed his shoulder, whispering, "This is our Sistine Chapel B. Chaos is our paintbrush." But then Principal Price's furious eyes locked on the two black boys laughing while everyone else was panicking and fleeing. "Davis! Pierce!" he roared, spit flying. "I know this is you!" The laughter died in BK's throat. "Run!" Malik hissed. They bolted. Out the side door, sneakers pounding the linoleum. Price's shoes clacked behind them like gunfire. They bolted. Out the side door, sneakers pounding the linoleum. Price's shoes clacked behind them like gunfire. "Stop! You're done!" The pair raced down the hall, Malik's laughter bouncing off the lockers. BK's chest burned, but adrenaline kept his legs moving, out the doors into the cool bite of Iowa spring. The parking lot stretched wide, cars lined up like a steel forest. Malik dove under a rusted Buick, dragging BK with him. From the shadows, they saw Price stalk into the lot, tie askew, hair plastered with sweat. His eyes swept over the cars like floodlights. "You boys can't hide forever," he bellowed. "I'll see you both expelled for this." Malik pressed a finger to his lips, grinning. BK tried not to breathe too loudly. For a moment, BK swore Price's shadow looked wrong, stretched too far, jagged at the edges, splitting down the middle like a cracked cross. He blinked, and it was just a man again. Finally, Price stormed back inside, his threats echoing. The boys crawled out, covered in grease and dust. Malik slapped BK's back, grinning like a fox. "Close one, but worth it." BK shook his head, but he couldn't help smiling. "Legendary," he admitted. The laughter was still fresh in his mind when Sergeant Thompson arrived 2 days later. The boys had dodged an expulsion with the simple lie that they thought it was funny and were just laughing when a wild-eyed white guy started shouting their names and chasing them through the school. Sergeant Thompson stood at the front of the guidance office in full army greens, boots shining, hat perfectly squared. His smile was polished too, all white teeth and confidence. Students gathered around the table stacked with pamphlets. "See the world. Build your future. Be all you can be." "Ladies and gentlemen," Thompson said, voice smooth as silk, "I'm here to talk about opportunity." BK lingered at the edge of the crowd. Thompson's eyes found him in the crowd. "You," he said, pointing. "You're Davis, right? Strong shoulders, football player, musician. Bet you've got rhythm, too." BK stiffened. "Maybe." Thompson's grin widened. "The Army's got bands, son. Got places where a man like you can play and see the world. You don't have to stay stuck in this little town." His words hooked into BK's chest, but there was something else, something off. BK glanced at the floor. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, every student cast a shadow. Thompson did not. When he shook Thompson's hand, the recruiter's grip was too warm, almost burning. BK swallowed hard, pulling away. That night, BK dreamed of a grand piano rising from desert sand. Moonlight bathed the keys, glowing like ivory fire. And there was Thompson, standing beside it, whispering in a voice that echoed like two men speaking at once. "What are you waiting for?" The next evening at dinner, Reverend Davis prayed long and loud over fried chicken and collard greens. When he was finished, he fixed his son with a stern look. "I hear tell you were near that mess in the gym." BK's fork froze. I didn't. Don't lie in this house, his father snapped. Folks said you were running from the principal like the devil himself was after you. BK's mother reached across the table, touching her husband's arm. He's a boy, she said softly. Boys make mistakes. A boy with gifts doesn't squander them, Reverend Davis said, his voice like stone. Your hands are for the Lord's work, Byron, not for foolishness. BK stared down at his plate. His chest felt tight. He wanted to scream, These hands are mine, not yours. I hear music you'll never hear. But he said nothing. Later, lying in bed, he listened to the creak of the house and thought about Thompson's promise. Escape. Monday morning, Jason Miller cornered him by the lockers. Miller was a profoundly stupid and entitled rich white kid who showed no fear of BK, despite being half his size. Hey, piano boy, Jason sneered. Heard you let loose some squirrels at the assembly. Figures. Only thing you're good for is making noise and making messes. Black Knight clenched his fists. Malik appeared at his side, eyes flashing. You better step back, Miller, Malik warned. Or what? Preacher's boy gonna play me to death? Laughter rippled down the hall. BK's ears burned. For a moment, he saw himself slamming Jason's head into the locker, saw blood blooming. Instead, he walked away, jaw tight, Malik at his side. Laughter rippled down the hall. BK's ears burned. For a moment, he saw himself slamming Jason's head into the locker, saw blood blooming. Instead, he walked away, jaw tight, Malik at his side. You should have kicked his ass, Malik muttered. Not worth it, BK said. But the fire inside him raged hotter. The recruiter returned twice more that month. Each time he sought BK out. Each time he spoke in that doubled voice, promising freedom, promising the world. BK's dreams grew stranger. The piano rose from cornfields, from deserts, from oceans, always glowing, always waiting, always with Thompson beside it, smiling. At school, BK felt caught between two forces, Malik pulling him toward mischief and laughter, his father pulling him toward discipline and duty. In the middle there was Sergeant Thompson, shadowless, whispering promises only BK seemed to hear. The breaking point came after another fight with his father. You will not waste your life on that noise, Reverend Davis thundered. The Lord gave you a gift to serve him, not to chase after worldly nonsense. BK stood trembling. Maybe my gift isn't for the church, sir. Maybe it's for me. The silence after those words was heavier than any shout. His father's eyes went cold. You watch your tongue. BK walked out, slamming the door behind him. His hands shook, but not from fear, from rage. That night, he found Sergeant Thompson waiting at the little alcove office the school had set up for him. Ready to leave this place behind and get your life started? Thompson asked. His smile glowed like neon. BK looked at him, then at his own hands. Hands that longed for keys, for freedom, for something bigger than Davenport, Iowa. Yes, he whispered. When BK finally signed the papers, the pen felt heavy in his hand. Later, Malik tried to talk him out of it. Man, the Army? That's their trap, not your freedom. Don't let them steal your life. BK shook his head. I can't stay here, Malik. I'll die here. Malik's eyes burned with betrayal, but he said nothing more. That night, BK dreamed again of the piano. This time, when he sat on the bench, the keys sang like voices from another world. Behind him, Thompson's shadow stretched across the ground, except it wasn't a shadow at all. It was a doorway opening into darkness. That night, BK dreamed again of the piano. This time, when he sat on the bench, the keys sang like voices from another world. Behind him, Thompson's shadow stretched across the ground, except it wasn't a shadow at all. It was a doorway opening into darkness. BK's hands trembled on the keys. The note he struck echoed like a crack splitting through the cross, and in that sound, he knew his life would never be the same. Chapter 4. The sound of boots marching. The bus ride out of Davenport was the longest of BK Davis's life. It wasn't the miles, though Iowa stretched flat and endless, cornfields rolling past like the frames of a film loop. It was the weight in his chest, a weight heavier than the duffel bag at his feet, heavier than the Bible his mother had slipped into his hand at the station. Mother Rose had hugged him so tightly he thought the little woman might break his ribs. Her tears had wet his collar. Don't forget who you are, Byron. Don't forget whose you are. His father had not hugged him. The Reverend stood stiff, hands clasped behind his back, jaw clenched like a trap. Make a man of yourself, was all he said. No blessing, no prayer, just that. Malik hadn't come at all. 2 nights before, BK had stood on Malik's porch. The spring air carried the bite of wood smoke. Malik leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, eyes hard. So it's true, Malik said. You're really signing your life over to them. He said them in tones that left no doubt he was talking about white people, especially white people wrapped in the flag and camouflage. BK shifted on his feet. It's not like that. I just need a way out. You need your piano, Malik cut in. You need your music. You know what they're going to do? They're going to grind that straight out of you, turn you into just another body on an assembly line. BK swallowed. You don't understand. I can't stay here. My father, this town, Jason Miller and all them. I can't breathe here. The Army's a ticket out. Malik's laugh was bitter. Man, they got 1,000 kids just like you, thinking the same thing. You think you're special to them? You're not. Just another name on a list. You're cannon fodder that used to play the piano. BK's chest tightened. He wanted to argue, but the words tangled in his throat. Finally, he said quietly, All right. Malik shook his head. Don't bother. Then he shut the door. That was the last BK saw of him for years. A rival. The bus pulled into Fort Leonard Wood before dawn. The air was sharp, carrying the smell of diesel and pine. Floodlights cast the barracks in a cold, sterile glow. Off the bus, a voice thundered. BK jolted. A drill sergeant stormed aboard, hat brim low, eyes sharp. He barked orders like a machine gun. Grab your bags. Move, move, move. The recruits stumbled off the bus, lined up on painted footprints, trembling in the dark. BK felt sweat bead under his collar, despite the chill. From now on, the sergeant growled, pacing the line. You ain't got a name. You ain't got a mama, a daddy, a girlfriend, or a future. You are maggots until I say otherwise. You understand? Yes, drill sergeant, the line shouted. BK's voice cracked, but he forced it out with the rest. The sergeant selected a few scared faces for extra abuse. The sergeant stopped in front of him, squinting. What's your name, maggot? Davis, drill sergeant. Sir, the sergeant barked. Davis, sir, BK corrected, pulse racing. The drill sergeant leaned close. You look like you think you're somebody. Is that what I smell, maggot? No, drill sergeant, sir. Football hero, ladies' man? The drill sergeant paused for an evil half-beat. A man's man? No. He cut off BK's protest. Let me tell you something, maggot. Until I say otherwise, you're nobody, nothing. Hear me? Yes, sir. Gum on the sole of my good left shoe. The sergeant smirked. We're going to fix that attitude. BK was confused about what evils the DI thought he saw in him. The Army, in its infinite wisdom, has chosen me to be your own personal Jesus, maggot. We are going to rearrange all that shit between your ears. We're going to dig down deep to see if we can find a soldier in that pile of shit. Thank me now, Davis. Thank you, drill sergeant, sir. The BK swallowed hard. The recruiter's words echoed in his head. Opportunity, escape. But here, all he saw was concrete, boots, and mean shouted commands. The days blurred together. Reveille before sunrise, drills until his muscles screamed, chow lines where the food tasted like salt and metal, endless push-ups, endless shouts. Move faster, maggot! You call that a salute? Drop and give me 20. Make it 30! At night, BK collapsed onto the thin mattress, body aching. He closed his eyes and music crept into his head, chords and melodies, fragments of jazz runs. But every time he tried to hold on to them, the sergeant's voice drowned them out. One night, unable to sleep, he tapped a rhythm on the frame of his bunk. Light, syncopated, the ghost of a piano line. Hey! A bunkmate hissed. Cut that shit out before they hear you! BK froze, his hands curled into fists. Even here, his music was a crime. During the second week, Sergeant Thompson appeared again. He wasn't supposed to be there. Recruiters didn't follow you into basic. But there he was, leaning against the mess hall wall, smiling that too bright smile. Davis, he called out and began walking with him. How's the new life? BK glanced around. No one else seemed to notice him. Soldiers filed past, trays clattering, drill sergeants barking. It's hard, BK admitted. Harder than I thought. That's good, Thompson said. Hard means you're growing. Hard means you're on the path. You keep walking it, and soon you'll see the world, boy. Music, travel, freedom, all yours. BK frowned. Freedom? Don't feel like freedom. Thompson chuckled. That's because freedom ain't free. You'll understand soon enough. Endure this. Then, as quickly as he appeared, Thompson was gone. BK blinked. A soldier walked straight through the spot where he had been standing. That night, BK dreamed again of the piano. This time it was buried in sand, only the keys visible. He lay on his stomach, reached out to play, but every key he pressed made the sound of boots striking pavement. Despite the hardship, BK found kinship with a few of the other recruits. There was Ellis, a lanky white kid from Alabama, with a drawl and a quick wit. Johnson, a quiet black man from Detroit with sharp eyes, and Morales, a Puerto Rican from the Bronx who could make anyone laugh. They huddled together in the barracks, whispered jokes during marches, shared smuggled candy bars. For a moment, BK thought maybe this was the brotherhood the recruiter had promised, but there were cracks. One night, BK began to understand how common was the urge to escape poor, industrial Midwestern hometowns through joining the military. Jason Miller's cousin, a recruit named Travis, recognized him. You Davis? He sneered. From Davenport? My cousin said you was a clown. The old heat flared in BK's chest. He clenched his fists, but Johnson caught his eye, shook his head. Not here, man, not worth it. But the rage simmered. Letters from home. When mail finally came, BK tore into his mother's letter first. My baby, I pray for you every night. The house feels empty without your music. Your father says you're becoming a man now. I hope he's right. Please remember who you are, Byron. Play for the Lord, even if only in your heart. BK read the letter until the paper grew soft from his hands. His father had not written. Malik had not written. During rifle training, BK felt the strangest sensation. Holding the weapon, he thought of piano keys. The stock against his shoulder was like the weight of an instrument. The trigger was a key, waiting to be pressed. Each shot cracked like a chord, each bullet a note tearing through the air. The sergeant praised him for his aim. Davis, dead center. You got a gift, boy. But BK felt sick. It wasn't a gift. It was the same discipline he used on the piano, but it was twisted. The same hands that longed to play Monk and Ellington were now trained to kill. That night he tapped a rhythm on the wall until his bunkmate cursed at him to stop. He pressed his hands together, whispering to himself, don't forget. Don't let them take it. But each day, the music slipped further away. On the eve of graduation, Sergeant Thompson appeared once more. BK was alone in the latrine, staring at his reflection. His eyes looked older, hollower, a frightening look for a teenager. Sergeant Thompson often stood behind him in the mirror, though when BK turned, no one was there. You've done well, Sergeant Thompson's voice whispered. You're almost ready. The world is opening, Davis. The keys are waiting. BK gripped the sink, trembling. What the hell are you? Sergeant Thompson's reflection smiled. I'm your recruiter, and I'm not finished with you yet. The lights flickered. The reflection's shadow stretched across the tiles, dark and jagged, swallowing BK's own. After 8 grueling, demoralizing weeks, the final day came. PBK marched across the parade ground with the others. Boots pounded in unison, rifles gleamed in the sun, flags snapped in the wind. The crowd cheered. Somewhere in the stands, he thought he saw his father, but the man did not wave. His mother clutched a handkerchief, tears streaming. Malik was not there. As BK raised his hand in salute, he felt both pride and dread. He was leaving Davenport behind, yes, but something else had followed him. The shadowless recruiter, the piano in the sand, the sound of boots. And he knew, though he could not yet admit it, that the bargain he had made would cost more than he could imagine. Still, he had 2 things to do before catching his flight to adulthood. One of them was physical. As he lay naked in bed with Gail, her brown skin glowing in the afternoon light, he didn't feel the sadness of parting from her that he expected. He'd told her he was leaving, so that mission was accomplished. Are you gonna miss me? She cooed and scooted closer to him. You know I am. Their lovemaking was the softest part of a hard day with Gail. It started with him making a declaration to her. It was a declaration of faith, but not to her. Allah. BK was compelled to let her know that, despite their shared Christian upbringing, he had decided to leave the club. You're a Muslim now? She exclaimed. Yes. BK, this is all of a sudden. Your mom and dad have to understand, he finished. This isn't something I'm doing because I saw a commercial for it. This started back in junior high, in social studies. I looked at maps of the Holy Land in Ms. Maslensky's class after she showed a film reel, a commercial. Islamic society made so much sense to me. People pray 5 times a day. They put their complete attention upon God Almighty. An imamic society just makes so much sense to me. You told your parents? Yes, and don't ask how it went. I know you can imagine. Islam BK performed the Shahada in his boyhood room, surrounded by the notebooks, sheet music, guitars, footballs, and basketballs of the high school life he'd just completed. It was a tiny room, a 9 feet by 12-inch bread box that had sheathed his dreams for 17 years. But at that moment, it felt like an arena. The film reel he'd watched, the Muslim world, depicted everyone taking a break from the day's hustle-bustle, everyone bowing down and praying. Seeing that level of devotion impressed him. He still respected Christianity, but his heart lay elsewhere. He knelt and said the words of the Shahada, the first of the 5 pillars of Islam. I bear witness to that there is no God worthy of worship but God. Byron B.K. Davis had rebirthed himself. He was now Ahmed Samad Abul Aziz Dawood. Chapter 5, Germany Bound. Germany Bound. Hurry up and wait. If the army didn't have an official motto of "this will defend," hurry up and wait would fit perfectly. It seemed like a lifetime since basic training and its bad-breathed drill sergeants, endless marching, shouting, and gunfire. Being back home on East 13th Street felt like a carnival ride to him, as if he'd paid a ticket for the best nostalgia ride ever. He enjoyed it, but it was taking too damn long to end. He had a life completely of his own making, and he was getting impatient to start it. Davenport surely held heavenly distractions. Gail Williams was angelic naked in the back of his father's sedan, but it didn't feel real. It wouldn't feel real until he got his PCS letter. Then his grown-up life, his life as Muslim, could begin. The PCS came on a rain-heavy day, the kind of Iowa storm that slicked the streets like oil. BK tore the envelope open at the kitchen table, his fingers trembling even before he knew why. The orders were printed in stiff black font. Permanent change of station, Kaiserslautern, Federal Republic of Germany. Germany, not Fort Leonard Wood, not Georgia, not Kansas, Germany. For a moment, BK thought the Army had made a mistake. He had only just finished advanced training, still carrying the smell of red dirt and gun oil from Missouri. But there it was, his first overseas duty station, assigned not because he asked, not because anyone lobbied for him, but because the Army said so. Junior enlisted soldiers like him didn't have choices. They had orders. He folded the paper back into its envelope and set it on the table, staring at it as if it might burst into flame. His father had once told him, "The world will push you places you don't ask to go. The question is whether you're walking with God when you get there." BK wasn't sure who he'd be walking with, but he knew one thing. He was leaving Iowa behind for good. The piece of paper he'd held in his hands was what the Army called, in its infinite love of initials, a PCS, a permanent change of station. A PCS wasn't like buying a bus ticket and moving on down the road. It was a slow-moving machine with 1,000 gears, each catching and grinding before the next one turned. First came the notification. His commanding officer handed him the paper with little ceremony. "Private Davis, you're headed to Kaiserslautern. 90 days. That means we've got 3 months to get you ready." 3 months. It sounded long, but the calendar shrank with every form, every briefing, every medical check. BK went through finance briefings, where clerks explained travel claims and overseas cost of living allowances in voices so flat they seemed allergic to inflection. He lined up for medical and dental checks, poked and prodded by gloved hands, his body reduced to a chart. At Army Community Service, a woman with a smile that never reached her eyes told him about cultural adjustment workshops. She said Germans could be brusque but efficient, as if efficiency were a balm for loneliness. At the housing office, BK filled out more paperwork, though as a single junior enlisted soldier, he knew he'd be in the barracks, not a family home. No one asked him if he wanted to live in Germany. No one asked him if he was afraid. The PCS machine didn't run on feelings. Finally, there was the out-processing brief. A long auditorium filled with soldiers being read rules like commandments. Don't go absent. Don't lose your paperwork. Don't show up late to the airport. Don't forget you belong to Uncle Sam. BK scribbled in his notebook while the officers droned on. Small fragments of melody, nothing concrete, but the notes hummed against his skin. Somewhere in his blood, the piano was already talking to him, even as the Army pulled him farther from home. By the time BK boarded the military transport at Dover Air Force Base, he felt hollowed out, scraped thin by bureaucracy. The C-141 aircraft smelled of hydraulic fluid and cold metal. Rows of webbed seats stretched down its belly. Soldiers tried to joke, tried to pretend it was an adventure, but the silence in their eyes betrayed them. BK pressed his forehead to the window. Darkness stretched below, the Atlantic swallowing them whole. For a second, he thought he heard faint chords under the roar of engines, low, solemn, like a funeral hymn played underwater. He shut his eyes tight. Germany greeted him with rain and a slate-gray sky. Kaiserslautern, or K-Town, as soldiers called it, sprawled at the edge of the Palatinate Forest, a city full of buildings that looked older than anything BK had ever touched. Streets curled narrowly on themselves, cobblestone veins winding past beer gardens, bakeries, and Gothic stone churches that seemed to glare down at the American uniforms pouring in. At the reception center, BK stood in lines that stretched for hours. Finance, medical, housing, security briefings, the same machine, just in another tongue. Germans behind the counters spoke clipped English. American clerks barked instructions. His name was checked against rosters, his duffel weighed, his orders stamped. A sponsor from his new company met him, a corporal with bored eyes and an easy laugh. "Welcome to K-Town, Private. Don't worry, you'll figure it out. Everyone gets lost at first." Lost. BK felt the word settle in his bones. The city of Kaiserslautern looked peaceful from a distance. Red-roofed houses scattered against rolling hills, the faint spire of a church cutting into the gray autumn sky. But for the Americans stationed at the U.S. Army base there, peace was an illusion. Every gate was an invitation for danger. Every German truck idling too long near the perimeter fence felt like a possible weapon. The Baader-Meinhof group, what most of the Americans called the Red Army faction, or just RAF, was the monster in the room no one could kill. The group had already claimed responsibility for bombings across West Germany, targeting U.S. installations, banks, corporations. Soldiers swapped rumors like they swapped cigarettes, that RAF cells had infiltrated every major German city, that American uniforms made you a moving target, that bombs could be planted in mailboxes, cars, even toys. No one knew what was true, and that was the point. Fear spreads faster than fact. BK stood watch at the gate that morning, M16 slung across his chest, eyes stinging from the cold. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, boots crunching against the gravel. The crisp wind should have cooled him, but sweat clung to his back beneath his fatigues. He scanned each car that rolled up, every driver's face, every flicker of movement in the rear seats. Corporal Anderson strolled past, his jaw tight. "Keep sharp, Davis. Don't care if you've only been here 2 weeks. Baader-Meinhof don't wait for rookies to catch up." BK nodded. "Roger that." He silently laughed at himself. Roger that. Still felt like some yodeling country song coming out of his mouth. Saying the phrase reminded him that the army might have his body, but it didn't own his soul like some of his fellow soldiers. Still, a tightness grew, an anxious knot that no amount of training could untangle. That night in the barracks, soldiers circled around a cheap cassette player blasting rock music. The smell of beer and cigarette smoke hung heavy in the air. BK listened from the edge, his long legs stretched on the bunk, a Bible open but unread on his lap. "I heard they kidnapped a damn industrialist once," Private Lasky said, eyes wide. "Held him in some hole underground for weeks, made him record propaganda. They shot him like he was nothing." Another chimed in. "Don't forget Frankfurt HQ. Blew out the windows for blocks." "They don't care who gets caught up in it," a third added. "Women, kids, don't matter. If you're standing near Americans, you're fair game." The words buzzed in BK's ears. He had read fragments in a wrinkled German paper earlier that day, stumbling through translations with the help of a dictionary. Students turned militants, radical dreams turned bombs. Part of him wanted to understand them. He knew what it felt like to rail against power you couldn't touch. But their way of speaking was fire and death, not song and light. The words buzzed in BK's ears. He had read fragments in a wrinkled German paper earlier that day, stumbling through translations with the help of a dictionary. Students turned militants, radical dreams turned bombs. Part of him wanted to understand them. He knew what it felt like to rail against power you couldn't touch. But their way of speaking was fire and death, not song and light. He closed the Bible and set it aside. Its words offered no comfort here. When he shut his eyes, all he saw were flames twisted into music notes, treble clefs and quarter rests rising like smoke. The next afternoon, BK's squad was sent into the city on foot patrol. Kaiserslautern's streets looked harmless enough. Cobblestone alleys winding between centuries-old stone buildings, cafes spilling out with Germans sipping dark beer, children darting past on bicycles. But under the surface, tension simmered. Some civilians glared at the soldiers as they passed. Others turned their faces away, pretending not to see. BK tried to focus on the rhythm of his boots against the stones. Left, right, like a metronome holding the world in order. A woman passed carrying a loaf of bread wrapped in brown paper. BK's eyes lingered. For a moment, he remembered his mother back in Iowa, her hands dusted with flour, singing gospel as she kneaded dough. The memory cut him soft inside, leaving him exposed. "Eyes forward, Davis," Anderson barked. BK snapped back into formation. Triple asterisks. The blast happened fast. A roar split the air, thunder without warning. The ground heaved, a wall of orange fire ripped skyward. The sound crushed BK's ears. rattled his teeth, sent pigeons screaming into the sky. "Down!" Anderson yelled. BK hit the ground, rolling behind a stone wall, his heart hammering. Dust clouded the street. Shards of glass rained down from shattered windows. Somewhere a child screamed. "Contact!" shouted Keating, his voice shaking. "Bum! Side street!" BK coughed, lungs burning, eyes watering. He blinked through the haze and then froze. A woman was walking through the smoke, tall, pale dress fluttering as if caught by an invisible breeze. Her movements were calm, deliberate, untouched by the chaos. The fire curled around her without burning. Glass fell, but never struck her. Tall, pale dress fluttering as if caught by an invisible breeze. Her movements were calm, deliberate, untouched by the chaos. The fire curled around her without burning. Glass fell, but never struck her. "Get out!" BK screamed, stumbling forward. His throat was raw. "Ma'am, move!" He tried to rush into the street, but Anderson's arm locked across his chest. "Davis, what the hell are you doing?" "The woman! We gotta get her out!" BK coughed, struggling against him. Anderson's face twisted in confusion. "What woman?" BK's eyes darted to the street. The figure was gone. Only smoke, debris, and bleeding civilians stumbling from the blast zone. "You didn't see her?" BK's voice cracked. "There's nobody there, Davis." Lasky's eyes were wide with something that looked like fear, but not at the bomb. At him. BK's chest heaved. He blinked again, but the truth wouldn't change. The woman had vanished. Hours later, back on base, BK sat on his bunk, trying to lace his boots. His fingers shook so hard, the laces slipped free. He wiped his forehead, but the sweat kept coming. Anderson sat across from him, stripping his rifle for cleaning. "You good, Davis?" BK swallowed. "Yeah, just adrenaline." But adrenaline didn't explain the cold that had settled into his bones. It didn't explain the vision, the woman who had looked directly at him while walking through fire. He pressed his palms together like prayer, but no words came. Instead, music swelled in his mind, sharp notes like shards of glass, chords that twisted instead of soothed. That night, the common room was louder than usual. The soldiers drank harder, laughed louder, strummed a beat-up guitar like they could drown out the day. "You froze up," Keating said to BK, grinning through his beer buzz. "Out there in the street, you looked like you'd seen a ghost." BK tensed. "I didn't freeze." "Then what the hell were you shouting about?" BK forced a laugh, but it came out brittle. "Maybe I did see a ghost." The room chuckled. The tension eased. But inside, BK knew he wasn't joking. "Anyway," Keating said, leaning forward, "forget that. Tomorrow's Saturday. We're hitting a house party off base. Germans, Americans, music, beer. You coming?" BK hesitated. Parties weren't his scene. He preferred the quiet of a piano, the safety of song. "Yeah, come on," another soldier added. "You could use it. Forget about Bader Meinhof for one night." BK nodded slowly. "Maybe." But he knew he wouldn't forget. Not tonight. Not ever. When the barracks finally went quiet, BK stretched out on his bunk. Sleep came quickly, but peace did not. He dreamed of the woman again. This time she stood in an Iowa cornfield, the sky burning red. Behind her rose a piano, its keys glowing like embers. She lifted her hand, and the corn bowed as though in worship. "Why me?" BK whispered in the dream. Her answer was music, a single thunderous note that rippled through the stalks, bent them low, pressed BK to his knees. He woke, gasping, drenched in sweat, the sheets twisted tight around him. Outside, a church bell tolled midnight. BK sat upright on his bunk, his hands trembling. The barracks were quiet, but his mind buzzed like the moment before a storm. Tomorrow he would walk into that house party, laugh with his squad, maybe even dance. He would pretend to be ordinary, but tonight in the silence, he knew the truth. He had seen something no one else had, and whatever it wasn't finished with him. Chapter 6. Strange Harmonies. The rusty green Opel Kadett rumbled through the dark streets of Kaiserslautern, its headlights cutting weak cones against the mist. BK sat in the back seat, knees drawn close, feeling every bump of the cobblestone roads. The car smelled of stale cigarettes and spilled beer. Its floor was littered with ration wrappers. Beside him, Private First Class Danvers drummed his fingers against the door panel, humming a Leonard Skinner tune slightly off-key. Up front, Corporal Hatch drove with the nonchalant recklessness of a man who believed German roads were built for speed and American soldiers. BK didn't know these guys well. They weren't in his immediate squad, but they'd spotted him in the day room and thrown him the casual invite. "House party in town, man. There are some local girls coming. You in?" The tone hadn't been unfriendly. Not exactly. But something about the way they watched him when they asked, as if daring him to decline, made BK nod. And so here he was, squeezed into a car with men whose laughter came too loud and whose music preferences left him on the outside looking in. The neighborhood they pulled into felt different from the base-adjacent taverns and cafes he'd come to know. These houses were squat, cement-faced buildings with narrow yards. Some windows glowed faintly yellow, curtains drawn. Others were dark, shuttered. The Opel stopped in front of a duplex where bass already thumped faintly through the walls. Inside, the air was a haze of cigarette smoke and cheap cologne. Music blasted from a boombox in the corner, some strange blend of hard rock and German synth pop. Its rhythms were jagged compared to the gospel or soul that lived in BK's bones. The crowd was mostly white soldiers in various stages of intoxication, their laughter ricocheting off plaster walls. A few German women were scattered among them, blonde hair catching in the dim light, their accents thick as they spoke broken English. "BK, my man!" Hatch clapped him on the shoulder with a force meant to signal camaraderie, but landing more like ownership. "Grab a beer. Relax. You're too stiff." BK managed a half smile and drifted toward the makeshift bar, a folding table stacked with green bottles and plastic cups. He poured himself a soda instead of beer, the fizz reminding him of his youth back in Iowa attending church picnics where soda was a rare treat. The music grated at his ears, chords clashing like metal grinding on stone. He wanted to slip out to find a piano, any piano, to reset his spirit, but leaving would mark him. And so he stayed. At first, the undercurrent was subtle. "Hey, Davis," Danvers called across the room, a bottle dangling from his fingers. "You play piano, right? Bet you're good at that boogie-woogie stuff." He said it with a grin, but the room shifted, the collective attention leaning toward BK as if waiting for confirmation. BK sipped his soda, nodding once. "I play all kinds." "Gospel, huh?" Another soldier piped in. "Man, I bet you get the church ladies screaming." Laughter rippled, not cruel exactly, but edged with something that marked him as novelty. "Gospel, huh?" Another soldier piped in. "Man, I bet you get the church ladies screaming." Laughter rippled, not cruel exactly, but edged with something that marked him as novelty. One of the German women approached, her blonde hair piled high, perfume heavy. She tilted her head, eyes curious. "You sing too?" Her accent rapped the words strangely. "Yeah," BK said softly. "Sing something," Danvers shouted. The call was picked up like a chant. "Sing, sing, sing." Each syllable seemed to mock him. Maybe this was adulthood. Maybe the palpable love and respect he had from his friends when they talked about his music wasn't the world's norm. He thought near strangers cared less about music and more about ridiculing him. BK's chest tightened. He thought of his father's church, of Sundays where his voice had to carry spirit through cracked walls. He thought of Sister Adeline whispering he was touched by something ancient. But this wasn't the place to spill that kind of truth. So he smiled thinly and shook his head. Not tonight. A wave of mock groans, exaggerated disappointment. One soldier muttered, Guess he's too good for us. Another chimed in, nah, just saving it for Carnegie Hall. Laughter again, but not with him. At him. Later, outside on the small balcony, the cold air wrapped around him like a blessing. He leaned against the rail, looking out at the German night. Quiet streets, the faint silhouette of a church spire in the distance. His mind wandered to Iowa, to cornfields and gospel choirs. He thought of Marvin Gaye's records, of Ahmad Jamal's piano lines, each note precise and alive. Behind him the party surged on. Through the thin wall the music shifted, a CDC now, guitars shrieking like angry birds. The voices of the party were louder, drunker, meaner. Two soldiers stumbled onto the balcony, bottles clinking. They barely noticed BK at first, caught up in their own banter. Hell of a deployment, one said. Better than Fort Hood, anyway. Yeah, but you know command's cracking down after that bombing. It's crazy everywhere. Their words faded, replaced by a new voice, casual but cutting. Still wild they let Davis roll with us. Didn't think they'd mix us up so much overseas. The other chuckled, not denying, just letting the thought hang. BK froze, hand tightening around the balcony rail. They didn't look at him directly, didn't raise their voices, but he felt it, sharp as any insult. He wasn't supposed to hear, but he had. BK froze, hand tightening around the balcony rail. They didn't look at him directly, didn't raise their voices, but he felt it, sharp as any insult. He wasn't supposed to hear, but he had. A lifetime of church choirs and playground fights told him not to react. He stayed still, let the night swallow the sting. Yet inside, a note trembled, threatening to break free. The note that had once shattered a wooden cross back in Iowa. The note that carried power too raw for careless release. Back inside, the party grew rowdy. Someone knocked over the boombox, sending the cassette warbling before Hatch righted it, shouting for more beer. The German women laughed high and sharp, drawn to the spectacle of uniforms and rough edges. BK stayed near the wall, watching. He felt invisible and exposed all at once. The rhythm in his bones didn't match the beat around him. One woman drifted toward him again. Her perfume was stronger now, her eyes glassy. Dance? She asked, swaying slightly. BK hesitated, then offered his hand. On the floor, they moved awkwardly to the jagged music, her body pressing close while his stayed a measured distance away, cautious. Around them, soldiers whooped and clapped, some whispering jokes he couldn't hear but could feel. The song ended abruptly, replaced by another wall of sound. BK stepped back, excused himself. He found the bathroom, shut the door, and sat on the edge of the tub. His reflection in the mirror looked tired, older than his years. Sweat clung to his temples, though the room was cool. In the silence, he swore he heard it again, faint piano chords drifting from nowhere, gentle, insistent, a song only he could hear. It was the same call he'd felt as a child when the piano rose from the cornfield in his dream. The same fire that had made a cross split in two beneath his voice. It whispered now, reminding him, "You are not theirs to define. Your music is your map." BK pressed his palms together, fingers twitching as if already on keys. He stayed like that for a long time, the chaos of the party muffled behind the door, the ancient song threading its way through him. He'd been holding a warm glass of Krombacher in his hand for what seemed like eternity before he went to the bathroom. He'd sat it down on a counter. When he finally left the bathroom, the house felt different. The lights were harsher, the laughter emptier, the music grated louder. He moved through the crowd unnoticed, a shadow among revelers. He found his Krombacher and chugged it greedily in appreciation of its silence and sincerity. It was his beer, and he rewarded its loyalty with an internal embrace. Still a teenager, he needed a soda chaser for the strong German beer. He grabbed an orange and sprudel for himself, took a sip, and sat the cup down to dance. He surprised himself with how long he remained on the dance floor. The party had turned into a three-dog night song for him. Mama told me not to come, but just moving around loosened him up enough to begin to feel vaguely normal. My soda. was his first thought off the dance floor. When he found it, the surface fizz had gone flat, bubbles spent. He drank anyway, thirsty from the heat of the room. At first it was nothing, just syrupy sweetness, the familiar tang. But within minutes, the edges of the party began to tilt. The music no longer clashed, it merged. Guitar shrieks melted into metallic laughter, and the German woman's perfume stretched through the air in colored ribbons. The walls seemed closer, pressing in. Faces turned toward him and then away, mouths moving in slow, uncanny rhythm. Did they touch my drink? The thought struck hard. Not a question, a certainty. He looked across the room, Danvers whispering in Hatch's ear, both glancing his way. Their smiles flickered too fast, disappearing the moment he focused on them. His heart began to race, each beat booming like a bass drum. He tried to breathe slowly, but the air felt thick, syrupy, crawling down his throat. The boombox snapped to a new track, some jagged German synth, but BK didn't hear music anymore. He heard keys. Black and white, cascading, impossible. Notes stacked themselves in the air like gossamer bricks, aerogel walls rising around him. He stumbled back, knocking into a chair. The room hushed for half a second, then swelled again in laughter and chatter. Nobody asked if he was all right. Nobody moved to help. They know. He could feel it, pulsing behind their words, their glances. He was entertainment at best, threat at worst. The foreigner in uniform, tolerated but not trusted. The ceiling spun. Light fixtures pulsed like beating hearts. The German woman reappeared, her eyes too wide, smile stretched unnaturally. Dance, she whispered again, but her voice was slowed down, warped like a record dragging. No, BK said, but it came out thick like he was speaking underwater. The piano swelled louder. Not from the boombox, not from any corner of the room, inside him. A relentless scale, climbing and climbing until it threatened to burst out of his throat. He pressed a hand to his sternum. Sure, the others could hear it too. The soldiers' voices braided into a single murmur. Sing, 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 mocking, demanding. BK shoved his way through the crowd, each body stretching grotesquely as he brushed past. The hallway seemed miles long, the bathroom door at its end, glowing faint blue like an altar. He slammed it behind him and collapsed against the tub. The mirror fractured into 4, then 6, then countless reflections, each one his face but not his face, some older, some childlike, some shadowed by things he didn't yet understand. They all mouthed the same words. Don't drink what they give you. Play your own song. His hands twitched violently, fingers moving as if over invisible keys. Sweat poured down his neck, soaking his collar. He thought he might scream. Instead, a single hum escaped him. Low, resonant. The walls trembled in response. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the rush ebbed. The sweat cooled on his skin. The faces in the mirror fused back into one, wan and shaken. The bathroom was just a bathroom again. But BK knew something had changed. Whether the drink was spiked or the music inside him had staged its own rebellion, he couldn't say. Only this, the party was no longer safe. BK pushed through the party like a man pushing against a riptide. The music seemed to lunge at him from every direction, musical notes colliding in ways that couldn't possibly be right. Conversations cracked into nonsense syllables. He caught fragments. Brother, jungle. Don't mind him, he's cool. But the words carried jagged edges. Then the cold air struck him, and he staggered down the front steps, boots too heavy for the stone walkway. His breath clouded in the night. He walked fast, then faster, as though outrunning what he'd left behind. The night was cold. The mist was heavy. He slowed his walk down the street. His hands were deep in his pockets, the faint sound of invisible keys tinkling, trailing behind him like a secret no party could drown. Chapter 7. Détails and the Long Walk Home. His hands shook, his gut churned, his throat still burned with the phantom taste of whatever had been slipped in his drink. He whispered to himself, they tried to break me. The cobblestones answered with silence. Each step of the way he replayed the night, the way the bottles had been pressed into his hands, the laughter that followed when he turned away, the way the mirror had shattered into too many faces. Had it even happened, or had it all been in his head? He rubbed his temples hard as though he could squeeze clarity back into his skull. If they had drugged him, if that was the Army's welcome to manhood, what did it mean? That he was just entertainment? That his trust was a game? BK thought of his mother's prayers, his father's Bible, the hymns sung until the rafters shook. What had all that discipline, all that work bought him? A night in a stranger's house where his body became a receptacle for someone else's cruelty. He whispered, "I worked too damn hard for this." He remembered the piano rising from the Iowa cornfield in his dream years ago. Music had always been the sanctuary, the one place where the rules bent toward beauty. He had imagined the world beyond Davenport would be more of that, harder, yes, but richer, grander. Instead, here he was, stumbling through foreign streets, drugged, lost, shaking like a child. Hadn't he wanted this? To get away from safety, from the pews, from the suffocating certainty of his parents' world? He had worked and worked to carve his escape, and now, staring at shadowed houses that all looked the same, he wondered, escape to what purpose? A welcome to adulthood that was cold, heartless, cruel, random. The glow of a cigarette lit the darkness. A woman leaned in a doorway, robe loose, hair a soft halo in the lamplight. "Solda," she said, smoke curling from her lips. BK froze. "You are lost?" Her voice cut through the fog in his head. The German syllables bent into English with ease. Her eyes fixed on him, not unkind, not mocking. "Come inside," she said simply, gesturing. "Warm." BK hesitated. He should turn, keep walking toward base, find safety, but the word safe felt like a lie now. He stepped forward. Detace. Her apartment was alive with clutter and color, books stacked high, records leaning, incense drifting, the opposite of the sterile barracks. Her apartment was alive with clutter and color, books stacked high, records leaning, incense drifting, the opposite of the sterile barracks. "BK," he told her when she asked his name. "Detaeus," she replied, and the syllables hummed, Detaeus. She poured him schnapps, slid the glass across the table. He held it, but didn't drink. His nerves screamed not to trust another liquid. Her eyes went to his hands, tracing their lines with her own. "Musiker," she said, not a question. "Yes." "You do not have soldier hands, too alive." Something in him wanted to cry at those words. The kiss was like every kiss with strangers, sudden, her warmth pulling him forward. He let himself fall into it, because falling into her was better than falling back into the night. Her robe loosened, his shirt lifted. The world narrowed to breath and skin. It wasn't tenderness. It was insistence. Stay here. Feel this. Be alive in this moment. He moved with her, body obeying, even as his mind reeled. Was this rescue or another trap? Was she real at all? Her moan answered, grounding him in the undeniable flesh of her. They lay tangled, her head on his chest. The hum in him had softened, but not gone. "You are far from home," she said. "Yes." "You dream too much." Maybe she was right. Maybe all of this, her, the party, Germany itself, was a dream he'd never wake from. She lifted herself, her eyes piercing. "Do not let them take your music, not the army, not anyone." The words landed heavy. They echoed the churchwoman from years ago, as though all the women of his life had convened in secret to remind him music was his truth. But when Detaeus slept, BK lay awake. His mind churned. He saw the faces in the mirror, heard the laughter in the party, the glass he'd left behind. He obsessed. Had they laughed at him? Had they filmed him? Had they slipped something into his drink just to watch him stumble, the black kid losing his grip in a German bathroom? He saw himself from outside, sweating, muttering, eyes darting, broken. Maybe I lost my mind tonight, he whispered. Détey stirred but didn't wake. If this was manhood, then manhood was cruel. He had run screaming away safety only to land in a world far colder than he'd imagined. He thought adulthood meant freedom. Instead, it felt like exile. At dawn, BK rose quietly. Détey murmured something in her sleep, but he didn't linger. The stairwell groaned under his boots. Outside, the cobblestones glistened with dew. He walked, heavy with exhaustion, heavier with doubt. Every step toward base felt like trudging deeper into a fog. The army would not care about his night. The soldiers would not remember, but he would. He whispered into the empty street, "What did I leave home for?" The question had no answer. The gate loomed at last. The MP nodded him through. BK returned to his bunk, body collapsing but mind restless. Détey's face lingered. So did the laughter, the mirror, the hum. Nothing was safe, not anymore. Chapter 8. Notes between two women. The morning after, BK woke restless, knotted up in his own sheets like he'd fought them through the night. He lay there, staring at the metal bunk above him, listening to the faint hum of the bass stirring alive. His mouth tasted metallic, his temples throbbed, and his shirt still carried a trace of Détey's, faint perfume maybe, or just the warmth of her skin that had imprinted into the cotton. On the nightstand was a letter. He had unfolded it 3 times already, though it had only arrived yesterday. Gail Williams, neat penmanship in blue ink. She wrote like she talked, sharp, funny, tender, in places she didn't even know were tender. She told him about the church picnic, about the garden her mama was trying to keep alive in the summer drought, about a sermon that reminded her of him. And then the line that had snared him. I feel closer to you when I sit with this paper than when I sat next to you on the bleachers. Strange, right? Maybe distance burns the clutter away and all that's left is the real thing. He had read that 3 times. Each time it hit harder. The irony burned. She was thousands of miles away in Iowa, but he felt a deeper intimacy with her through ink than he had with Détey, with her lips at his throat. A letter was more real than a body. A voice remembered was more piercing than a hand pressed into his cheek. He sat on the edge of the bunk, letter trembling slightly in his hand, and whispered to himself, "Strange doesn't even cover it." But as soon as he closed his eyes, something twisted. Gail's voice, her warm laughter, echoed inside him, but not with its usual lightness. Instead, it came back jagged, harsh, almost mocking. The memory of her leaning against the church steps back home, head thrown back in easy joy, was scored with an angry horn riff, harsh like a trumpet blasted in rage. He opened his eyes, heart pounding. It wasn't the first time. Since the party, since that drink, his mind had been calling up the wrong mental soundtracks. Memories weren't replaying straight anymore. They came back with the wrong music, the wrong tone, as if someone else were splicing sound over his film reel. He remembered the day his father whipped him nearly bloody with a belt, his small body curling against the pain, and yet the memory arrived bright, upbeat, scored with laughter, as if it were some celebratory parade. He remembered his mama's soft hands rubbing his back when he was sick, but the playback came cold, like a dirge, hollow piano keys echoing in the dark. He pressed his palms into his eyes. "Something's broken in me," he whispered. The jazz in him, that instinct for rhythm, for knowing when a note was true, was showing him his own mind was out of tune. He wasn't imagining it. He was being scored wrong, and the dissonance shook him more than any punch ever had. He thought back to Mickey Sisk, the neighborhood clown. Mickey was sharp-mouthed and cruel, and never missed a chance to jab at anyone nearby about their mama. And eventually, it was BK's turn. He was in middle school at the time. BK had swung at Mickey's first ma. No hesitation. It was a pure brawler's instinct. He'd felt his fists connect, felt the sting on his knuckles, and only afterward felt the shame. That was his primal scream self. but music had cooled him since then. Now when he replayed that same insult, the memory shifted. Mickey's voice was still cutting, but the soundtrack wasn't rage. It was a soft sax line, slow and almost detached, a cool observation instead of a heated fight. BK realized that was what jazz had done for him, given him the distance to step back, to transform rage into improvisation, hot as hell, but controlled. Only now, that same coolness felt like it was betraying him. He wasn't just cooling rage, he was mishearing joy, misplaying grief. His own history was shifting keys without his permission. He wasn't sure who he was anymore. Needing air, he pulled on his jacket and left the barracks. Kaiserslautern looked different by day. The night before it had been a haze of alleys and smoke, faces melting in and out of shadows. Now the streets bustled with bakers setting out bread that smelled of yeast and butter, children tugging at their mothers' skirts, trams clattering past with commuters pressed into glass windows. The city was ordinary in a way that unsettled him. Kaiserslautern looked different by day. The night before, it had been a haze of alleys and smoke, faces melting in and out of shadows. Now the streets bustled with bakers setting out bread that smelled of yeast and butter, children tugging at their mothers' skirts, trams clattering past with commuters pressed into glass windows. The city was ordinary in a way that unsettled him. He walked, trying to steady himself in the rhythm of footsteps on cobblestones. Each sound came like a metronome, click, click, click. He counted measures in his head, trying to impose order on a mind that wanted to slip into chaos. Still, the playbacks came wrong. A child's laughter at a corner, he heard it as a cry. A vendor's scold, he heard it as a song. By the time he stopped, he realized he was standing in front of the street where Déteste lived. His chest tightened. He hadn't meant to come here. His boots had carried him like they remembered the way for him. He stared at the door, at the curtains drawn just as they'd been before, and felt both dread and desire coil together in his gut. He raised a hand and knocked. Déteste opened the door almost immediately. She looked as if she had been expecting him. Her hair was pulled back loosely, her blouse plain, but her eyes held the same unreadable calm. "I knew you would come," she said. He hesitated. I just came to thank you." She smiled, faint and knowing. Nobody walks this far just to say danke. He stepped inside, though he told himself he shouldn't. The apartment smelled of coffee and wood polish. She closed the door behind him softly, like she was closing a curtain. "You don't belong at that base," she said, pouring coffee into 2 cups. "You're too restless." "I belong where they put me," he muttered. "No," she said, setting a cup in front of him. "You belong where your music is. Play it, or it will turn against you." Her words landed too close. He stared into the coffee, seeing the liquid ripple like a record groove, spinning his thoughts out of order. "Why'd you help me last night?" he asked. Déteste tilted her head. "Because you looked like a man about to break, and I have seen enough broken men." They sat in silence. BK felt the weight of her gaze, the pull of her calm. He wanted to lean into it, and at the same time he wanted to run. Back at base that night, he lay awake, Gail's letter open on his chest. He traced her handwriting with his finger, each loop and line a tether pulling him home. But Déteste's voice echoed too, cool and insistent. "Play it, or it will turn against you." Back at base that night, he lay awake, Gail's letter open on his chest. He traced her handwriting with his finger, each loop and line a tether pulling him home. But Déteste's voice echoed too, cool and insistent. "Play it, or it will turn against you." 2 women, one across an ocean, one across a city, both in his head, both pulling him in different directions. He hummed softly into the darkness, a tune jagged and sweet at once, notes bending where they shouldn't. The wrong playback was worsening, and he knew it. But music was the only way he could hold the contradictions without shattering completely. And so he hummed low and steady, as if he could stitch himself together with sound. Later that night, after spending a naked afternoon with Déteste, BK lay back down with Gail's letter pressed to his chest, but sleep didn't come. Every time he shut his eyes, the wrong playbacks looped like bad tapes. His high school graduation, a proud day, his mama crying happy tears, replayed now with a grinding bass line, all menace and foreboding, as if danger had been lurking even in that gymnasium filled with folding chairs. Or the night of his first kiss, beneath the bleachers, nervous and electric, the memory used to carry the shimmer of strings, soft and rising. But now when he replayed it, the soundtrack was sharp, percussive, almost mocking, like a drummer intentionally playing off time to ruin a song. It was as though someone had shuffled his records and dropped the needle at random. What should have been tender came back cruel. What should have been frightening came back celebratory. His mind was riffing on him, improvising in ways he hadn't chosen. And it frightened him, because jazz was supposed to free him, not fracture him. He thought of Gail again, her careful words on the page. The irony gnawed at him. Every letter she sent pulled him closer, made him feel like he could hear her voice more clearly than the women who brushed past him in crowded German streets. She was long distance, yet she felt immediate. Details was immediate, yet she felt like a dream, half real, already slipping through his fingers. God, he muttered to the dark, what am I doing? The next afternoon, unable to stand the barracks another minute, BK walked Kaiserslautern again. He drifted without direction, the city revealing itself in daylight as something he might almost love. The bakeries with their warm windows, the rhythm of tram bells, children skipping ropes with rhymes he couldn't understand. But even these ordinary sights played tricks on him. A girl's giggle in the street turned his stomach because it arrived inside his head as a cruel cackle. An old man's shout to a neighbor carried not friendliness but threat. The world's soundtrack was refusing to line up. He ducked into a narrow side street, boots scuffing against cobblestones. He told himself he wasn't looking for details, yet he knew the turns, knew the slope of the alley, the painted shutters. His feet carried him there like a tune he couldn't get out of his head. When he reached her door, he stood frozen, fist half raised. He could leave. He could turn back now, walk until the bass swallowed him up again. He could leave. He could turn back now, walk until the bass swallowed him up again. But then the door opened before he'd even knocked. Detays stood there, calm as ever, as though she had known he would come again. I was making coffee, she said. You'll sit? BK followed her inside. The room was plain but carried a warmth he hadn't noticed before. A vase of tulips, a worn rug, a photograph on the mantel of two children, perhaps siblings or cousins. The smell of roasted coffee beans filled the air. She poured without asking and set a cup before him. He wrapped his hands around it, needing the heat. You look worse today, she said softly. BK gave a short laugh. You don't pull your punches, do you? I tell the truth, she replied. And truth is, your eyes are elsewhere, like you are living two lives at once. Her words startled him. He thought of Gail's letter folded in his pocket, close against his thigh. He thought of the fractured playbacks, the double soundtrack in his head. Maybe I am, he admitted. Detaeus sipped her coffee, watching him over the rim. So you came back here for which life? The one with her, or the one with me? He couldn't answer. The question itself made his chest tighten. Déjà vu. Hours later, back at base, he sat alone in the barracks, again with Gail's letter spread out on his cot after sleeping with Detaeus. Around him, other soldiers played cards, swapped cigarettes, told jokes. The room buzzed with ordinary noise, but BK heard only the dissonant hum inside his skull. He traced Gail's words again, her careful script, steady as always. You belong to more than just this army. Don't forget the music. Don't forget yourself. It was uncanny. Detaeus had said almost the same thing. Two women, one across an ocean, one across a city, both naming the same wound, both telling him to play before the silence consumed him. He hummed then, softly, almost unconsciously, Notes tumbled out in strange combinations. Sweet, jagged, wrong, but somehow right. The other soldiers laughed at something across the room, but BK barely heard them. His hum was a thread, stitching him to himself, keeping him from unraveling. And though the playback was off, though the soundtracks in his head kept misfiring, he felt a strange steadiness in the act of humming, as though music, even broken, was the only way to survive. Chapter 9. Wild Boars and Red Shadows. The gate guards didn't ask questions they couldn't put into words, but their silence had teeth. Déthéis stood in her plain blouse and dark skirt, hair pulled back, a small purse dangling from her shoulder, looking more like a secretary than someone who would turn heads. But turn heads she did. "Who are you here for, ma'am?" one guard asked, his southern accent wrapping around the syllables like a warning. "Private Davis, Byron Davis," she replied, each word clipped, certain. The guards exchanged a glance, a flicker of hesitation between them. White woman, black soldier. They didn't say it, but it hung in the air like cordite after a shot. One guard's brows lifted, silently asking, "Are you sure?" BK stepped forward before they could stew further. "She's with me." The guards let them pass, but BK could feel the long stare at his back, like bayonets leveled between his shoulder blades. Déthéis didn't flinch. When they cleared the checkpoint, she glanced at him, her voice even. "Your America follows you everywhere." He gave a short, bitter laugh. "Even when I'm trying to outrun it." This was Déthéis's mysterious promise. Last week, half naked in the kitchen, she vowed he would meet a mysterious woman who showed up out of the blue, and that woman would take him to strange new places. "So, mysterious woman, where are we going?" She looked at him like the answer was obvious. "To see the world. You are not only a soldier, Nain, not only a conqueror at the edge of a savage settlement. You are a man, a human being. You must look, or else—" She tapped his chest lightly. "You die inside." They went for a hike in Wild Park, Betzenberg, a haven for wildlife. Deer, mouflon sheep, and all manner of wildlife ran free in its verdant expanses. She was right about the strange new world. For BK, Wild Park Betzenberg was a different universe entirely. The air smelled of pine needles and damp earth, green shadows moving with the wind. Gravel paths crunched underfoot. Deer grazed in enclosures that looked more like open forest. Children squealed and pointed at mouflon sheep clambering across rocks. She was right about the strange new world. For BK, Wild Park Betzenberg was a different universe entirely. The air smelled of pine needles and damp earth, green shadows moving with the wind. Gravel paths crunched underfoot. Deer grazed in enclosures that looked more like open forest. Children squealed and pointed at mouflon sheep clambering across rocks. Déthéis led BK down a narrower path, one less traveled, until they reached a clearing. A family of wild boars rooted noisily in the underbrush. The mother, heavy and bristled, tusks curved and white as bone, kept her piglets close, her stance wide and protective. BK stared, unmoored for a moment. Something about her stillness, her readiness to defend, pulled him back to his own mother, how she had stood guard with nothing but willpower, shielding him from a world always ready to devour boys like him. Déthéis watched him. They live close to us, but also apart, not tamed, not free, always between. The words lodged in his chest. He knew she wasn't talking about just the boars. They spent 3 sun-dappled hours communicating in English, German, and pantomime. As the night moved in, Déthéis declared that it was time they partake of some nightlife. And, since it was his first time, there could be only one destination. By the time they reached Saint-Martin-Platz, the square glowed gold with late sunlight. Cafes spilled tables onto cobblestones, wine glasses catching the last light. A fountain burbled in the center, children circling it like planets around a sun. The church tower stood tall, shadow stretching across the square, bells silent but heavy with centuries. The taste tugged him toward a dance hall tucked just off the main square. The inside smelled of smoke and cheap beer, the lights dim and tinted with red. Couples moved close together, swaying more than dancing. From the speakers, German singer Roland Kaiser's voice boomed, lush and velvet. Santa Maria, Insel, die aus Träumen geboren. Detays extended her hand. He hesitated only long enough to curse himself for hesitating, then took it. She stepped close, pressing into his chest, and they began to move. BK knew enough German to fumble the lyrics, but he tried anyway, whispering them low against her ear. Santa Maria, Insel, die aus Träumen geboren. Detays laughed softly, her cheek brushing his. Your accent, she murmured, but she didn't pull away. Fucking terrible. The song swelled, all strings and longing, and BK felt it drag him into its current. He pressed his forehead to hers and sang the next line, broken but sincere, Ich habe meine Sinne verloren. For a moment, Gale's letters vanished, the barracks vanished. Even his shattered playbacks went quiet. It was only music, only this woman in his arms, only a song that carried him someplace he didn't have words for. For a moment, Gale's letters vanished, the barracks vanished, even his shattered playbacks went quiet. It was only music, only this woman in his arms, only a song that carried him someplace he didn't have words for. But still, there were edges of himself breaking away. Halfway through the next song, something inside him jittered loose. His chest felt tight, and he excused himself. I need the restroom, he muttered. He pushed into the bathroom, harsh light buzzing overhead. The stalls were chipped and stained, graffiti crawling across the doors in languages he only half understood. He locked himself in, sat on the toilet, then slid to his knees. He placed his palms flat on the toilet seat like it was a keyboard. Bass clef, left hand, treble clef, right, he whispered. Bass clef, left hand, treble clef, right. The thump of his fast, heavy fingers sounded like a stampede of miniature horses on a porcelain plain. He couldn't stop. The thumping centered him, kept him from losing himself. His fingers moved, playing notes no one but he could hear, but his whole body swayed with the rhythm only he knew. And then, outside the stall, a hum, a counterpoint. Low, steady, familiar. The very tune he and Detaeus had just danced to. BK froze. The hair on his arms rose. He pressed his forehead against the cool, closed toilet lid, muttering the clefs again like a spell, like maybe it could ward off whatever shadow stood out there. Without using his eyes, BK knew the shadow was red, red as an autumn apple, as red as bleeding fingers. The bathroom door opened just as BK was deciding whether to fight the shadow or surrender to it. Multiple pairs of boots scuffed the filthy tile floor. A group of German men entered, voices low, joking, laughing. They paused, hearing the strange music of his muttering, his fingers tapping the porcelain rim. One voice, concerned, "Hey man, get us, dear gut." Another softer, "Bist du krank?" BK held his breath, refusing to answer, fingers still moving. They waited a moment. BK imagined their heads cocked, straining to hear his silence. Then he heard multiple pairs of pants being unzipped and a chorus of liquid streams. Urinals flushed. Water ran. Their boots scuffed out and the door closed. The silence that followed was absolute. And then BK burst out, too late, too loud. "I'm all right! I'm all right!" His voice ricocheted off the tiles, sounding more desperate than he wanted. He sat still until his pulse slowed. Finally, he splashed cold water on his face at the sink, watching his own reflection ripple in the cracked mirror. He straightened his shirt, wiped his palms dry, and walked back out into the red glow of the hall. Detaeus was waiting, her expression unreadable. "Better?" she asked simply. BK nodded, though the hum of Santa Maria still vibrated in his bones. Later, at her flat, their intimacy unfolded like a slow-burning song. She kissed him, deliberately, as though each gesture had a tempo. Their bodies found rhythm together, improvising. They were a pair of carnal jazz musicians, listening, adjusting, answering. Afterwards, she lay against him, her breath steady, her hand resting on his chest. Then she turned, looked him in the eyes, and spoke. "You should know. I am not jealous of Gale. 9. Once a boy has seen the world, he does not go back to the farm." Her words landed as both comfort and warning. When she slipped into the kitchen to prepare food, BK stayed behind, restless. His gaze drifted across her shelves, books, a few records, a folder sticking out at an angle. He pulled it free. Inside, newspaper clippings, faces half-shadowed with black bars, headlines blaring Bader Meinhof in bold, photographs of masked figures, one face circled in red, his chest constricted. The hum from the bathroom came back, louder now. "Do you like Kartoffelsuppe?" Details called from the kitchen. "I make it how my mother taught me." BK slid the folder back, forcing his breath even. He rushed to the bathroom, washed his face in the sink twice before returning. When Detaeus re-entered with steaming bowls, she smiled as though nothing had shifted. But BK knew something had. And the wrong playback rose again. The love song became a dirge. The softness of her hand became something sharp-edged. And the wrong playback rose again. The love song became a dirge. The softness of her hand became something sharp-edged. He sat across from her, spoon in hand, and wondered how much of the music in his head was real and how much belonged to someone else. Chapter 10. The Recruiter's Song. Detaeus didn't hide it anymore. The folder was spread open on her coffee table when BK arrived, as though it had been waiting for him. News clippings, photographs, faces half obscured by grain and shadow. Headlines in jagged German he couldn't fully translate but knew the meaning of anyway. Bader, Enslin, Meinhof. She sat cross-legged on the rug, her blouse slightly rumpled, a cigarette balanced between her fingers. The ember glowed red when she pulled. It cast small eruptions of light across her face. BK lowered himself onto the couch, eyes shifting from her to the spread of paper. Detaeus exhaled. Smoke ribboned upward, diffusing in the warm air of her flat. She looked at him with that steady gaze, as if judging whether he was the right instrument for her song. "America treats its black citizens terribly," she said bluntly, without prelude. BK didn't answer. "You know this," she pressed. "You live this. What do you really owe them? They are not loyal to you. They have never been." Her words dropped like stones on a frozen lake, each one cracking the surface a little more. BK thought of his mama working herself to the bone, raising children with no help from the state that kept taking from her. He thought of Mickey Sisk's jokes about jungle bunnies, the laughter that rippled through the block whenever Mickey said it. He thought of Gail's letters, filled with love but written from a distance that felt wider than the Atlantic. Detaeus leaned forward, resting her forearms on her knees. "You are a musician. Musicians move in wide circles. They hear things. They see things. They are invited into places soldiers are not. You could find out much for me, for us, not dangerous for you, only listening, only passing along, like notes in a song." She lifted the cigarette, flicked ash into the tray shaped like a bird's wing. "Troop movements, schedules, plans, who's moving where, small things, background noise to the army, but to us, music." BK's chest tightened. His body stayed still, but inside something clashed. "You want me to spy," he said. The word hung in the air, blunt and ugly. Detaeus tilted her head. "Spy? That is such an American word. I want you to be useful. More than a soldier, more than a man on the edge of savage camp. You can be a bridge. You can matter." Black stared at her, pulse loud in his ears. Was all this? He gestured at the apartment, the bed still mussed from their bodies, the folder on the table. "Business." She didn't flinch, didn't offer him a lie's mercy. Everything is business, she said, but that does not make it less real. Her honesty cut deeper than deceit could have. She reached across the table, touched his hand. Her fingers were warm, firm, not pleading but commanding. Think about it. Let me know. The air in the flat felt thin, oxygen siphoned off. BK swallowed, but his throat remained dry. He left her building and walked alone through Kaiserslautern's night streets, lamps flickering weak halos. The cobblestones felt unsteady under his boots, as though the city itself tilted beneath him. What do I owe them? The question tunneled into him. He thought of the party, the drink he'd stepped away from and come back to, the sudden tilt of the world, the bathroom where mirrors had fractured into multiple faces. Since then, his mind had been scrambled, his memories wrong-footed, happy recollections arriving with angry soundtracks, funeral memories overlaid with joyous horns. He was living in remixes of himself. He was sure now somebody had drugged him. Why else would he be considering this? But who had done it and why? The next day after his duty, BK drifted through the barracks corridors like a man lost in his own house. He couldn't stay still, couldn't sit in the mess hall with the chatter of voices that felt a beat too fast. His body carried him toward the practice rooms. He opened a door to a dark chamber. A single upright piano waited, lid closed, the faint smell of dust hovering like an old hymn. He lifted the lid. Keys gleamed faintly, cool under his fingers. No warm-up, no scales, no testing chords. He began at once. No warm-up, no scales, no testing chords. He began at once. Stevie Wonder's All Is Fair in Love. The first notes swelled, resonant, filling the room's cinder-block belly. Love's a crazy game. BK's baritone rolled out heavier, richer than he'd expected, deep enough to shake his ribs. Two people vow to stay in love as one, they say. His foot pressed the pedal and the chords lengthened like shadows at dusk. But all is changed with time, the future none can see. And then it happened. The room thickened, shadows swelled, at first just echoes of his voice, then bodies rising from the darkness like smoke made flesh. They came one by one, Gail first, her hands clasping letters against her chest, smiling at him with a tenderness that hurt. Then Bobby and Kevin, his brothers, jostling, grinning, fists raised in mock fights. Demita followed, her eyes fierce, protective, daring the world to hurt her family. Malik, his boyhood friend, laughing with the sound of dice hitting pavement. Mother Rose, her hands cracked but warm, brushing his shoulders the way she always did before church. And then the Reverend, Father. He stepped last, slow, solemn. His hand, calloused, heavy, rested on BK's shoulder and stayed there, anchoring him. BK kept playing, voice tightening but pushing through. The road you leave behind, ahead lies mystery. The figures moved around him, slow and silent, trudging like pilgrims. They brushed his arms, touched his shoulders, then kept going, fading into the edges of the room. Only the Reverend lingered, his grip heavy, as though urging BK to finish. BK's voice cracked as he leaned into the crescendo. A writer takes his pen to write the words again. The Reverend squeezed his shoulder once, firm, final. That all in love is fair. The final chord rang and rang, then bled into silence. As the final chord rang and rang, then bled into silence, one by one the figures dissolved, from shade to shadow to smoke. They slipped past him, gone into nothing. Only the faint smell of tobacco and Mama's soap lingered. BK collapsed forward, forehead touching the cool keys, breath heaving. His hands still rested on the piano as though it alone kept him upright. He whispered to the empty room, "What do I owe them?" The piano, mute, gave no reply. He sat until the clock moved past hours he couldn't count. At some point, the lights in the hall shut off, plunging everything into near darkness. When he finally rose, his legs shook. He closed the lid gently, reverently, like tucking a child to bed. Pushing the door open, he stepped into the corridor. The air smelled faintly of morning, of dew seeping through old stone, of kitchens stirring awake. Outside, the dawn spread thin and gray over the base. Trucks hummed in the distance, boots scuffed on pavement, the world already moving. BK stood in the courtyard watching the light creep over the barracks roofs. He felt hollowed, emptied, yet still burning with a question that gnawed. Datice's voice echoed, "What do you really owe them?" His father's voice pressed from memory, "Stay rooted in the word." BK's chest tightened. He felt both commands pulling in opposite directions, forcing him across some invisible line. He shoved his hands in his pockets and walked on, head bowed as the base came alive around him. To the others, he was just another soldier beginning another day. Inside, he was already at war. Chapter 11. Detace, dancing Berlin in winter, had a way of blurring things. Sound, faces, even guilt. BK and Detace met in that blur, a smoky jazz bar near Oranienstrasse, the kind of place that smelled of old wood and gin and carried too many ghosts from before the wall fell. Their affair began in a minor key, music, laughter, the warmth of her breath against his neck as they slipped out into the snow. Her apartment was on the 4th floor of a building with cracked plaster and high ceilings. She kept the windows shut tight, the air thick with cigarette smoke and bergamot. BK told himself he was in love. He wanted to believe that the woman who quoted Rilke in bed and sang old Stone songs in a half-mocking English accent could only ever belong to him. BK told himself he was in love. He wanted to believe that the woman who quoted Rilke in bed and sang old Stone songs in a half-mocking English accent could only ever belong to him. But Detaeus had other rhythms. One night, while he traced the tattoo on her back, a line of barbed wire curling into a star, she turned, eyes sharp as a blade. "You could be useful, Byron," she said. He laughed softly. "Useful? I'm barely registering as a human being." "You know people," she murmured, pressing her lips to his collarbone. "You hear things, small things, details." A week later, she slid a folded paper under his hand in a cafe near Alexanderplatz. "Troop movements," she said. "Training schedules, a minor embarrassment for the Americans. No one will be hurt. You will be paid $1,250. He blinked. "You're serious?" Her smile was delicate but cold. "Completely." That night in bed, the request hung between them like smoke. Between moans and murmurs, she whispered the details again. Not quite commands, but not questions either. Find the location, the date, the objective, that's all. He agreed before he knew why, maybe for her, maybe for the thrill, but afterward, staring at the ceiling, his pulse still racing, he realized he'd said yes to something he didn't understand. Double asterisk. 3 years in uniform had bent BK into a different man, though not in the way the Army imagined. They had assigned him to the entertainment division, just as Detace had promised, and from the outside it looked like luck or talent had carried him there. No mud-soaked foxholes, no endless drills on the parade grounds. He wasn't the soldier hefting rifles in the rain. He was the man at the piano, the cornet, the guitar, the vibraphone, moving crowds with sound. But his uniform didn't protect him from the shadow world he had stepped into. Each time he stepped on stage, he knew must meet the Army's expectations and those of the men behind Detace. The tours blurred together. They traveled by plane, bus, and train, hauling instruments in battered cases. BK played in gymnasiums where the smell of waxed wood clung to the air, in officer clubs smoky with cigar haze, in cavernous hangars where every note ricocheted off the rafters like a misfired round. The soldiers cheered, clapped, stamped their feet. Civilians, too, locals were allowed in on special nights, sat rapt, some mouthing along to the standards, others marveling at this tall black man from America making the piano sing like a living thing. The applause gave him something the Army never could, proof he existed beyond orders, proof he was not just another body in green fatigues. On his first RAF assignment, BK got the information from a base contact, a corporal named Darnell Skates Cooper, a jazz nut who handled supply requisitions and always had a joint tucked behind his ear. Over late-night sessions at a downtown club, Skates had mentioned the upcoming exercise near Stuttgart. Urban combat drills, mixed NATO brass watching, some new surveillance toys they're testing. BK listened, filed away the details, and later filled in the blanks. Operation Hinterhaus, a live exercise meant to simulate insurgent containment in European cities. It involved the new Stinger Eye reconnaissance drones, rapid perimeter sealing techniques, and civilian compliance simulations using blank ammunition and role players in German towns. He didn't even think of it as espionage. It was gossip, soldier talk, set to music. Then came Sergeant Donald Myers. It was a wet morning on base, the kind where diesel fumes and coffee steam hung in the same air. Myers was loading gear into the back of a transport truck when he spotted BK loitering near the operations tent, trying to catch a glimpse of the logistics manifest. Myers wiped his hands on his fatigues and called out, "Hey, Davis, you re-enlisting or just sightseeing?" BK smiled too easily. "Just checking on my man Cooper. He owes me a drink." Myers didn't buy it. He had the kind of face that looked carved out of suspicion. "You've been asking a lot of questions lately about Hinterhaus. You got a reason?" BK shrugged. "My cousin's unit might be in that sector. Figured I'd surprise him if I'm around." The sergeant's stare lingered, heavy and cold. "Watch what you wonder about, Davis. This is Europe, not Kansas. The wrong kind of curiosity gets people in trouble here." "I'm from—" "Never mind," he replied and nodded, trying to breathe normally. He walked off, pulse hammering, half expecting Myers to call him back. He didn't. That night, he handed Detaeus the folded paper with the information, location, time, training objectives. "You did well," she said, tucking it into her jacket. "No one's getting hurt, right?" he asked. "No one's getting hurt, right?" he asked. She looked away. "Of course not. We'll just make them look foolish." Her voice was vague, a breeze through static, and it chilled him to hear it. Double asterisk. 3 days later, the Stuttgart exercise was abruptly canceled. Official reason: an anonymous bomb threat targeting the local railway and nearby industrial area. Unofficially, the officers were livid. Someone had leaked just enough information to spook the German Ministry of Defense. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung ran a small piece the next morning. "Radical group threatens NATO exercise. Baader-Meinhof resurfaces." BK heard it on a transistor radio, his heart dropping with every word. That night, Detaeus appeared in his apartment, calm, composed, a small smile ghosting her lips. "We did it," she whispered. "The Americans look incompetent. No one was harmed." He stared at her. "You mean they actually—" She pressed an envelope into his hand. $1,250. You earned it. The bills inside were crisp, wrapped in a rubber band. He sat with it in his lap for a long time after she left, staring at the money. He thought about returning it, about confessing, about what he had just enabled. Instead, he folded it, slid it into the lining of his guitar case, and told himself it would be the last time. But when Detaeus called again, "One more job, Byron." A simple one. He said yes, without hesitation, without reason. BK shut off his mind after that close call. He grew adept at reading mannerisms, unspoken doubt, and threats. All the while, he gathered fragments of information: who had transferred to Ramstein, which commanders rotated through Stuttgart, which transport planes had been loaded on which mornings. He didn't pass everything along. He was no traitor, not in his heart, but he knew what Detaeus wanted, and he gave her enough to keep her satisfied. And so he lived between worlds. On stage, he was the entertainer, the soldier-musician. Off stage, he was the cautious courier, slipping whispers into the ear of a woman who kept her fingernails sharp and her secrets sharper. The strange thing was, no Americans ever died because of his information. He followed the papers obsessively, Stars and Stripes, the Herald Tribune, German broadsheets. The headlines reported bombings, arsons, kidnappings, all under the name of the Red Army faction. But when BK traced the lines, he found no American casualties. Banks blown apart, corporate officers attacked, German police shot at in ambushes. Yes, but no deaths, no GIs harmed. He followed the papers obsessively, Stars and Stripes, the Herald Tribune, German broadsheets. The headlines reported bombings, arsons, kidnappings, all under the name of the Red Army faction. But when BK traced the lines, he found no American casualties. Banks blown apart, corporate officers attacked, German police shot at in ambushes. Yes, but no deaths, no GIs harmed. The absence of carnage was its own kind of seduction. Maybe Detaeus had told him some version of the truth. Maybe her promises that this was psychological warfare, not bloodshed, were not pure lies. It let him keep playing, keep whispering, without the guilt gnawing too deep. Their relationship was a chain reaction, cascading, combustible. When it was on, it was fire. The way she pulled him into doorways, the way her cigarette smoke curled into his mouth when they kissed, the way her words about revolution and freedom wrapped around his neck like silk. When it was off, she left him hollowed, doubting every caress she had ever given. Weeks turned into months. The missions blurred, names, places, whispers traded for envelopes. Each one pulled him a little further from the man he thought he was. And Detaeus began to change too. The warmth he once mistook for love cooled into something precise, professional. Their nights became quieter. Her eyes seemed to weigh him instead of seeing him. He would wake beside her and wonder, "Who do you work for tonight?" "How can you trust a spy?" he asked her once, his voice low, almost tender. "Much less love her." She smiled sadly, brushing his cheek with her hand. "You don't trust, Byron. You just decide which lie makes you feel alive." The next morning she was gone. No note. No trace. Just the faint smell of her perfume and the envelope from the last job still unopened on the dresser. When he heard from Gethsemane weeks later, an unsigned message left in his luggage asking about his German friends. He felt the air leave his lungs. It was signed Gethsemane, a name he'd heard often in his youth, but it had no context for him here other than the fear it elicited. It was the name of his friend Malik's church, as well as an idea Malik had had for a pro-black organization that supported the aspirations of black people across the globe. Gethsemane, biblical, mysterious. He was James Bond, and he was scared of the name and the woman who'd led him here. He'd crossed the line with Detaeus, and love, if it ever was that, had left him on the wrong side of it, but he could never shake her. From all that chaos came a piece of music that defined him. He composed it in a barracks room at 2 a.m, hammering out chords with headphones plugged in so the sergeant wouldn't hear. The bass clef he gave to her power, the stomp of her boots, the way she dominated a room. The treble clef he gave to her laughter, sharp and teasing, always a step ahead of him. He named it Detaeus Dancing. When the army band played it on tour, audiences went wild. They clapped along to its driving rhythm, swayed to its playful top line. None of them knew what they were hearing, a portrait of seduction and betrayal woven into melody. They thought it was fun. They didn't know it was a diary entry. BK had been writing songs as long as he'd been able to read notes. 10 years old, barely tall enough to reach the upright in the church basement, he discovered that once you learned both bass clef and treble clef, the whole keyboard opened up. The left hand fell into conversation with the right, two voices arguing, teasing, sometimes colliding. That discovery had filled him with joy, a private secret. Since then, he had written his life in music. The funeral dirge for a dead cousin, the ragtime shuffle for a neighborhood baseball, the hymn for Demita when she won her spelling bee. Each piece was a page in his oral diary. His newest song, Detaeus Dancing, was the darkest page yet. Then there was Gail. If Detaeus was the labyrinth, Gail was the open door. Whenever he had leave, he flew her out from Iowa. She came with her suitcase scuffed from travel, her smile soft but certain, her body hungry for his. They stayed in little German pensions where the walls were thin, in borrowed apartments where the bed sheets smelled of strangers. They explored towns by day and each other's song brown bodies by night. With Gail, he didn't have to decode motives. He didn't have to wonder if a caress was real. She was flesh and trust, and BK loved her with a fear that made his hands shake. Yet even with her, the strangeness intruded. The army noticed his stress-induced behaviors, the muttered bass clef, treble clef drills when no one else was in the room, the sudden silences when he stared at nothing, the bursts of laughter or shouting that came unbidden. They ordered a psychiatric evaluation. Schizophrenia, the doctor said, pen scratching against his clipboard. The word landed like a verdict. They gave him antipsychotics. The pills quieted the shadows, muffled the strange visions that had once danced before him. But they muffled the music too. Notes grew sluggish, harmonies clotted. He sat at the piano and felt his gift dulled by chemistry. He worried the visions, terrifying as they were, had been the spring from which his music flowed. Without them, what was he? Just another soldier, plodding toward boredom, toward a slow death. The pills quieted the shadows, muffled the strange visions that had once danced before him, but they muffled the music too. Notes grew sluggish, harmonies clotted. He sat at the piano and felt his gift dulled by chemistry. He worried the visions, terrifying as they were, had been the spring from which his music flowed. Without them, what was he? Just another soldier, plodding toward boredom, toward a slow death. The break came in Kaiserslautern, in his last year overseas. It was an ordinary day, bright and sharp with autumn sun. The streets bustled with soldiers and locals. Shop windows gleamed with dresses, radios, bread. BK and Gail walked hand in hand, laughing about nothing, her yellow sundress catching every glance as they strolled past a bakery. They stepped onto the sidewalk, still brushing crumbs from their lips, when he saw her. "Details." She stood across the street, half-smile already in place, as if she had been waiting. BK's breath caught. Coincidence? He knew better. She crossed toward them with the calm of someone who owned the pavement. "BK," she greeted, her voice warm, mocking. Her gaze slid to Gail. "And you must be the famous Gail." Introductions were brittle. The three of them stood locked in a triangle no passerby could read. Detaeus leaned closer to BK, her perfume a whisper of smoke. "Your diagnosis," she murmured, "is useful. Now your orders, they can come through your own doctors. Isn't it convenient? The system delivers for us already." Gail's eyes sharpened. What's she talking about? BK swallowed hard. He couldn't answer. He knew Detaeus was giving a mission assessment and wrecking his relationship at the same time. Her fingers brushed his arm, lingering. "Don't forget who saw you. Don't forget who gave you music, freedom. You belong to history, not just to her." Then she smiled at Gail, a smile like a knife, and turned and walked away, hips swaying as if the city were her stage. BK stood frozen, Gail's hand tight in his, the crowd flowing around them as though nothing had happened. He vaguely recalled smoothing it over with Gail in a torrent of lies that wore down her questioning. The rest of the year blurred. Orders came home. When BK escorted Gail back to Davenport, the Mississippi River was wide and brown under a spring sky. Gail already knew his family, knew Mother Rose's church dinners and Demeta's loud laughter, knew the cracked sidewalks of their neighborhood, but this time was different. This time, he wanted her to see the roots of his music, the houses where arguments became chord progressions, the fields where silence turned into bass lines, the city nights that sang in minor keys. He wanted her to know all of him, the diary he kept in sound. One evening, it was just the three of them, BK, Mother Rose, and Gail. The house smelled of collard greens and cornbread, beans simmering low on the stove. The night was quiet, a package of silence. Then a scream tore it open. It came from the basement, Mother Rose's voice, sharp and terrified. BK froze, heart hammering. Gail gasped. The sound hung in the air like a note that refused to resolve. BK stepped toward the basement door. The scream came again. Chapter 12. Daddy's Gone. The scream was still ringing in his ears when BK's feet hit the stairs. It was Mother Rose's voice, shrill and torn from someplace deep, a sound that had no business in their home. Gail froze in the doorway to the kitchen, a dish towel clutched in her fist, eyes wide like a child caught in a storm. "Stay there!" BK barked, though he already knew she wouldn't. He vaulted the last 3 steps. The basement was lit by a single naked bulb, swaying faintly in its socket, throwing uneven shadows across the cement floor. At the bottom of the stairwell lay the Reverend, collapsed across the last few steps, his big frame slack in a way BK had never seen before. His lips were tinged blue, his chest hitching in shallow, pitiful gasps. "Daddy!" BK dropped beside him, his knees cracking against the concrete. "Gail! Call an ambulance! Right now!" "Daddy!" BK dropped beside him, his knees cracking against the concrete. "Gail! Call an ambulance! Right now!" Mother Rose was already crouched low, her hands fluttering helplessly against her husband's face. "Lord, no, not like this! Not my man!" she wailed. Her sobs echoed against the stone walls, making the room feel smaller. The basement hadn't changed in decades. Laundry baskets sagged under piles of clothes. Bottles of detergent stood half-used on a crooked shelf. The old washing machine, same one that had rattled through BK's childhood, sat silent now, enamel-chipped, its top dented where decades of laundry baskets had been set down. The ancient boiler hunched in the corner like a weary giant, its pipes knocking faintly, as though mocking the Reverend's rattling breath. BK bent low, pressing his ear to his father's mouth. The air was faint, erratic, already losing rhythm. "Stay with me, Daddy," BK whispered. He tilted the Reverend's head back, pinched his nose, and sealed his mouth over his father's. He breathed deep, forcing air into lungs that resisted. Then he pulled back and began chest compressions. 1, 2, 3, "Breathe," he counted, pressing hard and fast, his palms slick with sweat, the fabric of the Reverend's shirt rough under his hands. He pumped again, the motion violent, mechanical, but each time he pulled back for air, the chest barely rose. From upstairs, Gail's voice carried down, high and trembling. "They said 5 minutes. They're coming." 5 minutes is too damn long," BK roared, his voice cracking. He pressed harder. "Come on, Daddy. Come on." The bulb buzzed, the laundry smell mixed with the bitter tang of sweat, and Mother Rose's sobbing made the space unbearable. She sank onto her knees beside them, her joints popping, but she didn't care. Her hand clutched the Reverend's arm as though sheer grip could keep him tethered to life. "Please, God," she sobbed. "Please, God, not yet." BK kept going, his arms burned, shoulders ached, but he didn't stop. Breath compress, breath compress. The rhythm itself became music, terrible music. Each press was a bass drum, each breath a high, broken note. Then something else. A voice. Not Mother Rose, not Gail. BK pressed again, palms pounding into his father's chest, sweat rolling down his forehead into his eyes. His breath came in ragged bursts as he bent to force air into lungs that refused to yield. "Come on, Daddy," he gasped. "Come back. Don't you leave me." The world shrank to the sound of compressions and Mother Rose's sobs. The bulb overhead buzzed, sputtered, and in that half-light, BK heard something that wasn't really there. Byron. The voice was low, steady. His father's voice. "Son, listen. You can't pound eternity back into a man once the Lord has called him. But I hear you. I see you. You're trying, and I'm proud of you." "No," BK snarled, pressing harder. "Don't you do this, Daddy. Not now. I need you. You always needed music more than me. Remember that? 10 years old, sitting at the upright piano in the church basement, your feet barely touching the floor. Bass clef, left hand, treble clef, Right? You thought you'd discovered the key to heaven itself. That was your joy, son, to take what life gave you and turn it into sound. BK's eyes blurred. The rhythm faltered under his hands. His mind spun backward to the church basement, to the cool cement under his legs as he sat for hours. His father's big hand would rest on his shoulder, guiding him without pushing. And he had written songs then, crude little melodies, a diary in notes instead of words. One for the day he got in a fight at school, another for when Mother Rose hugged him so hard he thought his ribs would crack. Music had always been the way he told his story. Don't stop writing, the inner voice continued. That's the only way you'll survive this world. Every joy, every sorrow, every wrong turn, put it to music. That's your testimony, BK. That's how you'll keep me alive, too. BK's hands trembled. He bent again, mouth to mouth, trying to force another breath. Not yet, he muttered. Not yet. Son, you can't keep me here by force. The body's tired. The breath is gone. No, BK sobbed, his lips pressed to his father's cooling skin. Don't ask me to let go. Be good to your mama. She's stronger than you think, but she'll need you now. And don't you ever stop making me proud. You've already done it 100 times over. The Reverend's voice faded, as if, absent-mindedly, he'd forgotten the world and how it works. BK wondered if he'd remember him in the next life or had his father become a stranger. BK wondered if he'd remember him in the next life or had his father become a stranger. The Reverend's words thinned like smoke from a dying fire. BK's own heartbeat thundered in his ears, louder than the sobs, louder than the buzzing light. Son, I'm going! Daddy, he cried, pressing again, though his arms had gone numb. Don't go. Please don't go. But there was no answer, only silence. No! BK shouted aloud, shaking his father's shoulders. Don't you talk like that, Daddy! Don't you dare! He bent again, mouth to mouth, forcing another breath, another push, but the gasps grew shallower, stretched farther apart. The Reverend's eyes, once fire and conviction, clouded over, dulled with fatigue. No! BK's voice broke into a sob. Stay with me. Daddy, don't leave me. Mother Rose's sobs turned into keening, a sound BK had only heard at funerals, at the bedsides of the dying. 40 years, she whispered through tears. 40 years, and now you're leaving me. Upstairs, Gail pressed the phone to her ear, begging the dispatcher, her own tears streaking her face. Hurry! Please hurry! She whispered, as though sheer pleading could shorten the drive. Then she flew back to the basement door, wringing her hands, too terrified to come closer, too torn to stand back. And then the front door burst open. Boots thundered overhead. Down the steps came 3 EMTs, their gear clattering, their voices sharp as rifle fire. Clear a space, one barked. Move aside, another snapped. They swept in like soldiers, taking the room. Bags hit the floor, paddles unstrapped, oxygen uncoiled. One EMT shoved a bag valve mask against the Reverend's face. Another set up the defibrillator, wires crisscrossing over his chest. Clear! The body jolted, limbs twitching violently. Then it fell limp again. Again, another shock. Nothing. BK hovered, fists clenched, sweat and tears streaming down his face. He wanted to scream at them to do more, to try harder, to give his father back. But the look in their eyes told him what their mouths hadn't yet. The fight was lost. Minutes stretched into forever. Then one EMT straightened, his face drawn. I'm sorry, he's gone. The words fell heavier than the defibrillator paddles. Mother Rose collapsed forward, her hands clutching at her apron as if she could bury her grief in cloth. Her sobs rose into wails that shook the basement. BK lowered himself to the cement, pulling his father's body into his lap, rocking it like a child. The head lolled against his shoulder, weighty, final. Daddy, Daddy, don't go, it's not time, BK cried. His tears fell hot against the slack skin. Don't go, please. But There was only silence now. He thought of birth, of the way infants arrived with noise, crying, screaming, demanding life. Maybe that was wrong. Maybe to enter life quietly was to be denied entry altogether. But death was the opposite. To slip into it hushed, without sound, was the only way through the door. The Reverend had gone quiet. The EMTs packed their gear with the efficiency of men who could not linger. They were obeying the law. The man was dead. He wasn't their responsibility anymore. Orders barked, cords yanked, bags zipped. They retreated up the stairs in a rush, like a squad pulling out after a firefight. They left behind only silence, grief, and the hollow echo of their absence. BK sat still, cradling his father, his chest heaving. Mother Rose knelt nearby, arthritic knees pressed to the cold floor, rocking back and forth, her sobs quieter now, but endless. At last, BK laid his father down gently, closing the eyes that had once sparked with holy fire. Later, when the house was quiet again, Gail held him on the couch. Her arms circled him, her face pressed into his chest, her tears soaking his shirt. "I'm so sorry," she whispered over and over, but BK wasn't hearing her. His inner soundtrack, his lifelong playlist, was off again. The wrong music was playing. Where sorrow should have been a mournful hymn, a carnival polka blared in his ears. Where comfort should have been a tender melody, he heard harsh, mocking laughter. Gail's arms, meant to console, felt like restraints. Her warmth was suffocating. And in that moment, BK knew he had to get away from Davenport, from Gail, from everything. The army had never managed to truly pull him loose from home. Death had. Chapter 13. The Road. The hum of the Greyhound filled the night like a lullaby made of engines and tires, a thin, whining moan that worked its way into BK's bones. His duffel bag was crammed above him in the bin, army tags jangling faintly as if they wanted to remind him he was free of that life now, free but untethered. Sleep had dragged him into old shadows. The high school street bloomed in his mind, hot blacktop shimmering under the headlights. He saw his teenage self, hand on the door of his father's car, when the voices rang out from the slow-rolling white sedan. "Nigger!" The word split the air like glass breaking. He remembered the taste of it, the way it caught fire in his chest. Rage had pulled him behind the wheel, foot slamming the pedal, the car vibrating with pursuit. He chased them until their taillights went red. They stopped. He stopped. He was out of the car, fists balled, ready to throw history itself in their faces. Then the woman leaned out, shrieking, and hurled a bat. It whistled past his ear and shattered the windshield. His father's windshield. The sound froze him long enough for them to peel off, laughing into the night. He gave chase again, but when he swung around the corner, they were parked in front of the police station, standing tall, middle fingers raised, daring him. BK sped past, knowing Davenport's cops were never on his side. In real life, the Reverend had tanned his behind with his good church belt. As he'd often reminded BK, even in high school, he wasn't too old for a whooping. His father got the full price of that broken window out of BK red-striped posterior. In the dream, he came home to silence. No beating, no belt. Just a note on the table in his father's hand. "Byron, I'm not there anymore." BK was slammed by the weight of that emptiness, the hollow echo of the house without his father in it. "Daddy!" he shouted, jolting upright, eyes wet, lungs tight. The Greyhound was still humming, still cutting through black Iowa night. An old woman with few teeth was staring at him. He pressed his hands against his face, whispering the name again, like it might bring the old man back. But no, only the vibration of the road answered him. The Reverend was gone, buried, laid to rest in that hard red Iowa soil. BK had watched dirt hit the coffin, and something inside him knew nothing tied him here anymore. California was calling, the land of dreamers and schemers, where maybe a young man with a voice and a set of dexterous fingers could carve out a place in the clique of fame. Patches, a good friend and better bass player, told him about the opening with Johnnie Taylor's band while they were playing basketball in Harrington Park up on Harrison Street Hill. "It's a long shot, but it's a shot," Patch said, shiny with sweat, as he missed a contested jump shot. Taylor was a legend, a dynamo on stage, a tyrant off it. He burned through musicians the way other men burned through cigarettes, left them stranded in strange towns if they missed a cue, docked pay for sour notes, for lateness, for looking the wrong way. Men whispered that Taylor's band was a boot camp harder than the army, but for BK that meant only one thing. It was the proving ground. "He found out his piano player was gay and fooling around with the fans," Patches said. "They say what got him booted was him saying Johnny was sweet like that. At least that's what I heard." That was all the chance he needed. He'd left Davenport like a thief, sneaking out under cover of grief and unfinished conversations. His mother said Gail had called every day, her voice wet with tears, searching for him. He hadn't answered, couldn't. He was afraid if he saw her, he'd lose his nerve. No, this was about the gift, the thing that had lived in him since he was small, the voice that slipped out of him like light through cracks. The Reverend had once told him it was a calling, maybe even a curse, if he didn't learn how to hold it. BK wanted to understand it, to own it, to make it pay his way. The Greyhound rumbled west, neon signs flicking by in forgotten towns. Outside was an endless night, but BK could already hear music waiting for him. He closed his eyes, and the road became a bass line, the tires a snare drum. Somewhere ahead was a stage, bright lights, Johnnie Taylor's sharp eyes daring him not to flinch. The Greyhound rumbled west, neon signs flicking by in forgotten towns. Outside was an endless night, but BK could already hear music waiting for him. He closed his eyes, and the road became a bass line, the tires a snare drum. Somewhere ahead was a stage, bright lights, Johnnie Taylor's sharp eyes daring him not to flinch. California was still far away, but the song had already begun. Double asterisk. It took 2.5 days and 3/4 of BK's money before he pulled up in the Los Angeles bus terminal. If he was a social scientist, he'd have never left. The terminal was filled with people who had experiences BK could never have imagined. Men dressed as women, women dressed as men, unrepentant pimps, drop-dead gorgeous prostitutes, and people who spoke to themselves with reverence and solemnity, worthy of an audience with God. But no time. He had to be in Glendale in 2 hours in a city and state he'd never been to before. When he gave the taxi driver the address, he asked how much it would be and how long it would take. "About $55, without a tip," he said. "About an hour with this traffic." BK was shocked. $55 could buy a Thanksgiving dinner in Iowa. Still, there was no time for a faint heart. Into the breach. "Okay, drop me off someplace that will cost $50, as straight a shot as you can please to the address. And give me your phone number. I can't give you a tip you this trip, but I'm about to come into some money." The audition was set in a rented studio in Glendale. A room that smelled like dust, cigarette smoke, and long-dead beer. The upright piano in the corner looked like it had been dragged through 3 wars, its ivory chipped and yellowing, but when BK laid his hands on it, the keys still breathed. Johnnie Taylor was already there, seated in the middle of the room like a king on a folding chair. Sharp suit, shades on indoors, the air around him thick with the authority of someone who didn't need to explain who he was. 2 musicians flanked him, silent, watching. "You the boy that keeps calling me?" Taylor's voice was southern gravel wrapped in silk. "Yes, sir," BK answered. "Army boy, right? Well, you better play like you're going to war then. We ain't got time for no half-steppers." BK sat down, hands hovering. His chest thumped against his ribs. He started simple running scales, then moved into a few gospel-tinged chords, the stuff he knew he could play blind. Taylor didn't flinch, just sat there, unreadable behind his shades. He said finally, voice flat. "That all you got?" The room shrank. BK's hands went slick. He tried a blues progression, fingers stiff, his nerves making the notes stumble. Taylor leaned back, unimpressed. Stop! Boy, stop! You sound like you're practicing scales for your grandmama's church. You think this is a Baptist service? You think this is Sunday school? BK froze. His throat went dry. The soldier in him told him, regroup or die. He took a breath, closed his eyes, and without planning, his fingers slid into something buried deep in memory. Oscar Peterson, a rolling, thunderous swing line he'd practiced in secret as a teenager, never thinking it would see daylight. The dusty piano came alive, the old keys rattling under the force. His left hand punched rhythm, his right hand danced. He lost himself. And then, yeah, boy, Taylor said, slapping his thigh. That's what I'm talking about. You mean to tell me you had all that in you and you was sitting here playing funeral music? BK exhaled like he'd been holding his breath for years. His hands trembled, but he kept going, finishing with a flourish, before letting the last chord hum. Taylor turned, snapped his fingers. Sweet Dick Willie. BK wasn't sure whether Mr. Taylor was complimenting his genitals or shouting out some southern slang he knew nothing about. A thin man in a plaid suit and gold tooth popped his head in from the hall. Yeah, boss. Get this boy set up with the band. Sweet Dick Willie, BK presumed. Willie swaggered in, eyes glinting. All right, soldier boy, he said, looking BK up and down. You're in the outfit now, but let me tell you how it works, 'cause Mr. Taylor don't play, and unless he tells you otherwise, always call him Mr. Taylor. He pulled a little notebook from his jacket pocket like he'd been doing this all his life. Miss a stage direction? That's $25. Miss a rehearsal? $100. You mess up on Disco Lady. That's his bread and butter. You pay $150 out your own damn pocket. And don't you ever eat a tuna fish sandwich in front of him. That's $5 cash, no exceptions. Blinked. Tuna fish sandwich? Don't ask questions, boy. Just don't do it. Taylor chuckled, then instantly hardened again. Pay is $175 a show. Hotels on us. $5 per diem for food. That's it. You want to eat like a king? You better play like one. Willie leaned in, grinning. Welcome to the hardest band in America. Hope you can keep up. BK sat there, heart still racing, fingers still buzzing from Oscar Peterson. For the first time since leaving Davenport, since burying the Reverend, since the Greyhound, he felt it. The road had brought him here on purpose. The gift was alive in him, and now the world was about to test whether he could carry it. Chapter 14, Trial by Fire. BK had grown up on sugar sandwiches. White bread pulled from a Wonder wrapper, butter smeared thin as breath, sugar shaken out of pilfered diner packets, the crystals melting into grit between his teeth. Sweetness without mercy. That was childhood. When his stomach growled too loud and the cupboards were bare, he slapped together those sandwiches, folded them over like they were steak. Sometimes, if there wasn't butter, he just wet the bread under the faucet and sprinkled the sugar on top. That taste came back to him now, standing in the green room of a Memphis club, trying to pretend he belonged among the best players he'd ever seen. Nathan East sat across from him, bass leaning casually against his chair, sipping from a styrofoam cup like he'd been born on tour. James Gadsden tuned a snare, every tap cool and unbothered. David T. Walker and Paul Jackson Jr. traded licks on guitars without looking at their fingers, just smiling like they'd done it in their sleep for decades. The Waters siblings, Julia, Maxine, Orrin, Luther, lounged like royalty, their harmonies practically humming even when they spoke over each other. BK clutched his hands together, trying to stop them from shaking. His duffel bag still smelled like the Greyhound, and his shirt clung to him with nerves. He was 22, fresh out the army, from Davenport, Iowa, and these people knew it. You the new boy? Julia asked, her eyes sharp, amused. Yes, ma'am, BK said politely. Ma'am? Maxine laughed, shaking her head. Listen to him, fresh as lettuce. Look at this one. Orrin said, tilting his chin toward BK. A baby. He's still got Similac on his breath. BK smiled tight, said nothing. Where are you from, Sugar? Luther asked. Iowa, BK said. That one word set the room on fire. Iowa! Gadsden barked out, his laugh deep as his kick drum. Boy, what you doing in Iowa? Nathan East leaned forward, bass voice smooth. Wait, hold up. Ain't no black people in Iowa. The whole room cracked up. BK tried to laugh with them, though his ears burned. You serious? Paul Jackson Jr. asked. Iowa, cornfields, cows. You the only brother from Miles, huh? Bet you was the darkest thing in the county, David T. Walker added, his voice soft but cutting. BK shook his head. Wasn't like that, he muttered, though it was exactly like that. The Water Sisters sang a mocking little line in three-part harmony. Ain't no black folks in Iowa! The room howled. BK's smile stiffened. He thought of those sugar sandwiches, the way he used to stare out at the Mississippi River and imagine it carried him somewhere else, anywhere else. Iowa had been fields and flatness, white neighbors who eyed him like he was an accident. It had been a father's belt, a mother's prayers, a reverend's sermons, a girlfriend's tears. It had been survival. Now, here he was being laughed at by people whose names were etched on records that had played out of radios across America. He wanted to disappear or to prove himself so bad the laughter turned into something else. Now, here he was, being laughed at by people whose names were etched on records that had played out of radios across America. He wanted to disappear or to prove himself so bad the laughter turned into something else. Don't mind them, Nathan said finally, smiling. We just messing with you. Everybody got to take their licks when they first come in. That's how you learn. Learn what? BK asked. That this ain't no church recital, Gadsden said, leaning back. This is war out here. Crowds don't care where you from. They care if you can play. Paul Jackson Jr. pointed a guitar pick at him. And Johnny, he cares if you don't mess up. You do, he'll cut you like yesterday's meat. Maxine shook her head. Poor baby looked scared to death. BK straightened. I ain't scared. Keep saying that, Julia said, her voice sweet as honey, but sharp as a blade. They waited in the green room, the muffled roar of the crowd pressing through the walls. BK could feel it in his bones, the floor trembling with stomps, the chant of Taylor's name rising like thunder. He tried to steady his breath, but all he could think of was Wonder Bread. He hadn't eaten all day, stomach tied too tight to take food. The hunger twisted in him, the same way it had when he set off on this adventure with not nearly enough money. Y'all hear that? Orrin said, cocking his head at the noise. That crowd is ready to eat somebody alive. They don't want somebody, Gadsden said, tightening his snare and stating the company line. They want Johnny. And Johnny wants us perfect, Nathan said, completing the line and sipping his drink like it was gospel. Sweet Dick, Willie poked his head in the door, his gold tooth flashing. 5 minutes, people. New boy, don't you faint out there. Boss don't like it when they faint. The room laughed again. BK rubbed his hands down his pants. He thought of the Reverend's funeral, the dirt hitting the coffin. He thought of Gail's voice crying over the phone line, unanswered. He thought of the road humming beneath the Greyhound. And then he thought of his father's leather belt and the sugar sandwiches and the note that had never really been there. Byron, I'm not there anymore. He straightened his shoulders. He'd already survived Iowa. He could survive this. The room shook before the music even started. A packed nightclub, hot and breathless, cigarette smoke curling into halos around the colored lights. The stage vibrated beneath the stomp of restless feet, the buzz of hundreds waiting for Johnnie Taylor to appear. Then a roar. BK followed the others onto the stage. The heat of it hit him, the smoke, the perfume, the sheer force of so many eyes. He shook as he sat behind the baby grand, fingers hovering over chipped keys, hands slick, heart kicking against his ribs. He could feel the weight of Taylor's reputation pressing on him harder than the spotlight. The band stood ready, each one calm, seasoned, untouchable. BK was the only one whose heart hammered like a trapped bird. Then Johnnie Taylor. He slid out under the lights like he'd been born in them, suit blazing, microphone spinning, grin sharp. The crowd lost its mind, women screaming, men hollering, the whole room ready to explode. Taylor snapped his fingers once. The band crashed into Who's Making Love. BK missed the first chord. His stomach dropped. He caught the second. Taylor didn't turn, but BK swore he felt the heat of his glare through the back of his suit. The song ripped forward, the crowd singing every line. Brother, you been stepping out. BK's fingers loosened, the groove catching him. By the time the horns punched through the chorus, he'd found the pocket, driving it home with chords that rattled the floor. But this was just the first battle. The set burned through like fire. Take care of your homework, with Taylor snapping mid-verse, piano boy, and BK stumbling into a solo that clawed its way into something alive. Jody's got your girl and gone, the crowd howling. Jody! In unison, BK sweating, hammering the chords while Gadsden's drums pushed him like a drill sergeant. Jody's got your girl and gone, the crowd howling. Jody! In unison, BK sweating, hammering the chords while Gadsden's drums pushed him like a drill sergeant. Cheaper to keep her, the whole room testifying like church gone sideways, the Waters siblings singing backup so sharp it cut the smoke. BK felt himself unraveling and reforming all at once. His shirt clung to him, his hands burned, but the music carried him, carried them all. Then, the moment. Just go, lady. The crowd detonated, the floor shaking with stomps, the air electric with shrieks. Taylor prowled the stage like a panther, his voice smooth as sin. BK locked onto the vamp, praying. Every finger, every chord, precise, unflinching. This was the song Taylor would crucify him on if he faltered. 6 straight minutes of holding on for dear life, the crowd a tidal wave, Taylor a king commanding his court. And BK-BK was just a kid from Iowa who used to eat sugar sandwiches, pounding the keys like his life depended on it. When the last note crashed down, the club erupted like a bomb. Taylor didn't look at him, didn't nod, didn't smile. He just dropped the mic into the stand, flicked sweat from his brow, and walked off stage like he owned the world. The band filed after him, seasoned, unbothered. BK sat slumped, chest heaving, hands trembling. The roar of the crowd still pounded his ears. Sweet Dick Willie leaned down, voice low, grin wide. Welcome to the show, soldier boy. Iowa ain't got nothing on this. BK smiled through the sweat. He was starving, exhausted, half broken, but alive in a way he'd never been before. Chapter 15. 10 feet from the spotlight. Backstage smelled like sweat and the sweet tang of spilled whiskey. BK was still catching his breath, his shirt clinging to him like a second skin, when the band tumbled into the green room. Johnnie Taylor had already disappeared into a private chamber, his entourage closing the door behind him like a king being sealed into a throne room. The rest of them dropped onto couches and folding chairs, laughing, groaning, trading stories like war vets. BK tried to join in, but the truth hung in the air. He was still a rookie, still the kid. The rest of them dropped onto couches and folding chairs, laughing, groaning, trading stories like war vets. BK tried to join in, but the truth hung in the air. He was still a rookie, still the kid. Nathan East tuned his bass absent-mindedly, never looking up. James Gadsden lit a cigarette with hands so steady it was like he hadn't just played 2 hours of thunder. The Waters siblings sang little harmonies to each other, teasing and showing off even in their exhaustion. BK smiled, but he felt the distance. No one congratulated him. No one said, "You made it through. That wasn't how this world worked. You just survived until the next gig." Once there had been a cushion. The Détays connection, money that had floated to him in strange, quiet channels, had made the grind softer, the rent easier to pay. But now that well had run dry. In Europe, radicals had found use for the odd scraps of intelligence that passed before his eyes. But here in the States, the Baader-Meinhof crowd had little appetite for what he could offer. Too local, too parochial, too small for their revolution. BK felt it keenly. Without that trickle of support, the hustle was all on him now. Music was no longer a sideline to something else. It was the only line, and it had teeth. The glamour of the stage quickly dissolved. Days bled into each other, sessions in airless studios, endless jingles for toothpaste and car insurance, faceless R&B singers who wanted their track to sound more like Marvin, but not too much like Marvin. BK nodded, took notes, played the changes, collected his checks. He got a bump in pay. He was paid $200 a night with Taylor, $150 for a session, $50 to lay down a jingle. It kept the lights on, but never long enough. Rent in LA ate dreams whole. When he wasn't hustling for work, he was hustling for himself, producing demos, writing songs that nobody quite wanted, cutting gospel-tinged records on his own dime, and burning CDs by the stack. He was everywhere and nowhere, just close enough to stardom to taste it, never close enough to swallow. One of those hustles led to a moment with greatness. While selling CDs out of the back of his car in the parking lot of a grocery store in Altadena, California, a smooth-skinned man in a silk suit and expensive sunglasses lowered them to see what BK was up to. The California sun was coming down hard that afternoon, flattening everything into a shimmer. The palm trees, the asphalt, the rows of cars outside Ralph's Market in Inglewood. BK was leaning against the back of his dusty gold cutlass, sweat darkening the brim of his straw hat as he arranged a few stacks of his homemade gospel jazz CDs in the trunk. The handwritten label read, Byron B.K. Davis, Spirit in Motion. He'd already sold 3 copies that day, mostly to church ladies who liked the idea of supporting young black talent. Still, it wasn't exactly a living. He was bent over rearranging his boxes when a long black Cadillac eased into the space next to him. The door swung open and out stepped a vision. Bouffant hair like a thundercloud, sequined jacket throwing shards of sunlight, eyeliner perfect enough to cut glass. Lord have mercy, BK whispered. The man turned, adjusting his sunglasses, and grinned. Don't just stand there staring, baby. You gonna help me find the produce section or you gonna testify? It was unmistakable. Little Richard, BK stammered. The one and only sugar, Richard cried, spreading his arms as if taking a bow before an invisible crowd. You know any other 6-foot-tall black men in rhinestones out here buying groceries? BK laughed, still half stunned. I grew up listening to you. Well, hallelujah then, Richard said, walking around to peek into BK's open trunk. Now what's this you got here? CDs? You selling your music out the back of your car, baby? Yes, sir, BK said, embarrassed but trying to sound proud. Independent, gospel jazz, soul, my own compositions. Richard bent closer, squinting at the label. BK Davis, you from where? Iowa. Richard reeled back, laughing so hard he slapped the hood of the Cadillac. Iowa. Child, I thought only corn and white folks came out of Iowa. You mean to tell me there's soul up there? Black Knight grinned. A little, enough to keep me alive. Richard tilted his head, appraising him. You play with anybody, or you just out here grinding solo? I'm working with Johnnie Taylor right now. Piano arrangements, music direction sometimes. Richard's laughter softened. His face changed. The showman's sparkle still there, but his eyes suddenly clear and serious. Johnnie Taylor. Lord, that boy can sing. And you and his band? That's something, baby. That's real something. You must got hands that can talk. BK nodded shyly, trying to make him say something worth hearing. Richard leaned on the car, crossing his legs with a fluidity that turned the grocery lot into a stage. Let me tell you something, B.K. Davis from Iowa. Don't you ever let this business tell you what you're worth. You hear me? I started this rock and roll mess. Me. Before Elvis. Before the Beatles. Before all them white boys found out they could scream and get paid for it. I was out there hollering and banging on a piano till my wigs flew off. Richard leaned on the car, crossing his legs with a fluidity that turned the grocery lot into a stage. Let me tell you something, B.K. Davis from Iowa. Don't you ever let this business tell you what you're worth. You hear me? I started this rock and roll mess. Me. Before Elvis, before the Beatles, before all them white boys found out they could scream and get paid for it. I was out there hollering and banging on a piano till my wigs flew off. B.K. laughed, but Richard wasn't joking. I showed him how to wear sequins, how to move, how to feel the beat, and you know what they did? They took it. They cleaned it up, painted it beige, and called it rock and roll. Now, I ain't bitter. He paused, grinning. Well, maybe I'm a little bitter, but that's why I'm telling you. Own yourself. Own your name. Own your songs. Own your sound, because they'll take that too if you let them. The words hit B.K. like gospel truth. I'm trying, man, B.K. said quietly. I've been playing since I was a boy. Sometimes I feel like I'm right at the edge of something, but I can't tell if it's success or a cliff. Richard looked at him long and hard, then reached into his sequined jacket. He pulled out a thick money clip and peeled off several crisp hundreds. Take this. B.K. froze. What for? 'Cause I like your spirit, 'cause you workin'. 'Cause I see that sparkle in your eye, and I remember what it felt like when nobody saw mine. He pressed the bills into B.K.'s hand. You keep playing till them hands of yours set the world on fire. Don't you stop 'cause some fool don't understand your sound. B.K. tried to protest. I can't take this. Richard cut him off with a raised hand. Hush, baby, don't steal my blessing. You can pay me back by getting famous enough that I can tell folks I gave that boy his start. B.K.'s throat tightened. Thank you. You don't know what this means. Richard smiled, softer now. I do, sugar. I've been there. You a musician. That means half your heart lives on hope and the other half on hustle. You just got to keep both beating in time. They stood there for a while, two men in a parking lot, talking about chord changes and touring stories and church mothers who could shout in 6/8 time. The sun began to dip behind the palms, setting the Cadillacs and shopping carts aglow in gold light. As they parted, Richard pointed at him, eyes gleaming. You remember this, B.K. Davis from Iowa. God gave you the rhythm, but the devil gonna offer you a contract. Make sure you know who you signing with. Then he climbed into his Cadillac, revved the engine, and shouted through the open window, Tell Johnnie Taylor little Richard said he still owe me a wig from 1973. Then he climbed into his Cadillac, revved the engine, and shouted through the open window, Tell Johnnie Taylor little Richard said he still owe me a wig from 1973. B.K. laughed until his ribs hurt. He stood there watching the Cadillac glide away into the Inglewood sunset, the sequins glittering through the rear windshield like stardust. That night, back in his motel room, B.K. spread the bills out on the bedspread and a few $1,000s that smelled faintly of cologne and possibility. He picked up his keyboard, played a few slow gospel chords, and whispered to himself, Thank you, Mr. Penniman. I'll keep playing till the world hears me. There were other stars that encouraged him, the duo McFadden and Whitehead, Larry Graham from Sly and the Family Stone, Jeffrey Osborne, but church was where he struck gold. Pentecostal congregations wanted fire in the music, a director who could ride the Holy Ghost like a wave. B.K. became that man. On Sundays, he was more than a sideman. He was a lightning rod. Choirs surged under his hands. Congregations shouted and wept. Preachers swore revival was in the air. The pay wasn't bad either, cash in an envelope and sometimes favors that had nothing to do with money. It was after one such service, in the quiet house of a deacon's wife, that B.K. found himself half-dressed on the wrong side of a locked bedroom door. The front latch rattled. The deacon was home early. The wife's eyes widened. Oh, Lord, B.K., you better. He didn't wait for her to finish. Shirt in hand, shoes under his arm, he dove for the nearest escape, a half-opened window. The drop was 2 stories. He landed in the yard like a cat with broken grace, rolled once, and sprinted barefoot down the street as the deacon's voice thundered inside. His heart hammered, but by the time he rounded the corner, he was laughing. Life at the edge always gave him a story to tell. Still, nothing grounded him like going home. Davenport was his proving ground, the place that both raised and doubted him. He rolled back into town in a sun-faded sedan with a trunk full of gospel CDs. Each one had his face on the cover, his name in bold letters. He believed in them, even if no record label did. He pulled up on familiar corners, popped the trunk, and made his pitch. This is the soundtrack for your good life, for your Christianity, for your joy. Some folks bought one out of pride, some to make the hard-selling large man stop his pitch, but BK kept his smile wide. Some folks bought one out of pride, some to make the hard-selling large man stop his pitch, but BK kept his smile wide. It was on East 13th that he spotted her, the popcorn lady, the sweet honey-colored young married lady who gave the Harrison Elementary School kids all manner of popcorn ball treats, just for the asking. Knock on her lavender-painted door, politely ask for a popcorn ball, and she'd provide caramel, cheese, plain, and multicolored ones in October. She was older now. Her husband was gone. Her back was stooped, but he'd know her anywhere. She was the neighborhood's sweetness, the woman who handed out treats to hungry kids. He hopped out of his car, slammed the door, and sprinted over. "Miss Pearl!" She blinked, then broke into a smile that lit her whole face. "Lord have mercy, look at you! Byron Davis!" They hugged, her frame tiny in his arms. "I'm living out in California now," BK told her. "Playing music, making records, touring, having the time of my life." She beamed. "I knew you were destined for something better than these streets. Keep going, baby. Live your best life." Her blessing carried him back to the car. For a moment, the grind felt worth it. Later that afternoon, he cruised past a park. Young men were running full court, the ball slapping against the blacktop, sneakers squealing. He pulled in, leaned against the car, trunk open with CDs stacked high. "How many of y'all Christians?" he shouted over the game. A couple hands went up, half joking, half curious. BK waved a disc. "Then this right here is for you. The soundtrack for your good life, for your Christianity, gospel with a groove." They laughed, circled, flipped the cases in their hands. A few dug in their pockets and handed over crumpled bills. BK pocketed the money, grateful, still smiling. Then he heard a voice. "BK, that you?" He turned. Manny Lopez. Memories flooded. The ring at Alvino Peña's gym, sparring matches that left them bruised but grinning, 2 kids trying to punch their way into manhood. "Manny!" BK grinned. "Man, how you been? You still going to church?" Manny didn't answer. He just stared at the open trunk, the CDs stacked like bricks. "Dude, everybody back here says you're a star. Touring with Johnnie Taylor, living in Hollywood. A big shot." BK's smile faltered. "I'm working, grinding. It's not glamorous, but..." Manny cut him off, voice hard. "You're just selling shit out the back of your car." The words hit harder than any jab. "So this is where your talent got you," Manny said, shaking his head. Then he turned, walked off across the court, and didn't look back. BK stood rooted, CDs heavy in his hands, the laughter of the players echoing around him. The sting ran deep. He had built a life from scraps, but to an old friend it looked like nothing at all. Driving away, trunk still full, BK realized it wasn't enough just to hustle to survive. If he didn't find a way to break through, to turn 10 feet from stardom into 1 foot, he might spend the rest of his life selling songs out of the back of a car. And that thought scared him more than any deacon's wrath. BK left the park, driving in silence, the road stretching out ahead like an accusation. Manny's words clung to him like burrs. "Just selling shit out the back of your car. He tried to shake it, turning into another neighborhood, rolling the window down, calling out to passers-by with the same pitch as before. This is the soundtrack for your good life, music for your Christianity, gospel with a groove. But his voice had lost its fire. People smiled politely and kept walking. The few who stopped picked up a CD, flipped it over, and set it down again. BK felt himself shrinking with each rejection. At the next park, he didn't even get out of the car. He just slowed, looked at the boys playing, and drove on. By dusk, the trunk looked almost as full as it had in the morning. His pockets sagged with nothing but loose change and a couple of crumpled bills. The popcorn lady's blessing still warmed him somewhere deep inside, but Manny's sneer had dug a colder hole. He pulled into the old driveway after dark. The house looked smaller now, shrunken around the edges, but the porch light glowed the same amber as it had when he was a boy. Inside, the air smelled faintly of pine sol and fried chicken cooked hours ago. The living room hadn't changed. The furniture still bound in plastic, crackling under weight like cellophane, lace doilies on armrests, a wall crowded with Jesus portraits, wooden crosses, and framed Bible verses. It was a room that had once held his wildest dreams, when he lay on the carpet listening to records and believing the world could be his. On the side table sat the same black rotary phone his mother had guarded like a relic. Heavy in the hand, its dial slow and deliberate, it had been the gateway to every important conversation of his childhood. BK sat down, the plastic couch sighing under him. He picked up the receiver, listening to the low hum of the line. For a long moment he just held it, thumb pressed against the dial, wondering if he should even make the call. Then, with a sharp breath, he began turning the wheel, one number at a time. The clicks echoed in the room like footsteps in a long hall. When the other end picked up, BK's voice softened, carrying both exhaustion and hope. Malik. Chapter 16. A very CIA visit. Johnnie Taylor let him go with the kind of shrug a man makes when trimming fat off a lean cut of meat. No malice, no ceremony, just the polite indifference of business. One morning, BK had been playing backup, sliding fingers over keys in rehearsal halls, smelling of sweat, cologne, and day-old smoke. The next, he was back on the curb with nothing but a duffel bag and his notebooks of music, wondering if this was what failure tasted like. But failure was too strong a word. The truth was he hadn't belonged. Johnny's band was slick, disciplined, tailored for crowds expecting silk suits and horn stabs on the one. BK's style was restless, bruised with experimentation, leaping between gospel riffs and the cool detachment of jazz. He wasn't a polite chameleon, and Johnny had no use for a man who wouldn't disappear into the background. So BK did what soldiers often do when the world narrows. He reached back for structure. The Army had offered him a path when he'd stumbled before, and he wasn't ready to cast it off. He took the offer of the prep school and the Army's way of keeping its strays in orbit, and from there applied himself like a man terrified of becoming static. The prep school gave him a routine, the comfort of early mornings and assigned reading. It wasn't glamorous, but it steadied him. By the time he set foot on the campus of Western Illinois University, he carried himself like a man patched back together. He wasn't whole, not by a long shot, but he had the illusion of trajectory, and sometimes that was enough. At Western, BK studied music with the hunger of someone who knew his mind was both gift and liability. Professors praised his ear, his way of turning class exercises into living compositions. He knew what they didn't, that every new piece of knowledge only added weight to the ledger he'd been keeping since childhood. His songs were diaries, confessions pressed into sound, entries only he could interpret. But inside, he feared the dullness of the military might calcify into his permanent shape. A career soldier, reduced to paperwork and salutes, his music shrunk to a hobby played in basements and on borrowed pianos. That fear sharpened one afternoon when two men in dark suits intercepted him outside the library. They looked out of place among the shaggy-haired students and draft-fearing dropouts. Their shoes were too polished, their movements too precise. "Mr. Davis?" the taller one asked, though it was clear they already knew who he was. BK's stomach flipped. His first thought was, they know. Bader Meinhof, Details, the half-whispered promises, the late-night doubts. He was about to be accused of treason, carted off, erased. He almost bolted, but the shorter man smiled, the kind of smile meant to soften blows. "We just want a word over coffee." The diner smelled of grease and burnt beans. BK sat with his back to the wall, eyes darting to the door. The taller man set his coffee down but didn't drink it. "You travel, don't you?" he said. "Germany. The army sent you there." BK nodded once. The shorter man leaned forward. "You'll travel again. Men like you move in circles we can't. Musicians get invited places uniformed men never do. That's valuable." BK's hands tightened around his mug. "Valuable how?" "Just keep your ears open. You hear things. We'll point you to places to be and people to listen to. You pass information along. Little things, names, meetings, changes in tone." The phrase landed like a ghost. Detaeus had said the same thing. "Keep your ears open." His stomach clenched. The taller man slid a card across the table. "No name, just a number. If you hear something worth mentioning, call this. No pressure, no obligation. Just your country asking for help." BK stared at the card but didn't touch it. "And if I say no?" "Then you walk out of here, finish your degree, play your music." The shorter man smiled again. "No harm, no foul." But BK heard the unspoken threat in the spaces between words. "We know who you are. We know how to find you." But BK heard the unspoken threat in the spaces between words. "We know who you are. We know how to find you." He left the diner with the card burning in his pocket, sweat under his shirt despite the November chill. For weeks he jumped at shadows, convinced every phone ring was a trap, every knock a summons. But no hammer fell. Instead he realized something colder. Power moved in circles. Bader Meinhof on one side, the CIA on the other, both pretending not to mirror the other. Both had found him useful. Both wanted the same thing. He began to wonder if music itself had been nothing more than bait, the thing that made him visible to predators circling the world. Indianapolis was the next stop on his restless tour of the world. ASA Productions gave him his first taste of commercial success, not fame, but rent money and recognition. He wrote commercial jingles, 15-second entreaties to spend more of your money. Writing jingles was a different art form, one that demanded compression, a story in 15 seconds, a hook that drilled straight into the ear. The studio was a cramped suite above a used car lot. Smoke hung thick in the air, reels of tapes stacked against one wall, coffee-stained sheet music scattered across desks. Producers barked into phones, engineers cursed at static bleeding through wires. It was chaos dressed as creativity. BK learned to thrive in it. He could take 3 clumsy lines from a client and spin them into melody before lunch. He'd scribble lyrics on the back of envelopes, hum rhythms into a tape recorder, then bang at the battered upright piano until something clicked. For the Indianapolis 500, he wrote something like an engine disguised as music. Percussion mimicked pistons firing. Trumpets blared like engines redlining. A bass line growled steady as asphalt under rubber. When the ad aired, people swore they could smell motor oil through their radios. For the Boy Scouts of America, he composed a cleaner melody, almost hymn-like. A call and response built for campfire echoes, but with gospel undertones that gave it weight. Boys whistled it on playgrounds. Mothers hummed it while folding laundry. The checks weren't large, but they were steady. For once, he could buy groceries without counting pennies. Still, when he closed the studio door at night, the melodies lingering in his head felt shallow compared to the darker symphonies he was writing for himself. Then it was on to Dallas, sprawled wide and restless, a city of highways and neon on the Texas plains. Churches sprang from its soil like weeds, each with its own flavor of Christian fire. BK floated between 5 of them, music director by contract, shepherd of choirs that weren't his but came alive under his hands. At True Way Kojic Church, the sanctuary buzzed like a hive on Sundays. Women in hats bright as flowers, men in suits creased sharp as blades, children squirming, ushers scolding, tambourines shaking. At True Way Kojic Church, the sanctuary buzzed like a hive on Sundays, women in hats bright as flowers, men in suits creased sharp as blades, children squirming, ushers scolding, tambourines shaking. BK coaxed the choir into thunder. He built walls of sound, call and response that rattled stained glass. Parishioners clapped and swayed, convinced they felt the Spirit descend. They called him blessed, touched, anointed. They didn't know the truth, a costly truth if he was found out. BK was no longer a Christian. He'd converted to Islam in his private life. He was already Ahmed Aziz Dawood. At night, he unrolled a prayer rug on a cheap motel carpet. He bent east toward Mecca, whispering Arabic into the dark, letting syllables shape his breath. Christianity's hymns felt hollow now, their cadences like empty shells. Islam offered symmetry, precision, a sense of order he'd been groping for since childhood. No one knew, not Gail, not Mother Rose, not the congregations who wept when he played Amazing Grace. He was splitting down the middle, 2 names, 2 faiths, 2 selves, and he wondered how long before the fracture showed. It was during a Sunday service at True Way that he first saw him. BK sat at the organ, fingers unraveling blessed assurance into something reverent but strange, notes falling like water through cracked glass. The stained glass window above bore its own crack, jagged lines slicing through biblical scenes. Through that crack, movement. A man. Tall, impossibly tall, thin like a shadow stretched over bone. A battered fedora slouched low on his forehead. His face blurred, forgettable. The kind of face you lost the instant you looked away. But his tongue, Lord, his tongue. It lolled from his mouth like striped taffy, pink and white, grotesque and sticky-looking. BK's hands froze on the keys. The man pirouetted, mocking, graceful, spinning like a dancer on a stage only he could see. Then he paused, cocked his head, and fixed BK with a stare that felt like a scalpel pressed against the soul. The congregation clapped in rhythm, oblivious. Choir members swayed, eyes closed in ecstasy. No one else saw. For a heartbeat, the world went silent. No choir, no congregation, just that stare and that tongue. Then, as suddenly, the man danced out of view, gone. BK stumbled back into the hymn, fingers hammering frantic chords, sweat slicking his neck. The music warped in his ears, soundtrack skipping like a broken record. Notes fell wrong, out of place, and he couldn't tell if anyone noticed. Later, alone, he gave him a name, the Taffy Man. A harbinger. A sign that something inevitable was stirring, strange and unspeakable, and BK's path was bending toward it, whether he wanted or not. Chapter 17. You got to serve somebody. The black rotary phone weighed heavy in BK's hand. The spiral cord curled like a snake ready to strike. He hadn't dialed the number in years. The plastic-covered couch beneath him hissed whenever he shifted, as if it too wanted to warn him, don't make this call. But he did. The clicks of the rotary dial sounded like gunshots in the stillness of his mother's living room. The walls, overrun with crosses and portraits of a pale-skinned Jesus, seemed to lean closer, waiting to hear. It rang once, twice. Then a voice came through, the same voice that had once cracked jokes behind the high school gym, the same voice that had whispered secret plans over cheap malt liquor in alleyways. Byron! No one called him Byron anymore, not in Hollywood, not in the churches where he was paid to keep the spirit moving, not in the studios where his name was scribbled on contracts like just another session man. Only Malik used the name he'd been born with. BK swallowed hard. Been a long time. Too long. You got a minute? Silence filled the line, but it was not empty. It carried with it the weight of 1,000 unspoken things. BK heard the faint crackle of Malik's cigarette, imagined the curl of smoke hanging in the air. I got time, BK said. Malik chuckled, low and easy, as if nothing had changed. They talked first of Davenport, of the block where they grew up, of the kids who had vanished into jail cells or the grave. They mentioned Gail, always Gail, because she was the girl who somehow tied every memory together, the golden thread in their childhood loom. But Malik's voice sharpened after a while, cutting through nostalgia. You remember Gethsemane? BK's back stiffened. The name was a blade slicing open old scars. He stared at the rotary phone as if the word itself had crawled out of the receiver. Why you bringing that up? Because you've been living in two worlds, my brother, and sooner or later you got to decide which master you serve. The line hummed with tension. BK wanted to hang up, to slam the receiver down and retreat into the safety of music, of work, of women. But he couldn't. Malik had called out the very thing he feared most, that he was split down the middle, walking a tightrope between two lives that had nothing in common but his body. Malik, BK finally said, his voice cracking, I'm tired. Then maybe it's time to remember who you are. BK pressed the receiver tighter to his ear, though Malik's voice didn't need the help. It was like it was in the room with him, as if the smoke from Malik's cigarette was curling now beneath the plastic lampshades and around the velvet painting of Christ that hung crooked on the wall. Who I am, BK muttered. Man, I've been a lot of things. Piano player, choir director, jingle man, reverend's kid from Davenport. What you want from me? A declaration? Malik's laugh came sharp and fast, not the warm laugh of old times. Declaration? You think this is some podium speech? Nah, Byron, I'm talking survival. I'm talking whether you're the hunter or the hunted. The white man's government don't hand out neutrality cards. BK shifted on the couch. The plastic squeaked beneath him, loud in his ear, like the furniture itself was ratting him out. His eyes wandered to the telephone stand, the place where his mama used to keep the church announcements, folded neatly under the receiver. The black phone had carried gossip, bad news, calls from bill collectors. But this felt like prophecy. You sound the same, Malik, BK said slowly. Always did know how to put thunder in your sermon. And you always wanted to believe thunder was just noise, Malik shot back. That stung. BK leaned back, the coil of the cord stretched across his lap like a chain. He had questions he couldn't ask. Did Malik know? Had he put it together, the meetings, the reports, the whispers that ran back up to men in suits? BK's stomach churned. I've been making music, he said at last, weakly, like it was an alibi. Music? Malik rolled the word around like he was tasting it. I heard. Gail tells me you're out in California, touring the world, rubbing shoulders with stars, even got your own records. Good for you. Music. Malik rolled the word around like he was tasting it. I heard. Gail tells me you're out in California, touring the world, rubbing shoulders with stars, even got your own records. Good for you. The compliment didn't sound like praise. It sounded like bait. You think I forgot, Malik went on. You think I don't see? Every black man who gets a microphone, a camera, a seat at a white man's table, he ain't there alone. Somebody put him there. Somebody benefits. And when I hear about you, Byron, when I hear about your name whispered on the coast, I got to ask myself, who's feeding off your shine? BK's hand tightened on the receiver. His mouth went dry. I'm no one's pawn, he said finally. There was silence on the other end, long, heavy silence. BK could hear the faint murmur of voices in Malik's background, maybe a radio, maybe a meeting. Then Malik's voice dropped, low, almost kind. Then prove it. Don't talk to me about music. Don't talk to me about how far you've come. Show me, Byron. Choose where you stand, 'cause I already know which way the wind blows on you. I just want to hear you say it. BK's chest tightened. The cross on the walls seemed to tilt. Somewhere deep in the house, the refrigerator motor kicked on with a dull hum, like the amen of some invisible congregation. Malek, he began, but the words caught in his throat. Malik didn't let the silence breathe. You remember how it was back then, Byron? You remember the funerals? The way we whispered the names of our leaders like they were already ghosts? You think that was just history? No, that was war. And you... His voice sharpened, blade thin now. You think you can dance between sides and not get cut? BK swallowed hard. His knuckles whitened around the phone. I ain't dancing, he muttered. You are dancing, Malik snapped, dancing on a tightrope, grinning for white folks who clap when you play. You want to tell me that's freedom? Tell me that's what Allah had in mind for you? Or is it just another paycheck, another hand pulling your strings? The words hit deep. BK shut his eyes, seeing flashes. The smoky clubs, the studio booths, the church choirs rocking back and forth as he worked the Hammond into a frenzy. 10 feet from stardom, 10 feet from nowhere. I make music, Malik. That's all I ever wanted. And who pays for that music? Who decides where you play? Who you back up? Whose songs get pressed into vinyl? You think you're free because you sit at a piano? Open your eyes, Byron. You've been moving like an agent long before you knew what one was. And who pays for that music? Who decides where you play? Who you back up? Whose songs get pressed into vinyl? You think you're free because you sit at a piano? Open your eyes, Byron. You've been moving like an agent long before you knew what one was. The word agent felt radioactive in the air. BK's breath caught. The plastic couch squealed beneath him as he sat forward, heart pounding. Malik's voice dropped lower, conspiratorial now. I made some calls, brother. You fell into my lap by dumb luck, but I had to be sure. I asked around. I got people who can check things, deep people. And you know what they told me? BK gripped the receiver like it was the only thing tethering him to the earth. He wanted to shout, to hang up, to disappear. But all he managed was a whisper. What did they say? They said you're working two lives, playing the piano with one hand, feeding information with the other. CIA, Byron. Don't even try to lie. You one of theirs. The words detonated in the room. BK's eyes darted to the crosses on the wall, the kitschy portraits of Jesus, the ones his mother had dusted every Saturday like they were living things. He thought of his father's worn-out Quran, still resting on the shelf upstairs. 2 altars, 2 lives, staring at him. Malik's voice softened, but it was worse than the anger. You got to serve somebody. Question is, who's it gonna be? BK's chest heaved. The phone cord twisted in his lap like a shackle. He wanted to tell Malik he was wrong. He wanted to say the words and make them true, but Malik's voice dragged him back through time, back into the shadow world Malik had once revealed piece by piece, until BK couldn't tell whether he had chosen it or been chosen by it. The time shifted forward to now. It began before BK could resist. The living room melted away. BK was no longer sitting on his mother's plastic-wrapped couch, no longer listening to Malik's voice through a rotary phone. He was drifting, sliding backward, carried by Malik's words into a season of his life that felt half-remembered, half-imagined. He was back in the summer heat, Davenport sidewalks sweating under the sun. He was 19 again, the taste of sugar sandwiches still in his mouth, pockets always near empty. Malik had called him out one night, told him to come someplace safe. That place turned out to be a basement, dim and humid, its cinder block walls sweating like they were alive. Men and women filled the room, their faces half lit by a bare bulb. They weren't the loud militants of TV broadcasts. They were quieter, like chess players studying a board no one else could see. Welcome to Gethsemane, Malik had said, his hand firm on BK's shoulder. The name itself seemed to echo in the room, as though the walls whispered it back. Gethsemane, Gethsemane. BK remembered feeling the word sink inside him like a stone dropped into deep water. The conversations were coded, layered. They spoke of gardens when they meant safe houses, of harvests when they meant operations. BK sat in the corner, eyes wide, wondering why Malik had brought him. He was just a piano player, a kid from Iowa who chased sound, not revolution. But Malik kept nudging him forward month after month. Coffee shops at midnight, walks through alleys where they spoke in low voices. Malik pointing at headlines about Black Panthers raided, about activists found dead, about government eyes everywhere. You got to serve somebody, Malik had told him one night, under a flickering street lamp. Might as well be your own. BK remembered his heart thudding, the world feeling suddenly unstable, like he was walking across piano keys that shifted underfoot. He couldn't tell if Malik was saving him or binding him. Sometimes in those months, BK thought he saw someone else nearby, a tall figure at the edge of his vision, shoulders broad, face indistinct. Once he swore he smelled molasses when the man passed, sticky and sweet, though no one else reacted. The figure would appear before Malik asked a particularly pointed question, or just before the room went silent with the weight of secrets. He never spoke, he only watched. The taffy man. BK never admitted it aloud, but he knew what the figure was, a herald, not of Malik, not of Gethsemane, not of the government that Malik swore had hands in everything. The taffy man came for him. He came to remind BK that this was destiny, winding around him like smoke. BK told himself he was just visiting, just listening, that he could walk away whenever he wanted. But Malik had a gift for making the world sound like it had only two doors, one that led to death, the other to service. And if BK didn't walk through with Gethsemane, then whose servant would he become? Weeks passed, then months. BK was drawn in, slowly but firmly. He ran errands that didn't seem dangerous at first, driving envelopes across town, dropping packages on porches, memorizing addresses. He told himself it was harmless, but the glances exchanged in those basements, the way people paused mid-sentence when his name came up, it was clear he was being tested. One night, Malik pressed a folded paper into his hand. You memorize this, then burn it. BK stared at it. Names, numbers, meeting places, the kind of thing he knew could snap shut around his neck like a trap if the wrong person found him with it. He looked up, ready to protest. That's when he saw him again. At the far end of the basement, half hidden in the dark, stood the taffy man. His body seemed to sway, as if the air itself were too heavy for him to stand still. His head cocked, as though amused. No one else in the room reacted. Not Malik, not the others. The faint smell of sweetness rolled over BK, cloying, like melted candy, stuck to a stovetop. BK blinked, and the figure was gone. He shoved the folded paper into his pocket. It was nearly a year before Malik stopped circling and came straight at him. They were in a safe house this time, though it didn't feel safe at all. A shotgun house near the river, blinds drawn, the hum of cicadas pushing through the cracks in the windows. Malik leaned forward across the table, the bulb above them swinging slightly with the summer air. You've been useful, Byron, real useful, but I ain't stupid. I know what you are. BK's stomach nodded. Oh, what do you mean? You're CIA. Malik said it flat, without anger, like someone announcing the time. I called in a favor, had someone check. You're feeding them crumbs, maybe more, and still, here you are. BK's heart pounded so hard he thought it would rattle the table. He opened his mouth to deny it, but Malik's stare cut him down before the words could form. Don't bother lying. The question ain't if you serve. The question is who. The room seemed to tilt. BK gripped the edge of the table to steady himself. He wanted to argue, to protest, but his throat had closed. He felt the walls of the house pressing in, the air too thick to breathe, and then he wasn't alone. In the corner near the door stood the taffy man. This time he was clearer, his form outlined as if by moonlight, his face still blurred, but his posture was patient, not threatening. His arms hung loose, his presence almost gentle. The air filled again with that faint smell of sweetness, like childhood treats wrapped in wax paper. For a heartbeat, BK felt like the taffy man wasn't here to frighten him, but to remind him of the boy he'd been before the secrets, before the hustles, the boy who believed music could lift him closer to God. Byron, Malik said softly now, his voice threading through the silence, you got to serve somebody. But it's you who decides who that is, not them, not me, you. BK turned his head, but the taffy man was already gone. The corner was empty, only shadows and the hum of cicadas. Still, the sweetness lingered in the air, as if to say, remember, the sweetness hung in the air longer than it should have. Even after Malik moved on to practical talk, drop sites, names whispered like riddles, BK kept smelling it, feeling it. The taffy man's presence lingered in his chest, not menacing, not urgent, but steady, a reminder. For weeks after, BK drifted like he was underwater. The hymns of his childhood whispered in one ear, Malik's voice in the other. He would sit at the piano late at night, running scales until his fingers cramped, trying to find clarity in the hammers and strings. But no matter how fast he played, the questions lingered. Where was Allah? Where was music? And what had he become in their absence? The safe house meetings blurred into studio sessions, the code words into chords, the errand running into late-night gigs. Time folded in on itself, as if the two lives were no longer parallel, but spiraling into one another, impossible to untangle. And then the vision of the taffy man faded, as if it, too, was only a chord struck and allowed to decay into silence. BK blinked. He was back in his mother's living room, the receiver hot against his ear, Malik's voice still flowing like a river that hadn't paused for memory. The plastic-wrapped couch groaned under him. The velvet Jesus on the wall gazed down. So you hear me, Byron? Malik was saying. I'm telling you, man, you don't get to stand still. You got to pick a side. Ain't no safety in the middle. BK's mouth was dry. He tried to answer, but what came out was something between a sigh and a prayer. I want to play. That's all I ever wanted. Malik didn't respond right away. Then came the sound of him dragging on a cigarette, the paper crackling. You keep saying that, Malik said finally. Maybe one day you'll make it true. The line went quiet except for the faint hiss of the connection. BK stared at the black rotary phone, its weight pulling against his hand. He wanted to believe Malik was wrong. He wanted to believe he was free. But then he thought of the man who'd been calling, the one whose voice he had been avoiding, the man who claimed he was from Steinway. BK had assumed it was another spook, another handler, another Malik, but maybe not. Maybe, just maybe, it was music knocking this time. BK hung up the phone and just sat there. The receiver clicked back into its cradle with a sound too final, like a judge's gavel. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, staring at the black telephone as if it might start speaking on its own. BK hung up the phone and just sat there. The receiver clicked back into its cradle with a sound too final, like a judge's gavel. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, staring at the black telephone as if it might start speaking on its own. The living room was a reliquary of his childhood. Plastic slipcovers gleaming in the lamplight. The rug patterned with roses faded from years of feet. The cross-studded walls heavy with belief. In that room, he had once dreamed of grand stages, of tuxedos and pianos gleaming under spotlights. Now the same room seemed to mock him. The phone rang once. BK jerked upright, his heart hammering. It rang twice. He reached for it, then stopped, pulling his hand back as though the phone were hot iron. He let it ring out. Silence returned, thick as syrup. He told himself it was Malik again, pushing harder. Or maybe someone else, another voice wanting something from him. He didn't trust numbers anymore, didn't trust voices. But the next day it rang again. And the next. And each time BK froze. The calls came at odd hours, sometimes early morning, sometimes deep into night. Each time he refused to pick up, convinced that answering meant falling deeper into the spiral, deeper into the double life that was already cracking him open. By the third week, even his mother had noticed. "Why you letting that phone ring, Byron?" she asked one morning, standing in her robe with her coffee steaming. "Somebody wants you, could be important." He shrugged. Probably a bill collector, but she wasn't convinced. A bill collector don't call at 9 o'clock at night, baby. BK didn't answer. The truth was, the calls scared him because he wanted to believe them. He wanted to believe that there was someone on the other end who cared only about his music, about his talent, not about secrets, not about leverage, not about Malik's war or the agency's shadows. But trust was a currency he no longer carried. At night, he lay awake in his old room, staring at the glow-in-the-dark stars still stuck to the ceiling, the ones he'd begged his mama to let him paste up as a boy. He thought of stages, of smoky clubs, of choirs rocking with his chords. He thought of Allah's name, the adhan he hadn't heard in years. He thought of the taffy man, swaying in that basement corner, patient, silent, smelling faintly of sweetness. The phone rang again. This time he picked it up. BK Davis? Yes, who's calling? Stan Ridgway. I'm with the Steinway Company. Chapter 18. Steinway International Artist. The voice that answered when BK finally picked up the phone was not what he expected. Mr. Davis? Byron Davis? The tone was warm, rich, like an old vinyl record, steady, reassuring, almost fatherly. This is Stan Ridgway. I represent Steinway and Sons. I've been trying to reach you for some time. BK's throat tightened. For weeks he had braced himself for Malik, for coded demands, for handlers in the shadows. Not this, not kindness. You got the wrong man, BK said, voice cracking despite himself. No, sir. The man chuckled softly, a sound without judgment. I've seen you play. I know exactly who you are, and more to the point, I know what you play on. BK's heart kicked. What I play on? Yes, a Steinway. Stan's voice carried a quiet pride. You've chosen our pianos when you've had the choice. You've brought them to life. We notice such things, and we'd like the world to notice too. BK said nothing, gripping the receiver until his knuckles ached. Byron, we'd like to invite you to join the ranks of our Steinway International Artists. It's an honor we extend to very few. You would be the first from Iowa, and the first black man we've chosen from your region. This means wherever you travel, you will be known as one of ours. Steinway will stand behind your name. The words hit like a sudden chord, sharp and radiant. BK blinked hard, his chest tightening. He could barely breathe. For a long time he'd felt like a ghost in his own life, used, doubted, trapped in shadows. Now here was light. I don't know what to say. Say yes. Stan's smile was audible. I've been a fan of yours for years, Byron, especially of that composition. What's it called? Detaeus Dancing. Remarkable piece of music. Remarkable. Say yes. Stan's smile was audible. I've been a fan of yours for years, Byron, especially of that composition. What's it called? Detaeus Dancing. Remarkable piece of music. Remarkable. The name dropped into the room like a stone in water. Detaeus Dancing. BK clutched the phone with both hands now. Tears blurred his vision. To hear someone call his work remarkable, to be seen for something that came from his own hands, his own soul, it was almost too much. Thank you, BK whispered. You don't know what that means to me. On the contrary, Stan said softly, I think I do. We'll send the papers. You'll be traveling soon, yes? Japan, I believe. Before remembering Stan couldn't see him, BK nodded. Yes, Japan. Good, then the timing is perfect. We'll be in touch. The line clicked, and silence flooded back in. For a moment, BK just sat there, tears sliding down his face. He pressed his forehead against the cool wall, the phone still dangling from its cord. For the first time in years, he felt chosen, not by Malik, not by handlers, not by shadows, but by music. But the sweetness of it didn't last long, because Malik called the very next day. Byron, one of Gethsemane's most critical missions is moving Hot Brothers overseas. Malik's voice was tense, low, like the start of a storm. We call it the Underground Railroad, getting black nationalists out before the feds close the door on them. I've been hearing rumors that the feds are getting information about the railroad. I need to know what Langley knows. I need it bad. BK froze. Why are you asking me? Because you're in their ear, Malik snapped. Don't play dumb. I know they feed you, and I know you pass it on. This time I need specifics. One of ours says there's a mole in the agency. Someone sympathetic, they'll give it to you. All you got to do is take it overseas. You'll be in Japan anyway, won't you? BK's stomach turned. The honor of Steinway still rang in his ears, but Malik's words shoved him back into the shadows. Man, this feels like a trap, BK whispered, like I'm being set up to fall. Malik's reply was ice. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. But history don't wait for you, Byron. You gotta roll, whether you like it or not. After the call, BK sat staring at his hands, trembling. He could already feel the weight of both worlds pressing down, the bright promise of Steinway, the dark demands of Malik. His body shook until he nearly folded in on himself, breath shallow, vision narrowing. A near breakdown right there in his mother's house. The papers from Steinway on one side of the table, Malik's instructions scribbled on the other, and BK caught in the middle. He tried to hold it together until the phone line went dead. Then the world folded. BK stood up so fast the plastic-covered couch groaned, and the Steinway paperwork slid on the coffee table like a slick of light. He clutched the envelopes to his chest, the signature block and embossed logo suddenly absurd, a paper crown for a man with a target on his back. Malik's voice kept looping in his skull. You gotta serve somebody, and Stan Ridgway's warm, fatherly cadence answered it back like a hymn. 2 worlds, 2 masters. The room spun. He stumbled to the piano more out of muscle memory than plan. The baby grand in the corner of his mother's living room was a relic. Strings nicked, the lacquer dull. But when his fingers hit the keys, it still sang. He hit a chord and another, trying to make sound stitch him back together. The notes came out jagged at first, jagged and thin. Then, like a wound finding its scab, the phrases began to open into something older and truer. But the music could not hold the edges. Halfway through a run, BK's hands went slack. The keys blurred. The lights in the room didn't look like lamplight anymore. They were tiny interrogators peering at him through blinds. The taffy man's memory rose up, not as a full apparition now, but as a sweetness under the tongue that made his throat close. He imagined the figure in the corner, patient and compassionate, watching but not judging. The thought made his chest ache. He left the piano, and the ache turned to a pressure behind his eyes. He walked to the kitchen, the tile cold under his bare feet, and hunched over the sink. Air hitched in his throat. He could taste metal. He retched once, twice. No food came up, only the hot, bitter dryness of fear. His hands trembled so violently he had to brace them on the counter. His breath shortened, then sped. His vision tunneled. For a breathless minute, he simply clung to the edge of the sink and let the world wobble. The living room altar with its crosses, the phone, the Steinway letter, Malik's scribbled instructions, each thing pinned him more securely to a life he hadn't chosen. He wanted to run until the 2 worlds fell away, but running would only leave tracks. Instead, he slid down the cabinet and sat on the linoleum floor, back against the cold wood, until the hyperventilation eased to a ragged, uncertain calm. He touched the Steinway papers folded in his lap, the embossing white against his palm. He thought of the honor, first Black Steinway International Artist from Iowa, The idea should have been joy. Instead, it was a bell someone was willing to ring at the gates of both kingdoms. There was a knock at the back door. BK froze. Then he wiped his face with the heel of his hand and answered, because men in his world, agents of one sort or another, didn't announce themselves twice. A tall man in a rumpled suit stood under the porch light. He looked like a salesman. Cheap watch, briefcase, a smile that never reached his eyes. Too normal, too pat. BK felt it in the hollow of his chest. This was not the face he'd been told to watch for, but Malik had been specific about the meeting place and the steps. Maybe he'd been misremembered. Maybe paranoia had eaten the memo. A tall man in a rumpled suit stood under the porch light. He looked like a salesman. Cheap watch, briefcase, a smile that never reached his eyes. Too normal, too pat. BK felt it in the hollow of his chest. This was not the face he'd been told to watch for. But Malik had been specific about the meeting place and the steps. Maybe he'd been misremembered. Maybe paranoia had eaten the memo. "You Byron Davis?" the man asked. His voice was low and professional. "Yes?" BK kept his voice flat, dangerous. "Who are you with?" "Friendly Movers Brokerage Company," the man said too quickly. "I was referred by a friend of a friend. I have something for you." He held out a bulky envelope. BK's hand hovered. The city around the porch sounded ordinary, the distant roll of traffic, a dog barking 3 houses down. Then Malik's ultimatum clicked in his head like a metronome. One choice, one relay. BK took the envelope and moved the meeting inside, shutting the door quietly behind him. They sat at the kitchen table, the man opening a tiny leather case with the businesslike calm of someone who'd done this dozens of times. He spoke in careful, clipped phrases, checking and double-checking that names matched, that codes were correct. But his eyes always flicked to BK's hands, to the Steinway papers on the table. He smiled at the Steinway seal as if it were a curiosity, an amateur's talisman, and then glanced away with an almost bored disdain. BK felt it then, the chill of wrongness. This man was not the mole Malik had described. The details were off, the cadence, the flagged phrases, the way his breath smelled faintly of antiseptic instead of smoke and coffee. He was a professional, yes, and if he was a professional, he might be someone far more dangerous than a mole. The thought made BK's skin crawl. "Everything okay?" the man asked, noticing BK's hesitation. BK forced a laugh that came out thin. "Everything's fine." He slid a hand into his jacket and palmed the folded paper Malik had given him, the list of routes, names of safe houses, the notation about the Japan leg. He told himself he would not be played. The man tapped a pen against the table and said conversationally, "We work with a lot of movers. If you need anything—" "Who are you with?" BK snapped. The edge in his voice surprised both of them. The man's smile thinned. "Friendly Movers Brokerage Company." The phone on the kitchen wall began to ring, an ordinary ring, and the man's head turned. He didn't move to pick it up. His eyes slid again to BK, measuring. In the doorway, the living room looked like a stage set. The overhead lamp haloed the Steinway papers. BK understood then. He'd almost handed the list to the wrong person. If this was Langley, or an official courier with an agenda, he had just exposed himself. If it was someone else, a stranger watching for just such mistakes, he had stumbled into a net. BK swallowed hard and, on impulse that felt like a prayer, slid the folded paper into his pocket. "Tell me again," he said slowly. "What's your name?" "Elliot." The man's voice was blank. "Elliot Price. I handle logistics for some our movers. We broker moves." "That right?" BK said. "Which movers?" Elliot's smile tightened, and for a second BK thought his mouth would split. He said, "That's confidential, Mr. Davis, but I can assure you everything's on the up and up." Then, as if to prove it, he tapped the leather case and produced a small certificate with a Better Business Bureau rating, a plus. Something about Elliot's posture froze BK's bones. He excused himself and walked to the sink, stalling, heart pounding like a snare drum. He rinsed his face, splashed water until it blurred. When he returned, Elliot had closed the case and was already at the door. BK's hand brushed Elliot's as he reached for the knob. The touch was casual but efficient, an acknowledgement that both of them knew how to walk away. "You're careful," Elliot said, as if that were a compliment. BK watched the man go into the night and felt a cold finger slide down his spine. He sat down, the Steinway letter trembling in his hands, and thought of Malik's words about moles and favors. He thought of Stan Ridgway's voice, the purity of Steinway's offer. He thought, too, of the taffy man's odd presence at the corners of his life, the harbinger who quietly heralded a future. Double asterisk. A week later, on a plane to Japan, under the gray whisper of travel and the sweet antiseptic of airports, BK met the right man. He had been warned. Meet him at a side door near gate 17. Look for the man with a blue scarf and a ridiculous small travel case that rattled like it had bones in it. BK's hands shook as he approached. This time the man looked ordinary in an entirely different way. Older eyes, a taut face, a cigarette smoke voice that sounded like velvet. "You Byron Davis?" the man asked. "Yes." BK handed him the folded paper. The man did not look at the list. He slipped it into his breast pocket, thumb over the fold, and nodded. "Good," he said. "You did right." The relief that should have flooded BK did not come. Instead, there was new awareness. The agency was watching him. They had men and eyes everywhere. They had the patience to let the wrong envelope be almost handed over, to let fear make him clumsy. They had the networks to sniff the smallest of betrayals. That thought prickled at the back of his neck and would not go away. On the late-night flight to Tokyo, BK looked at his hands in the dim cabin light. They had brought him applause and honor, and now also a ledger of debts and secrets. He replayed the kitchen table scene on a loop. The wrong man at his door, the right man on the tarmac taking the paper, the hollow satisfaction of the handoff. He had done as Malik asked. He had moved the information. Yet the sensation that someone larger was now watching him, closer, more curious, sat like a stone behind his ribs. On the late-night flight to Tokyo, BK looked at his hands in the dim cabin light. They had brought him applause and honor, and now also a ledger of debts and secrets. He replayed the kitchen table scene on a loop. The wrong man at his door, the right man on the tarmac taking the paper, the hollow satisfaction of the handoff. He had done as Malik asked. He had moved the information, yet the sensation that someone larger was now watching him, closer, more curious, sat like a stone behind his ribs. He let the plane drone on and stared out at the black, thinking of Steinway's fatherly voice and Malik's brittle insistence. Somewhere inside him, beneath the hunger and the fear, an old chord was trying to resolve. He had played 1,000 songs in rooms that swung between praise and profiteering. He had been a conduit for God and for government. Now, in that pale blue night, he felt the weight of the next measure. When the jet dipped and the city lights of Japan began to stitch themselves into the horizon, BK understood he had crossed a line, not by who he had handed the paper to, but by the fact that the line existed at all. Someone was watching him now, and not with the indulgent eye of a music fan. Chapter 19. Showdown in Tokyo. BK sat in the hotel room, staring at his reflection in the dark window pane. Tokyo glowed faintly below him, a lattice of neon and mist, but all he could see was himself, hollow-eyed, a silhouette in a borrowed suit. He'd been thinking the same thought for days, a line like a broken record. There's no good way this ends. He had moved names and routes for Gethsemane. He had whispered back to Bader-Meinhof's ghost network. He had passed envelopes and lists like a street conjurer swapping cards. And always, at the edges, the CIA, hungry, faceless, a machine that ground up the names of the young for causes no one would ever know. Too many young men and women had died in vain for inconsequential reasons, names forgotten except in classified files. And now he was here, on the 13th floor of a business hotel in a Tokyo suburb, a featured artist with Steinway and Sons. He looked at his hands, long, wide, restless, and wondered what the world would remember him for, the music or the shadows. A knock at the door jolted him. "Mr. Davis?" The voice was polite, slightly nasal, an American expat's careful Japanese vowels around English consonants. Stan Ridgway, the Steinway representative, stepped in with a quick bow and an outstretched hand. His hair was slicked back, his suit gray and immaculate. "You're on in 2 hours. Just wanted to welcome you personally to the wide world of Steinway. That's what we're calling tonight's concert." BK tried to smile. "Sounds like a theme park." Stan laughed softly. "In a way it is. A theme park for pianists. We have a few hundred of our best customers and supporters from across Asia. Critics, teachers, collectors. Tonight is your chance to show them who you are. Steinway International Artist, Byron Davis." Stan laughed softly. "In a way it is. A theme park for pianists. We have a few hundred of our best customers and supporters from across Asia. Critics, teachers, collectors. Tonight is your chance to show them who you are. Steinway International Artist, Byron Davis." BK felt a flicker of warmth at the words. "Thank you. It means a lot." "I've been listening to your tapes since Harold passed them to me," Stan said. "You're the real thing. I've read the bios, Johnnie Taylor, McFadden and Whitehead, jazz in L.A., New Orleans, New York, all the gospel circuits. That's a hell of an education. Now's your time to show them what all that work created." BK nodded, eyes lowering. Stan's voice was warm, but BK could feel the other world hovering behind him, invisible but heavy. He pushed the thought aside. "Let's give them a concert they'll remember," Stan said. "We'll take care of the rest." Double asterisk. The hall was smaller than BK had expected, tucked into a quiet district just outside Tokyo, but beautiful, dark wood, a single Steinway D on the stage under a halo of soft lights. The audience filled every seat, Japanese businessmen in crisp suits, European patrons with notebooks, a few American journalists with cameras. BK peeked from backstage and saw faces leaning forward already, as if the concert had begun without him. When the stagehand called his name, something shifted. BK walked out into the lights, bowed slightly, sat at the Steinway, and laid his fingers on the keys. And in that moment, the first chord, he was not a courier or a suspect or a pawn. He was only himself. The sound rolled through the room like warm water. He began with an original gospel piece he'd been refining since his church director days in California, letting it unfurl into a jazz improvisation. The Steinway's tone was bright but deep, a voice that matched his own, and every note felt like it had been waiting for him all his life. He segued into a lush arrangement of McFadden and Whitehead's "Ain't No Stoppin' Us Now," folding in gospel voicings, then snapped into a playful stride pattern reminiscent of Oscar Peterson. He dropped one of his own pop tunes mid-set, Cornfield at Midnight, and heard an audible gasp from one of the critics in the third row. By the time he reached the climax, a thunderous rendition of "Play Crazy If You Wanna," sliding into a call and response of the verb nut, the hall was swaying as if they were in a church. He could feel Johnnie Taylor's ghost in his left hand, the gospel choirs in his right, the hard-earned discipline of years on the road running up and down the keys. The audience was rapturous, their applause a living thing. He felt no taffy man in the wings, no Malik's voice, no shadows, just the music, just himself. When the final note of his encore, an original piece called "What Goes Around Comes Around," faded, there was a moment of silence. Then the audience rose as one, clapping, cheering, some calling his name in accents from every corner of the globe. BK stood, bowed deeply, and the ovation washed over him like a baptism. He felt tears rise, hot and unstoppable. This, he thought, this is who I am. When the final note of his encore, an original piece called What Goes Around Comes Around, faded, there was a moment of silence. Then the audience rose as one, clapping, cheering, some calling his name in accents from every corner of the globe. BK stood, bowed deeply, and the ovation washed over him like a baptism. He felt tears rise, hot and unstoppable. This, he thought, this is who I am. He left the stage trembling with exhaustion and joy. Stan Ridgway was waiting in the wings, clapping hard. You did it, Byron. That was sublime. Welcome to the wide world of Steinway. BK wiped at his eyes and tried to laugh. Thank you. For the first time in years, he felt completely present. No codes, no handlers, no double life, just the music, the applause, the afterglow. Then his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, a text from a number he hadn't seen in months but recognized instantly. Detace. You're in danger, the message read. Leave Japan. Safely. They know. The words drained the warmth from his body. BK stared at the glowing screen while the applause still echoed faintly in the hall. The rapture of the concert felt like a costume he had just been forced to remove. He slipped the phone into his pocket, his fingers trembling. The knives he'd been juggling, Gethsemane, the CIA, Bader Meinhof, were starting to rain down. Someone knew. Someone was watching. And Byron Davis, first Black Steinway artist from Iowa, stood in a quiet backstage hallway in suburban Tokyo and felt the walls of his two worlds tilt toward collision. Backstage, the noise of the crowd dissolved into the hush of the empty hallway. BK ducked into a green room that smelled faintly of polish and sake. The Steinway rep had already disappeared into another room to take calls from donors. BK shut the door quietly, pulled his phone out, and stared at the message from Detace again. You're in danger. Leave Japan. Safely. They know. His thumb hovered over the keypad, trembling. He scrolled to Malik's number, a number burned into his muscle memory from years of whispered conversations and late-night coded talks. Malik was the one who knew how to move people, to spirit them away, to make them ghosts before the government could turn them into martyrs. Malik was the escape hatch. BK hit dial. The ringtone pulsed once, twice, 3 times. No answer. He hung up, redialed. This time he pressed the phone hard to his ear as if force could pull Malik through. Ring, ring, voicemail. He hung up again, stared at the screen. His hands were dampened. He dialed again. Ring, ring, nothing. Pick up, Malik, BK whispered. Come on, man, pick up. But the line stayed empty, a void where his lifeline should have been. He dialed again, punching the buttons harder. Each unanswered call was a notch deeper in his gut. Malik always answered. If he didn't, he called back within minutes. He knew BK's travel schedule. He knew where BK was. The silence now was not just absence. It was a signal. BK's pulse thundered in his temples. His mind began to race, connecting dots he didn't want to see. The CIA on their own turf is dangerous enough, he thought. But outside the U.S., outside their own flag, they're monsters. They do things nobody knows about and nobody cares. He looked at his brown hands, the dark skin against the glowing phone, and saw himself as they might, a young black man aiding a pro-black cause, trafficking information against their interests, an expendable asset, a death sentence in a foreign country. He dialed again, voicemail again, nothing. His breath shortened, chest tightening like a fist. He felt the temperature of the room drop. He saw himself from above, a man in a foreign land with no exit, no protection. He saw his own death like a newspaper clipping. American jazz musician missing in Tokyo. He saw the silence after. No body, no tender send-off, no last rites. Just gone. The thought made his blood run cold. He turned away from the phone, pacing the green room in tight circles. His reflection in the dressing room mirror was a stranger's, eyes wide, jaw clenched, the sheen of sweat making his skin look waxy. He thought of all the others whose names he'd whispered to Malik over the years, the ones Gethsemane had helped move out of the country. They had always been on edge, but they had Malik. They had a network. He had Malik. Or he thought he did. Now the line was dead, and he was alone in Japan. He imagined the moment it would happen, the knock at his hotel door, the men in plain suits, the quiet van with no markings, no papers, no calls, no one to notice, a disappearance that would not even register as a ripple. He closed his eyes and pressed his palms together until his knuckles popped. He tried to pray, but all that came out was a trembling exhale. For the first time in years, he felt the full weight of being untethered, of being a body in a machine that had no name for his soul. The Steinway concert had been transcendent. This was the fall. It felt like one of those dreams, the ones where you're running in warm molasses and being chased by wolves unhindered by the goop. He texted Detaeus back. His thumbs flew as he wrote of his fear of dying without his family knowing, of his regrets that their love was a business transaction, his sadness that there was more music to be made and too many unanswered questions about why he saw the world so differently than everyone he knew. He paused, frustrated at not being able to say enough to explain. He erased the long passage. He rubbed his eyes and felt exhausted. The blinking cursor on his phone waited for his next command. "Goodbye," he wrote. BK shoved his phone into his pocket and wiped his palms on his trousers. The green room's air felt suffocating. He needed to move, now. He slipped back into the hallway, nodding quickly at a stagehand who bowed politely. The man smiled, but BK saw menace where there was none. Everyone was a potential watcher. Everyone could be a set of eyes. His hotel wasn't far, but suddenly it felt like a trap. The CIA knew how to wait. They knew how to sit in lobbies with newspapers or pose as drivers with clean black cars. If they're looking at me now, they're already ahead of me, he thought. Still, he moved quickly, ducking out a side door of the hall into the cool Tokyo night. Neon light bled across the wet pavement from ramen shops and karaoke bars. He pulled up his collar, hunched into the crowd, tried to vanish inside the river of people. He walked 2 blocks, doubled back, then slipped into a convenience store. The fluorescent light made his head throb. He grabbed a bottle of Pocari Sweat he didn't want, just to have an excuse to stand at the counter and glance at the reflections in the convex security mirror, nobody obvious behind him. But what did obvious mean against the CIA? They're obsessive compulsives who will spend months checking every nook and cranny of the streets where their agents meet. They call it an SDR, a surveillance detection route. He left the store and kept moving. His heart was drumming so hard it blurred his vision. At a payphone near the train station, he tried Malik again, punching the numbers with shaking fingers. Still nothing. He hung up hard, the clang echoing. No Malik, no protection, just me. A plan began to form, jagged and half-baked. He couldn't go back to his hotel. That would be the first place they'd check. He needed a new room. Cash in hand, no ID. He ducked into the station and found a row of lockers, stuffed his gig bag into one, and took only what he could fit in his coat, his passport, his wallet, a notebook of sketches for new compositions. The piano calluses on his fingers brushed the paper as if searching for the music to save him. The irony nearly broke him. Hours ago, he was the Steinway man's chosen artist. A rising star, a musician carrying the gospel of jazz and soul across oceans. Now he was just another frightened black man looking over his shoulder, waiting to vanish into the dark on his own terms. He took a train 2 stops away, got off, and walked without direction until he spotted a capsule hotel tucked above a pachinko parlor. The lobby was loud with metallic clatter, smoke, and cheap cologne. Perfect. He paid cash and ducked into his tiny capsule, lying down with his knees bent and his chest still heaving. The capsule's curved walls pressed close. He tried to slow his breathing. His hands shook as he pulled his phone again. No new messages from Malik. Instead, there was a new number flashing on his screen. Unfamiliar, international code. He stared at it. His thumb hovered. Help or trap? Help or trap? The capsule walls seemed to close tighter. He pressed accept. "Mr. Davis," said a voice, warm and oddly calm. Too calm. "I believe we should meet." The voice on the phone was smooth, low, and professional. "Mr. Davis, I'm nearby. 2 minutes. A quiet coffee shop on the corner of Tenjin and Sango. You'll see me." The line went dead. BK lay frozen in the capsule, the blue light from the screen glowing on his face. His thumb hovered over the power button. Run. Smash the sim. Get to the airport. But the thought fizzled. They're already inside my radius. 2 minutes later, BK was sitting at a small table inside a dim cafe that smelled of bitter espresso and cigarette smoke. A jazz record played faintly on a turntable behind the counter. Art Tatum, of all things. The room was mostly empty. Across from him sat a man in a gray suit without a tie. Short-cropped hair, clean-shaven, a faint scar along his jaw. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes were measuring. "I'm Frank Dalton," the man said, offering a hand. His grip was firm, but not aggressive. "Agency liaison. We've been keeping an eye on you, Mr. Davis. This is an informal chat." BK stared at the outstretched hand for a heartbeat before shaking it. His palms were damp. "I'm not sure what you're talking about," BK said. His voice came out too high, like he was answering a question at school. Dalton smiled faintly. "Sure you do." The waiter brought 2 cups of coffee. Dalton didn't touch his. BK tried, but his hand trembled so hard he nearly spilled it. Dalton leaned back. "You've been busy, Mr. Davis. Tours, churches, sessions, beautiful work, by the way. But you've also been receiving some very interesting messages." BK forced his eyes not to blink. "Messages?" Dalton gave a soft chuckle. "Come on. You know what I'm talking about. Our digital people saw it come through. You've got a live one in Detace." The name dropped like a hammer. BK's throat closed. His hands tightened on the coffee cup. Dalton's voice stayed even, almost conversational. "You're not in trouble yet. We just want to understand what's going on. Why is she saying you're in danger? What's that about?" Sweat ran down BK's spine. He glanced at the cafe door, the windows. If he lunged at Dalton, he could probably get a swing in, maybe even get away before anyone reacted. But where would he run? He'd be on every screen at Narita before his flight left the ground. Dalton watched him with that same faint smile, not mocking, more like a teacher watching a student think through a problem. "You look like you're thinking about making a bad move," Dalton said softly. "Don't. This is still friendly." BK's heart pounded. His mind jumped to Malik. No answer on the phone. He thought of the Underground Railroad, of black men and women shuttled out of the country, of secrets and double crosses. Dalton took a sip of his coffee at last and set it down. "Let's talk about Detace." BK flinched. His stomach knotted hard. Dalton tilted his head. "You're sweating like you're on stage," he said. "Relax. Nobody wants to hurt you. We just want clarity." But BK knew better. He'd seen how clarity worked in the hands of men like this. One wrong word, one slip, and you disappeared. He wiped his forehead with a napkin and tried to think. His fingers moved to his notebook in his coat pocket, almost reflexively, as if the scribbled music inside could tell him what to do. "Why me?" BK whispered. It was late, one of those evenings where time feels like it's holding its breath. BK sat in the half-light of his hotel room, curtains drawn tight, a soft jazz melody coming from the little portable speaker on the desk. The Tokyo skyline glimmered outside like a promise he hadn't been able to cash in. He'd been waiting for a call, for a knock, for something that would make sense of it all. The cornfield, the piano, the CIA meetings, the feeling that someone was watching him through every mirrored surface in the city. He poured himself another drink. It didn't help. He poured himself another drink. It didn't help. That's when he heard the knock. 3 soft taps, deliberate, like a rhythm he almost recognized. He opened the door. Malik stood there, smiling, just as he'd looked years ago, back in Des Moines. The loose shoulders, the mischievous eyes, the same lazy grin that used to get them both in trouble. "Damn, man," BK breathed, stumbling back a step. "Malik? Why the fuck didn't you answer?" Malik chuckled and stepped inside. "You look like you seen a ghost." BK's hands were trembling. "I tried to call you. You ghosted me." Malik threw himself down in the chair by the window. "Don't believe everything you see. BK, Malik died years ago. You know how it is. Whole world's just tricks and lights." He reached for BK's drink and took a sip, leaving a dark ring on the table. "So, you still talking to the CIA?" BK nodded slowly. "Yeah. Dalton, he said they were keeping an eye on me, that there'd been incidents." "Incidents," Malik smirked. "That's one word for it." BK's voice cracked. "I saw you, Malik. I saw you. You were laughing, helping me." Malik tilted his head. "You sure about that?" The question hit him like a chill. "What do you mean?" "BK," Malik said gently, almost kindly. "I've been dead since '89. The words didn't register at first. They floated, like smoke from a candle wick. Then BK's throat closed. No, you're here. Malik smiled. And then something happened to his face. His skin seemed to ripple, like light refracting in water. His voice shifted, dropped an octave. The grin twisted, stretching until it was no longer Malik's. The taffy man was sitting there now. Same chair, same ring on the table, but those eyes, black pools, no whites, no reflection. Same chair, same ring on the table, but those eyes, black pools, no whites, no reflection. "Poor BK, the taffy man said, his voice like honey over gravel. "You really thought he was still with you, didn't you? Your sweet, loyal Malik?" BK stumbled back, clutching his head. "Stop it, stop!" "Why would I?" The taffy man rose, his form oscillating between shapes. Malik's grin, his father's stern eyes, Datesa's silhouette, even Dalton's smirk. "You built me, Byron, out of guilt, out of grief, out of that exquisite paranoia that makes your music so delicious." BK fell against the wall, eyes darting. "You're lying! Malik!" "Malik died in a car crash outside Omaha," the taffy man said simply. "He was 27. You were on tour. You didn't go to the funeral." BK shook his head. No. The taffy man stepped closer, shifting again, until Malik's face returned, softer this time, eyes full of something like compassion. "BK," he said, voice trembling like a chord on the edge of dissonance. "You've been chasing ghosts, man. That concert in the cornfield, that wasn't no audience. That was you, alone, playing for the wind and the stars. And Dalton? Oh, he's real enough. CIA's got files on you. Worried about a musician in the middle of a break, talking about espionage and piano keys unlocking government secrets." He smiled sadly. "They think you're sick, man." BK was shaking. "But the pickup, the briefings, details?" "Fragments," said the taffy man, voice fading like a dream. "Threads of a story your mind stitched together so it wouldn't unravel. You've been out there, between the notes, between the breaths. But the song's almost over now." He reached out, his hand flickering between Malik's and his own monstrous form. "Maybe it's time to go home." BK pressed himself against the wall, tears spilling freely. "Why me?" he whispered. The taffy man's smile softened again, impossibly tender. "Because you see too much, Byron. You always did. You see the seams between worlds, and sometimes the only way your kind survives," he leaned close, voice barely a whisper, "is by pretending it's all music." Then he was gone. Just like that. The room was empty except for the fading echo of BK's ragged breath and the low hum of the city beyond the window. He slid down to the floor, head in his hands. Outside, neon spilled through the glass in pink and blue ribbons. He could hear the faint sound of a piano somewhere, distant, tender, like someone practicing an old hymn on the other side of a wall. For a moment, BK thought maybe Malik was playing it, and for that moment, he let himself believe it. Chapter 20, The Cornfield. The CIA meeting in the cafe in the real world. Its was dim, narrow, its wallpaper stained by years of smoke. A turntable hissed faintly in the corner, a needle dragging through an Art Tatum solo that seemed to wander without destination. The air smelled of bitter espresso, damp coats, and ash. Byron Davis sat hunched forward, fingers curled around a cooling cup of coffee, the saucer trembling slightly under the tension of his grip. Across from him, Frank Dalton looked at ease, gray suit, no tie, posture unassuming but balanced, as if he could rise smoothly and pull out a gun at any moment without a wasted movement. Dalton slid his cup across the table, closer to BK, the porcelain making the smallest scrape against the wood. The gesture was casual, almost paternal, but the eyes above it were not. They were watchful, steady, the eyes of someone used to reading men who lied for a living. "You asked why me," Dalton said, his voice soft, even. He let the words hang, unsatisfied, like bait just below the waterline. BK's throat worked, but he didn't answer. Dalton leaned back, folding his hands loosely on his lap. "Not yet," he murmured. "We'll come back to it." He gestured toward the turntable with his chin. "Art Tatum, you like him?" BK swallowed, nodded once. "My father used to say," Dalton continued, "that Tatum could play circles around anyone because he understood that the pauses were as important as the notes, that what you don't play is sometimes louder than what you do." He smiled faintly. "That's where we're starting, Mr. Davis, with the pauses." The silence between them lengthened. The espresso machine hissed in the background like static. BK felt sweat at the base of his neck, under the collar of his shirt. He tried to steady his breathing, but the sense of being observed, catalogued, made his chest tighten. Dalton spoke again, so gently it almost felt like kindness. "You've been keeping company with some very curious people, messages crossing borders, names whispered. Groups that don't exist anymore, at least not officially. You've been carrying little fragments of their ghosts." "I'm a musician," BK said, forcing his voice low. "That's all I am." Dalton chuckled softly, shaking his head. "That's a lovely line, but you're not the first man to play one tune on stage and another behind the curtain. You wouldn't believe how many poets, actors, musicians thought themselves invisible until we showed them how well we could see them." He let that hang. Then, "We're going to spend some time together, you and I. No rush. This is friendly." He reached into his jacket pocket, slid a card across the table. "No name, just a number. Tokyo Exchange. Tomorrow, same time. Or if you'd prefer, we can talk somewhere more comfortable. Neutral ground." Black K stared at the card, the black digits floating in cream. Dalton leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Don't run, Mr. Davis. The streets are already wired for us. You'd never make it to Narita." He rose smoothly, buttoning his jacket, and left a few coins on the table. Then, with the faintest of nods, he slipped out into the neon-washed night. BK sat motionless for a long moment, Art Tatum's chords rolling like smoke around him, before he pocketed the card. The next day, he followed instructions. The office was hidden in plain sight, up 3 floors in a bland concrete building near Shinagawa Station. Frosted glass, fluorescent lights, a waiting room furnished with magazines in English and Japanese, a secretary with hair tied too tightly back and eyes that never lingered on his. Dalton appeared from a side door, smiling as if they'd arranged a business meeting. "Mr. Davis," he said warmly, "thank you for coming. This will be painless." Inside, the air smelled faintly of toner and metal. A long table, 2 chairs, a file already waiting. Dalton gestured for him to sit. The next hours stretched thin. Questions came, not accusations. Dalton circled him like a chess player waiting for the inevitable slip. BK was playing the "I'm fucked now" opening. Who contacts you in Germany? When was your last communication with them? How long have you been at it? Have you met with anyone from the Japanese left? Why did you send that message to Detace? Every answer BK gave seemed to echo back at him, useless, half-believed. Dalton never contradicted, never pressed, just nodded, scribbled, and asked another question. The pauses were worse than the questions, the long silences where Dalton just studied him, tapping the pen once, twice, before moving on. By the end of the day, BK's shirt clung to him with sweat. His fingers ached from clenching and unclenching under the table. When Dalton finally rose, he said only, "Tomorrow again." By the third day, they shifted to a hotel suite near the embassy, plush carpet, heavy curtains, a view of the city dissolving in mist. A tray of bottled water and sandwiches sat untouched on the low table. Dalton seemed almost affable now, loosening his collar, sitting closer. "You're tired," he said, as though he cared. "This isn't a cage. You're going to leave Japan. We'll let you, but we're not finished. We'll be in touch." BK stared at him. "So what happens to me?" Dalton gave that faint smile again, the one that never touched his eyes. "That depends on the pauses, BK, on what notes you didn't play." He rose, tapped his folder shut, and signaled the end. Double asterisk. Berlin's autumn carried a thin light, the kind that never quite settled on the streets, but hovered above them like a veil. The leaves along Unter den Linden had gone brittle, clinging to branches with a stubbornness she envied. Detaeus walked slowly, her collar turned up, her gloved hand brushing against the iron railing of the bridge over the Spree. She had crossed this bridge so many times before, yet each step now felt altered, like the city itself knew something had gone missing. The two messages still sat on her phone, his name lighting the screen, the words burning even after the device dimmed again. "Goodbye." And the curious second, "I don't know if I made you proud, Daddy, but I have lived an interesting life." The last one wasn't meant for her, and yet it was. Everything of him felt dual, layered, coded, like the music he carried in his blood. She closed her eyes against the wind, hearing him laugh in memory. Low, conspiratorial, the kind of laugh that promised secrets. They had never been lovers, not in the ordinary sense. Their connection had unfolded in gestures, glances, words weighted with what was unsaid. She had studied the lines of his face as one studies a map they know they will never travel fully, only trace. And now, silence. She knew she was in danger, and she knew it had something to do with BK, but her group would either handle it or let her burn. Either way, it was useless to run. She'd wait and see what was in store. BK was the gift that kept giving, even when he was gone. Detaeus thought of the last time they had touched, a passing brush of his hand against hers at a cafe in Dresden, so slight it might have been accidental, but she had felt it travel up her arm like fire. He had looked away quickly, as though ashamed to have let anything slip. Her days since were made of fragments. She taught her students at the university, grading their halting essays about post-war politics, all the while hearing the cadence of his voice inside her. She stood at the window of her apartment at night, watching the amber glow of street lamps blur against the fog, as if the city itself were weeping. She mourned not what had been lost, but what had never been grasped, the version of her life that might have unfolded if he had chosen differently, or if she had. The grief was strange, asymmetrical. She could not weep openly, because she could not name the loss aloud. To others, he was only a passing acquaintance, a fellow traveler in tangled work. To her, he was the echo that haunted every quiet room. Sometimes she found herself whispering to the empty air, "Byron." The city gave no answer. On Sundays, she walked past the old opera house, its stone facade scarred by history, and wondered if he would ever return to hear music here. She thought of his hands on a piano, coaxing life from ivory keys, and her chest tightened until she had to stop and sit on a bench, pressing her palms together as if in prayer. Berlin moved around her, indifferent, its trams rattling, its cyclists weaving. Life did not pause for grief, and so she carried it quietly. The weight of a love never consummated, a symphony that had only reached its first notes before dissolving into silence. Double asterisk. The Narita terminal glowed with its peculiar antiseptic brightness, not the warmth of sunlight, but the cold luminescence of fluorescent panels that hummed faintly overhead. BK moved slowly through the lines, the strap of his carry-on biting into his shoulder. Every step felt deliberate, rehearsed. When the security officer checked his passport, BK swore he saw the man's eyes linger a moment too long on the photo, then back to his face. A pause, a faint nod. The passport was handed back. Nothing said, but the pause, always the pause, echoed in him like Dalton's silences. At the gate, the other passengers milled in quiet choreography. Businessmen fingering their phones, mothers corralling children, an elderly couple whispering over a crossword, ordinary lives. BK watched them as though through glass. When boarding was called, he walked down the jet bridge with a leaden heart. The hum of the engines thrummed faintly even here, a vibration he could feel through the soles of his shoes. The moment he stepped inside, the air hit him, recycled, dry, tinged with the faint sweetness of pressurized plastic and the ghost of 100 meals already served. A flight attendant in a crisp uniform smiled, but the smile slipped past him like water. His seat was near the back, economy, pressed close with strangers. He slid into it, knees almost grazing the seat ahead, shoulders brushing the armrests. The upholstery smelled faintly of fabric cleaner and sweat. Around him, passengers stowed bags with the weary choreography of frequent travel. A man in a suit wrestled his roller case into the overhead bin, grunting softly. A child clutched a stuffed rabbit, eyes wide, already drowsy. The flight attendant's voice came over the intercom, cheerful, rehearsed, impossible to believe. BK fastened his seatbelt slowly, the click sounding far too loud in his ears. As the plane pushed back from the gate, BK pressed his forehead against the cool plastic of the window. The runway lights glittered in the distance, tiny beads of gold against the black. His reflection stared back at him, hollow-eyed. The engines roared, the cabin trembled, and his chest tightened as the plane began its long roll. He thought absurdly of whether Dalton had placed someone on board, watching him even now. His stomach pitched as the nose lifted, the ground falling away. Tokyo shrank below, a scatter of neon veins in the dark, and then disappeared into cloud. Hours blurred into one another. The seatbelt sign dimmed, trays clattered down, and meals were served in their plastic compartments. The food smelled faintly of soy and overcooked rice. BK pushed the tray aside after a few bites. His throat felt too tight for swallowing. He studied his fellow passengers with a musician's rhythm, each detail a note in a silent score. The businessman across the aisle, head tilted back, mouth slack, dreaming of nothing. The flight attendant kneeling to comfort a child, her voice soft, her smile genuine. The young woman scrolling her phone with restless, trembling fingers, as though chasing something she could not quite reach. Each face seemed impossibly distant, sealed off in private worlds, while he carried his own like a weight across his chest. The hours dragged. The cabin lights dimmed to an artificial twilight. Snores and coughs filled the air. BK shifted in his seat, back aching, legs stiff, the claustrophobia pressing against him. He thought of Detaeus in Germany, her eyes when she last looked at him, a mixture of defiance and sorrow. He thought of Dalton, his pauses sharper than any accusation. He thought of his father's laugh, the one he hadn't heard in decades but could still summon in memory. He thought of Detaeus in Germany, her eyes when she last looked at him, a mixture of defiance and sorrow. He thought of Dalton, his pauses sharper than any accusation. He thought of his father's laugh, the one he hadn't heard in decades but could still summon in memory. The burden of it all settled over him like the recycled air, inescapable, stale, suffocating. As the plane finally began its descent into Chicago, then the regional connection into Moline, Illinois, BK's body felt as though it had aged 10 years. His lips were dry, his heart heavy. The land below came into view. Endless patchworks of fields, squares of muted green and brown stretching toward the horizon. It looked empty, almost mercifully so, a place to lay down the weight, if only for a moment. The tires shrieked against the runway, the cabin lurched, the passengers stirred, gathering their coats, their bags, their small tokens of life continuing. BK stayed seated a long time, staring at the seatback ahead of him, the faint imprint of someone else's head against the fabric. Only when the aisle had cleared did he rise, sling his bag over his shoulder, and step off into the cool Iowa air. Double asterisk. The road narrowed as it cut through rural Scott County. BK drove with the windows cracked, letting the cool September air sweep through the car. The fields stretched endlessly on both sides, corn standing tall and brittle, their tassels brushing against the waning sky. The scent was sharp, dry, earthy, the smell of late harvest, of home, though it had been years since he had allowed himself to call it that. The gravel popped under his tires as he turned down the last lane, the one that led to the field where his father used to take him pheasant hunting. The memory came in flashes, the weight of the shotgun too large for his boy's arms, the dog bounding ahead, the hush of his father's voice saying, "Wait, wait until it rises." The car idled a moment longer before he shut it off. Silence spread. Only the whisper of the corn, swaying in the light wind, filled the air. BK stepped out, stretching his stiff legs, staring at the long rows that seemed to extend forever. The incongruity of his burden struck him then. The polished Steinway waiting in the trailer he had hired, its black body gleaming even in the fading light. Men from the rental company had thought him mad. A piano in the middle of a cornfield? They had asked twice if he was sure. He had only nodded. He lowered the ramp and rolled it out himself, the legs clicking into place, the wood solid beneath his fingertips. When he finally set the bench before it, the absurdity nearly broke him. This elegant concert hall instrument planted among dirt and stalks, cicadas buzzing like a restless audience. But it was exactly right. He didn't sit down yet, not until dusk. Instead, he walked the rows of corn, touching the dry leaves with his hands, feeling the papery texture crumble slightly under his fingers. He inhaled the scent deeply, as if to memorize it, the way one memorizes the touch of a lover one knows will soon vanish. He listened to the blackbirds cry across the distance. He felt the soil shift under his boots. Instead, he walked the rows of corn, touching the dry leaves with his hands, feeling the papery texture crumble slightly under his fingers. He inhaled the scent deeply, as if to memorize it, the way one memorizes the touch of a lover one knows will soon vanish. He listened to the blackbirds cry across the distance. He felt the soil shift under his boots. The sky began to lower itself, colors bleeding into one another. Amber, rose, indigo. Dusk crept slowly, reverently, the way a curtain falls before a performance. Only then did he sit. Daddy's concert. His hands hovered over the keys. For a long time he didn't move. He could almost hear his father behind him, the old hunting jacket rustling, the smell of pipe tobacco lingering. He could almost hear his mother humming in the kitchen far away. Finally, he whispered, "I don't know if I made you proud, Daddy, but I have lived an interesting life. I hope I entertained you, if nothing else." And then it came, from the heavens. His father laughed. It was not the stern chuckle he remembered from childhood, not the half smile tucked away behind Sunday sermons. It was baritone, resonant, rolling through the corn like thunder, but warm. joyous, a laugh so deep, so hearty, it shook BK's chest. He realized with a shock he had never heard it before, not once in all his years. His father had kept that laugh hidden, as if saving it for this night. Tears blurred his vision, but he smiled through them. The sound filled him, lifted him, made him light. He laughed too, the two of them laughing together, father and son, across time, across death, across the field. He placed his hands on the keys. "This one," he said, voice breaking, "is for you and mother." The first notes rose into the dusk, ringing clean and impossible in the open air. The corn swayed as if keeping time. The sky deepened into purple, and BK played, not for the world, not for fame, not for history, but for the two people who had made him, and for himself, finally unburdened, finally whole. The first chord rose like a prayer, full-bodied and resonant, surprising even BK with its weight. The sound leapt into the open night, unrestrained by walls or ceilings, rushing into the corn. The stalk seemed to sway in rhythm, as if bowing. He began with a hymn, the one his mother sang when she pressed clothes in the hot kitchen. "His eye is on the sparrow." The melody was tender, faltering at first, but then his fingers found their certainty, and the hymn swelled. It floated across the field like smoke from a long-doused fire, stirring what had been dormant. Cicadas hushed, the blackbirds stilled, even the wind seemed to pause. The land itself leaned closer. BK shifted into something more intricate, a weave of gospel chords with the polyrhythms of Oscar Peterson and the blue notes he'd stolen from nights in juke joints. His body rocked, shoulders rolling, his whole torso playing as much as his hands. He wasn't a man at a piano anymore. He was a conduit. His life poured back into the keys. Every memory surfaced. The sugar bread sandwiches, the beatings, the whispered phone calls from Malik. The stages where Johnnie Taylor barked at him, the sterile hotel rooms after shows, the CIA offices with their stale coffee, each sorrow, each betrayal, each fleeting joy, transformed into sound. The laugh came again, his father's laugh rolling like a drum beneath the melody. BK could almost see him at the edge of the rows, shotgun crooked in one arm, head thrown back in pure, unchecked mirth, and beside him, his mother. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Her eyes, shining with pride, were enough. Tears streamed down BK's face as his fingers flew. He played until the stars kindled above, until the first fireflies sparked among the stalks. Notes shimmered in the air long after he struck them, hanging like constellations in sound. And when he finally struck the last chord, a lingering minor resolved into a triumphant major, the field erupted in applause, not human hands, but the applause of the earth itself, the rustle of corn, the cry of birds, the hush of wind carrying the sound out into eternity. He bowed his head over the keys, shoulders shaking. "Thank you," he whispered, voice hoarse. "Thank you." The laugh, full, baritone, uncontainable, answered once more. BK wept, not from grief but from joy, joy so bright it felt like salvation.